a pretty jam-packed day. So without further ado, we're going to open up with the first brief. I'm so sorry I'm saying a lot. Like, what am I doing? Let's open up today with the first brief from Chief Master Sergeant Jason Bowe, 3F5 Career Field Manager.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's day 3. You excited? Last day? Yeah, it sucks because it's the last day. This is the only time all of you are going to be together in this larger group of force support personnel, unless you come next year and the year after that. This is why last year, after the conference was over, I started working with the board. We stuck at providing training, and this is why I wanted to make sure that this became professionalized and we had the people in place to be able to give you the things that you need to be successful in your job. I know it's a wild west a little bit right now just with all of my FSS stuff, but the good thing is that they heard all of your complaints about everything, and now they're actually involving all of you in designing all those programs. So I only got 15 minutes. I think they did that on purpose, because last year whenever I had 15 minutes, I went 30. I think they were secretly trying to get a hook to pull me off stage last year, every time I started talking, but that was because I was the only CFM here last year, but I brought backup this year. So that way they could take up some of the talking time. So I just talked to you about, this is probably the largest group that you're going to be in of force support personnel for a while. Don't let this be the last time. When you go back to your installations, bring everybody together. Go out there and see people. When I came in, I had my little mail cart. I went everywhere. All different units on base. I always had a friend in personnel, obviously for obvious reasons, finance, and then of course security forces. I'm not going to say why. Those are the 3 places you always had a friend. But we kind of get stovepiped into our units, into our different sections in an MPF. Get together, like last year, right before we did the last conference at Keesler, they did a 3F5, or not a 3F5, but a 3F day. They brought all the 3F career fields together so they could each talk about what they do. So that way you could learn a little bit. That's why I say we're one big family. Learn from that. Go and learn the different functions. Don't become experts, because that goes back into what I was talking about yesterday. Then you got to cross-train into some other AFSC. So go out there and know just a little bit of what they do. Don't let this be the last time that you are in this large of a crowd. The other thing, so I was thinking about this last night, how I was going to convey this, because you know I like to talk about how you're valued. So I was thinking about it last night, and I think the best example of why you don't always hear it is all those people in your squadron, they're like your dependents. And just like a real dependent, you're not always going to get that thank you. Now, just because I said they're like your dependent, don't go and try and add 170 dependents to yourself or all that extra BAH or whatever it may be, but just know when I go out and about, they tell me. We had a 1A6 attend one of our 3F5 roll calls, and they literally stood up and said, I don't know what I would do without my CSS. You take care of all of our basic needs. You make sure that I can go out there and execute the mission. So don't ever think you're not valued. You are. Because I hear it all the time. That's why I always make sure you hear it all the time whenever I have a chance to talk. But just know you're not always going to hear it. But they value you. You allow them, along with the commander, to execute their piece of the Air Force mission. So by you doing those basic needs and taking care of their basic needs, they can focus on that. Because if, say you didn't update, you didn't do their SLA 96, and they didn't get an SCI, so they couldn't go to an assignment somewhere. Do you think they're going to be focused on executing their piece of the mission? No, they're going to be stressed out because they want to be able to apply for that assignment. You do that every single day. You take care of it. You allow them to do that. Before they start attacking me. I will tell you guys though, I did have somebody go like this for me. I go like a 15-minute mark once and I talked for another 30, so don't think I'm going to stop me this event. The other thing that I want to make sure that you understand is that you need to if you're miserable in your job, what do you think those new airmen coming from tech school to your unit, what do you think is going to happen to them? What do you think they're going to think is their first duty station in the Air Force? They're going to be like, man, the Air Force sucks. I want to leave. When they come there, those tech school airmen, and not even just tech school airmen, just anybody, even the people in your unit, if they see you and you're miserable in your job, you affect them. That's what I tell the 305s, because a lot of people think when you're coming to tech school that you should be able to just sit down in your seat and you're an expert in everything. You're not. The point of tech school is literally, here's some basics, but when you go to your first installation, all of you are responsible for taking care of them. That's the same thing with the people in the unit as well. They get there, they get that first impression from you. The reason why I bring that up is because last year during the conference, this is how big and impactful, it's not just me because I'm the CFM, this is all of you have this impact as well. Last year at the CSS conference, I was talking forever, talking about how you're valued, telling everybody why it's important what you do for the Air Force. And then fast forward to a couple months ago when we were at Shaw for the EFSS conference, I did my 305 all call. At the end of it, a 3FO airman came up to me and said, hey Chief Bowie, I just wanted to say thank you for speaking last year at the conference. Because before I went to that conference, all I thought is I'm going to get out. I didn't think anybody cared about me. And then he said, because I heard you speak, see I'm starting to get a little emotional, got me a little tear because it's a 3FO. And now I have a year left. He said, I'm going to stay in the Air Force. That's how much impact, not just me, all of you have. That's why that first impression, you are the face of that squadron. You are the face of that unit, the face of whatever you may be. Even if you're in air staff, you're that face. Make sure you take care of them. Make sure you give them a good impression. And then last thing, just because it's I'm going to say this a lot, it's my last conference. However, if you move the conference forward a couple months, I might be able to attend next year. Hint, I've been saying it all along.
April.
Yeah. So, I wanted to say that because they're here, they now know why I was so excited last year after the conference and why I wanted to make sure that this became professionalized. And so they know now I have more that's going to go back, and it's not just going to be me talking for a year about this conference. And I want you to go back, all the knowledge that you've learned here in these last 3 days, and pass that on to every single person that you can talk to. You are, like I said earlier, you guys are the conduits now to pass this information on. Make sure they fight to get that funding to come next year. If we're going to try to get more, I know we were able to get an extra 200 this year because you know how important this is? The Undersecretary of the Air Force and the SECAF wanted to know about this conference. And we were able to get an approval to bring those extra 200 people this year. That's how important this is. There's also a bunch of TMTs now about HR. How are we supporting the HR workforce to make sure you get the mission done? That's why I say this is important. Make sure you take all this information back. Make sure you share it. Don't hold it here. And I met my goal. Now you just Brad is up next.
Thank you, Chief Bo. So we're going to pull up the agenda for today. Chief Bowie, I'm sorry. So here's the agenda of everything we're going to cover today. And next slide. And then we just wanted to share a list of resources. So if you guys want to take a picture, there's just some of the things that CSS is important to have access to or ensure that you know where to find these things. You need to know like roles and responsibilities, any information regarding the CSS job or the role. These are just good resources to have in your back pocket. Everyone good? All right. next briefer, briefing use integration of Microsoft Teams in daily operations, is Mr. Brad Shimkus.
They always ask, did I say that right? That's why I say it's just Brad. Okay? For 20 plus years, it was something in front of Shimkus. I'm retired. It's just Brad. All right? It's not Mr. Brad. It's not Mr. Brad Shimkus. It's just Brad. All right. Who wants to be do PowerPoint death right now? Anybody? One person raised their hand. I think you're just kidding. No, we're not going to do that today. I don't like PowerPoint. But that's what we're going to start off on. So I'm doing Teams, right? We got to plug in. You can plug me while I'm talking. How many of you are still using a majority of paper in your organization? Raise your hands. Come on, I know there's more than that.
Because I'm old school.
Old school?
I need my paper.
How many are not using Teams at all? Yeah, there's some hands, all right? No worries. So, it's kind of funny. I'm never one of those types of people to like go over something somebody else said in a conference, but Colonel Richardson said something. He said actually a couple things that's probably going to stick with me for the rest of my life. And the first thing he said is, we've been here before, and we have, okay? Those of you who are old enough to remember Windows 95, what did they say? Computers are going to get rid of what?
Paper.
Did they get rid of paper?
No.
What did it do?
Add more paper.
It added more paper, right? Computers did not get rid of paper, they added more paper. Why? Because somebody said this isn't going to work. Right? All right. So, I've been a UPC before on the active duty side. I'm a UPC on the reserve side now. I just came into the unit at the end of March, and the first thing I saw was those big boards with all the magnets and names, and I was like, what did I just get myself into? Right? I said, that's got to go. That's the first thing that's got to go. Right? Why? Because we've been there before, and we've got to learn how to move forward. Okay, so what is Microsoft Teams? By now, most people should know, but you'd be surprised to hear, because I walk around a lot, that people have no idea what Teams is. How many people do you know in your organization that when they start up their computer in the morning, Teams pops up and they close it right down? A lot, right? It hurts inside when I see that. So, what is Microsoft Teams? Microsoft Teams is just a small application, okay? Who used SharePoint in the past, in the 90s and the early 2000s? Who hated to use SharePoint because it wasn't user-friendly? Same people, right? So, what did Microsoft do? Microsoft said, let's make this look a little bit prettier. And in 2017, they released Microsoft Teams. Did anybody know that that's how long Teams has been around? Someone with some up and down head nods. Nice. That's when I started using it. When it was like Slack in its infancy and you couldn't do anything. Alright? So Microsoft Teams is a cloud-based application, right? People hear that cloud word and they get scared. Oh, my stuff's going in this big cloud thing. No, it's just the stuff that used to be on your base, now Microsoft is. Still storing it on hard drives, still accessing it through the network. It's just easier to get to because it's in the cloud. What does that do for us in the cloud versus on your shared drives? Do you know?
Transferability.
Allows you access everywhere you go. Okay? How many people don't have OneDrive turned on their computer right now? A few. Okay? If you don't have OneDrive turned on your computer, you run the risk of losing everything that you have on that computer. Right? Because our government computers are the most top-of-the-line computers, correct? Yeah, so maybe you should back up your stuff. That's what OneDrive does. OneDrive is just another place to grab everything that you have on your desktop, in your pictures, and in your documents. Okay? It doesn't back up your videos. because that's too much stuff. Everybody's got their TikTok videos on there, Instagram reels. The Air Force is like, no, we're not backing that up. All right. But it does back up your desktop, it backs up your documents, and it backs up your pictures because we use that to build presentations, right? Why is that important? If you don't have OneDrive turned on, you're going to lose that stuff eventually. It's going to happen, okay? When you have OneDrive turned on, you only have to turn it on once. Then every computer you go to, when you log in, it goes, oh, you have OneDrive turned on. Let me pull all of your stuff. So everywhere you go, you've got everything on your desktop. Who was it? One of our staff has the desktop from the nightmare, where you look and it's like, you don't even know what the background is. It's like that's a picture of my kids. I'm like, where? Somewhere behind all those file icons is your family, and you can't see it, right? You don't have to do that anymore. We have to change the mindset. We have to change the culture, right? And move towards this cloud-based system that's going to save us. It's going to save us time. I'm going to show you how. It's going to save our data, all right? And it's going to make our life easier. Who has lots of free time in CSS? Because if you do, that's where I want to work. Okay? Right. That nobody has time. So we have to do things faster, we have to do it more efficient, and we have to increase communication. Everywhere I've been in 25 plus years, the biggest complaint I hear is communication is horrible. Anybody else ever hear that in their unit? No?
Just kidding.
Okay. So Microsoft Teams in the M365 environment that we're a part of is going to help that communication, and I'm going to show you. You guys want to see that? All right. You know what the best part of Microsoft Teams is in the M365 environment? The best part. We don't need systems anymore to give us access to stuff. How many times do you go to a unit and it takes you 3 months to get access to the shared drive? How many times do you submit the 2875 to get access and like, that's an old form, we have a new one. Or the security manager's on leave, so you gotta wait till they come back, right? That's what I went to when I come to this unit. It took me forever. Oh, by the way, I still don't have all the access I need on the shared drives. We don't need shared drives anymore. Actually, the DoD wants to get rid of shared drives. They cost too much to maintain. It's extra hardware, takes extra bodies, takes extra money. That's why they went to the cloud. That's why Cloud One was a big thing for the Air Force portal. Okay? With Microsoft Teams, who controls the access to your team? You do. Okay? You control the access. That's the beauty of it. That makes IT people a little bit scared because they lost that control, right? But they're still checking up on you. Okay? The biggest question I get is, why should I move to Microsoft Teams? Is it PII CUI compliant? Is it?
Yes.
Did everybody know that? No. Microsoft Teams, our environment is Impact Level 5 compliant, which means on the NIPRNet you can put CUI and PII information on there regardless of what anybody tells you. Now, if you have a local policy that adds to that instead of taking away, I don't think that's adding to it. I think that's taking away. That's my opinion. So you can put that stuff on there, still using the same safeguards outlined by the AFI. Don't just throw PI out there for everybody in the unit to see. You want to guard that information just like we do on shared drives, lock them down in channels, need to know, need to access, that type of stuff. So you can't put PII and CUI information on there. You cannot put PHI on there. So no healthcare patient information whatsoever in this environment. How many people operate on Zipper? Small handful. Okay, it's coming soon. It's coming soon. That in the Teams environment, there will be an Impact Level 6 environment. So if you operate on Zipper, it's coming. Does that make you happy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. All right. How many people love email? That's a small handful of people raise their hands on that one. I hate email. And the reason why I hate email is people like to have conversations in email. All right, you send this email out and I go, hey, that was great. And then it's like 5 people on the email or 20 people on the email. They reply all and go, oh, thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Did we really need to say that via email and flood everybody's inbox with that type of conversation? No, right? That's what Teams is for. You have to create a culture in your units, okay? Sometimes you have to force it. You got to get your commanders by and say, we got to stop using email. Okay? When I got to my unit right now, the org box would receive hundreds of emails a day with that type of stuff. How do you filter that? Sure, there's filters within Outlook that you can set up to help you, but you're going to miss something. You're going to miss something. After I got access to different things, introduced Teams to the unit, you know how many emails we get in our org box now? Maybe 1 or 2 a day, if that. You have to change your culture in a unit. If you want to have a conversation, have that conversation via Teams, right? We can have chats, channels, you can name them. I can add all of you in a chat and name that group CSS Inspired Conference Chat and we can all talk, right? I can add people, I can take people away, I can have attachments, we can have all these conversations, right? The biggest thing people carry around on them every single day is what? Their phone. Can we use this on our phone? Yes, sort of, right? It's coming. It's going to come. It's going to be easier later on once they figure out all the security stuff, obviously. Who remembers CVR Teams during the pandemic? Did anybody hate that? Everybody, oh, there was a yes. Did everybody love that except for the one no? Okay, it's coming. You got to give it time. They're on version 3.0 right now in a pilot program, and once that comes out, hopefully we'll be able to put it on our phones. So how many people like operating with paper? Oh, that was crickets. There's 1 or 2. I'm going to show you how to avoid that. Okay? Remember I said I hated email? Email is an official platform for my eyes. If it's something that has to go out to somebody official, yeah, let's send it out from the org box. Let's make it official. Let's send it out. Otherwise, I avoid it completely. Okay? There used to be, I used to have a T-shirt in my last unit, and I threw it away. I should have kept it. I should have made another one for the conference. And I said, somebody comes to CSS or make a phone call. Hey, where's this at? And I used to wear the purple shirt every single day on Friday. Says it's in Teams. Did you look at Teams? Because that's where it's at. Okay? Then on the back, you know when you go to a shared drive and you open up a file and you're like, I'm going to go to lunch. Then your coworker's trying to get in there. And what do they see? It's locked. On the back of my shirt it says, is your file locked? Not in Teams. Why? Because files in Teams, you can have 300 plus people in a file at the same time. Right? You don't have to worry about it being locked. You can check it out and lock it, but most people don't know about that. All right, let's get into what you really want to see. So, this is the live environment from my squadron. I reduced everything, I think the best I can to make sure there's no PI on there. How many of you like to use the desktop version? Those who are using Teams, use the desktop version as like that's your go-to. Okay. I will tell you, on most systems, it's the slowest way to access Teams. Okay? And I'll show you a better way to do it. Okay? The only time I really use this is if I'm in a meeting and Microsoft is changing it in the DoD environment where you don't even need to use the desktop version to be in a meeting and use all the features that you can use in a browser. So these are my teams that I'm a part of, 1 or 2. Okay? Some of these things you should go and be a part of, like enterprise software, SharePoint, Power Automate, Desktop Anywhere. There is so much information out there. It is unreal. Okay? We have 2 that we basically use. We have our all-staff one, and then we have one just for CSS because of how dynamic and awesome we are, right? Ooh. It's so funny to hear that. I was Army first, then Air Force. Ooh. All right. You see all these lock channels right here? That's where my PI's at. That's where my CUI's at. Okay? All those lock channels. Who controls access to that? We do, right? Beautiful thing. Okay. The culture that we try to create in our unit is to make every member of our unit self-sufficient. That's the goal. Colonel Richardson said something yesterday the day before, that I kind of didn't agree with him a little about, that we should do the best to help them out. Yeah, we should. But how many 05s and 06s and senior NCOs do you have come to you and you look at them and go, you don't know how to do this? How are you a field grade officer or a senior non-commissioned officer that you've never heard of the tongue and quill? You ever have that? All the time. So yeah, I agree that we have to help our squadron members, our personnel out, but we also have to mentor them. We have to mentor them how to do the right thing, so that when they get in those positions, they can take care of their airmen, right? You got an airman that wants to go special duties time and needs something signed by the commander. The commander's not going to take that on a napkin, sign that off, and send that up to headquarters last time I checked. So we have to teach them, we have to mentor them, we have to show them what the Air Force standard is. Because you know what, if I went over to the flight line and said, hey, let me just go out there and start turning some wrenches, you think they would let me do that? No, they probably say, hey, here's the TO, go step by step. When you get stuck, call me, let me know. It's the same thing for us. They've got a TO, we've got a tongue and quill, and we've got other guidance to help them. Up on the top, we've got a couple of things. This is pretty standard. We try to put all of our forms in here so that they have access to whatever they need to support themselves and go up to hire, how to get computer access. So if you're a sponsor or a supervisor, we put all the 2875s in there, templates, all that kind of stuff. I'm on the reserves now, so we have requests for orders, participation, leave. This is all pretty self-explanatory. Mill PDS, all right? So I scored the mill PDS for a reason, because how many people get a 2096 that doesn't have all the information, and you can't update mill PDS? Anybody ever have that? Yeah. So what I did is I took this form, because I'm super nerdy and super geeky, right? And I said, you know what? I'm going to mandate that you fill out what I need. And if you don't fill it out, I'm sending it back. So what I did is I just created this little box. Oh, you want to change Raider? Go ahead, click yes. It highlights it. I don't think I've ever gone that in the presentation. That warmed my heart. Do it again. I'll do it again. You ready? How many people I want to change the Raider, and oh, by the way, I need you to update my duty information. Alright? I think it did. Yeah, it's okay, now I just need a little bit more information, right? Oh, you know what? I didn't want to do change your Raider. I wanted to do something over here. Can I share this? Absolutely not. So you can do a presentation and everybody goes, ooh? Of course.
Next week.
I just wanted to show this real quick. This isn't a Teams thing, but I figured you'd get some value out of that. All right? This is pretty cool. I mandated this so that I get the information I need to update the OPS. I appreciate the oohs and the ahs there. I love it. All right, so like I was saying before, I don't like using the desktop app. I can avoid it. It's pretty slow. One of the things that we did is does everybody know that every time you create one of these teams, a team, everybody knows the difference between a team and a channel, right? Let me not make assumptions, because you know what they say about that. So this is a team. That is a team. These are channels. We have to know that nomenclature moving forward so we can talk intelligently about what we're doing, okay? Or it's like, oh, add me in teams. I'm like, I'm already in that team. I need you to add me to the channel. Well, what's that? That's the thing underneath the team. Well, I thought I already added you to that. Yeah, you did, but I need you to add me to the channel. All right? Lock channels. Some people don't know this. Okay, if you want to add somebody to a lock channel, you have to add them to your team first. Okay, so make sure you do that. So what I was getting to is does everybody know that for every team you create, you get your own SharePoint site? Who didn't know that? Good, I'm glad I brought it up. Okay? You get your own SharePoint site. No longer have to worry about com, right? Or send them to the base, I need you to update this page. You're like, yeah, you're at the bottom of the priority list. Okay? Not going to do that. So we created the SharePoint site. I try to make it, we try to make it in our unit to make things as easy as possible to find. Because just like you ever try to find something in a Share Drive, even when you search for it, you're like, man, I can't find anything. It's the same thing in Teams. It's the same concept. So what we did is we created on our SharePoint page these links to what our members want. What do you want access to? What do you need to find? Okay? And it's dynamic because when you're an owner, you get this little edit button over here. And you can start changing the stuff however you want. So it just makes their life easier. And on the reserve side, they're only there 1 weekend a month. They think they have time to find all this stuff? No, they don't. So we're trying to make it easy for them. Hey, look at that right there. That's my favorite one. It's on the quill. All right? So you can put whatever you want on there. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Does everybody know that exists? A lot of people don't. Man, there is so much good information on there. All right, we live in the South, so we got hurricanes. That's a joy. You know, we're reservists, so you take weekend stuff. So we create all this stuff for them to make it easy for them. All right, but a lot of times they don't want to look here, so they go to the web, to a browser. Now, the fastest way to get to a browser is if you want information on Teams, you got to go up here to this hub. Okay, click the hub over here on the right-hand side. Click, go to the website. It's going to open up in whatever your browser of choice is. Okay. Right now, I'm using both Chrome and Edge. It's going to take you to this website right here. You can always put it in yourself. These are all the applications that are available in this 365 environment. Most people have no idea what these are. We have to learn this stuff because it's important. So you can click on those, and the browser is a lot faster. Okay, it's way faster than the app. Under frequently asked questions, this is the one I get all the time. So I like to go there and I like to show them this because I like to be confrontational when people don't want to listen to me. Not that I know everything. Usually I don't talk unless I know something, right? What does that say right there? What does that say right there? PII is allowed, okay? So that's really important to share with your leadership because I do know that that's a huge concern. So I told you I hate email. We're going to get to that real quick here in a second. So this is how it looks in the browser. It's a little bit better. The other thing you can do, and a lot of people don't know this, is if you don't like this, you can click and say go to the website. And this, to me, looks a lot better. And then bookmark it. So it looks like a standard SharePoint page. See this little CUI thing right here? You can add that yourself. So if people have a warm and fuzzy, you can add that yourself. Guess who's back? Back again. Sorry, I can't sing. That was horrible. All right, so one of the applications within this environment is Microsoft List. You're going to hear more about this in the next briefing, I think. So I just got in the little blue folders. Oh my gosh. I'm teasing. Do what you need to do. But let me ask you a question. Okay? If I'm at the squadron level and I have to take something to the group, to the wing, and I hand that folder off, right? And I go back to my office, and you call me and you say, hey, Brad, where's that at? What do I say? It's somewhere up there. All right? Even in the squadron, all right? I've seen this before. Hundreds of little blue folders running around. Right? How many phone calls, walk-ins, text messages, Slack, group me messages do you get? Where's this at? Anybody? Yeah? Okay. I like to make my leadership self-reliant. Okay? We route everything in Microsoft Lists. I accept, where's Senior Airman Washington? Senior Ever Washington, do I take paper? No. I don't take paper. It has to be something that absolutely has to be wet signed, otherwise I say, go look in Teams, right? Leadership has access to this. This is only in our locked leadership channel, right? Because of all the sensitive information that comes through the squadron, okay? So I have the PII stuff hidden right now so you can't see it, but normally there is a who's it for, who's submitting it, and who is it on behalf of, okay? So you can filter for that, or you can search for that, but that's hidden for today, okay? And how that works is I'll show you in a second. This is just like Excel, has a little bit of some other benefits where you can filter, right? You can come in here and say, I want a group, I want to filter by, whatever you want to filter. I just want to know what's hot today. That's my concentration. I don't care about anything else. Or maybe I'm like, you know what? Today is the day that I'm just going to work on 2096s because you know what? MilPS is so fast that I can update everything in just a few seconds. Right? So maybe I want to work on that today. So it's just like Excel. You can filter and you can come back down and do what you need to do. So this is what leadership does. If they want to route something, then they come up to this new button. They come in here and they can choose whatever priority this is. We'll just say it's normal. The date is by default. They can change the time if they want to. Okay? And I don't care if my stuff is out there, so I'll show you how this works. See, there's two pieces there. She picked the right one. All right, who's on behalf of? You can do the same thing. What's the subject? So I have some pre-populated ones in here. Okay, why do I do that? Because everybody names their stuff different. And if I want to filter, I want to filter by what I want to look for, not what they think that their title should be. But they can also add something in here if it's not in here themselves. So if it's not on this pre-populated list, they can. So let's just keep on 2096 because that's a fun topic, right? We have order dates in here because of what we do. Cost, you can blow past that. Oh man, everybody loves this section right here. No? Okay. They can come in here, click this little thing, and what's really, really cool about this is not only can you put their like SBAR information or whatever format you use for routing your ESSs or SSSs, you can put hyperlinks in here, you can put images, links to documents and websites. So if there's a reference that you need to supply the commander to make sure that they can look at it to get the answer that you want, I always tell them in their statement. If you want a yes answer, you got to make it as easy for the commander as possible. So if there's a reference, add it, okay? So they go in there and say whatever they want to say, and then the only thing they do after that is they come down here to the bottom and they add any attachments that they need to add. So they add your attachments, and then they hit save. This right here is our routing. This is how we route. Now the default it says status, it goes to CSS. So when you hit save, what happens is it highlights it purple. Okay, you can sort by whatever you want. It comes in, and we come in and we look at it. I'm like, okay, let's look at this document. What's going on with this document? Flight leadership concurs, so that's good to go. And I look at the 2096 and it doesn't have the information filled out, so I say send it back. Now, I'm going to show you this in a second, but the beauty of this program is you can put 15 rules in here without having to use Power Automate. When it says send back, it automatically sends an email to the person who submitted it and who it's on behalf. So they know that I just kicked it back. They got to fix it. When they fix it, everything is built off of status for here. So you see the status that CSS Inspire, right? So I have a couple different filters. Everything in here has, well, most of the stuff has a rule. So when I push it to the next person, say it's going to go to the shirt next, as soon as I click shirt, it sends the shirt an email. Hey, you've got something in Microsoft list you got to take care of. He doesn't have to find it, because in the email, I can't show this, but in the email is the link. He clicks on it, it takes him just to this task. It does not take him to this entire list. It takes him just to this task. Okay? Here's the other thing. So I send it back to the shirt. Shirt's like, you know what? He has some issues with it. Or maybe it comes into me and I'm like, I don't really think this 2096 has the information that they want. So what you do is use the @ symbol. You mention somebody, you say, fix this. When you hit send, that person's going to get a message in your Outlook inbox that you were mentioned in something. They don't have to find it. They just click the link inside, it takes them straight to this. Okay? This is how I get rid of email. We don't have conversations in email anymore. If you want to have a conversation about something that's going up for a signature, this is where it stays. It stays right here. And oh, by the way, the other thing I like about Teams is accountability. Okay? I like accountability. This timestamps everything. So when you send it back, and you're like, oh, I sent you this 2 weeks ago, but yeah, I sent it back on Thursday. You never fixed it. Oh, that's not what happened. I'll pull it up. And it shows the date and the time that I sent it back to them. Right? So we have the conversation here. We go through the attachments. The unfortunate thing right now with this is it's kind of like email. If there's something you need to sign, you have to download it first, sign it, re-upload it. We're all kind of used to that. The feature to put the hyperlink in there to a document is there. It's kind of not working 100%, but it's coming soon. So we'll add the attachments or whatever. There'll be a link there that the manager can just go to, sign it in OneDrive. Here's the thing about OneDrive. If you sign something in OneDrive that's linked to your environment, you just digitally sign it. You know how it makes you save it with your digital signature? It's saved. There's no more uploading and downloading. Okay? And I'm going to show you that too in a second. So you hit save, you have the conversation, it's good to go. Let's say I made a mistake. I'm like, I didn't want to say that. Let me just delete that. You sure you want to delete that? So let's see. Let's use somebody. Well, here's the thing. So remember I said this was in the leadership channel, and only leaders can see it? If you're a commander, or you're in this chain of command, and you have a question for who it's on behalf of, usually that's an airman, or maybe they're not in your leadership channel, right? What's great about this program is when you mention them, you're going to get a pop-up. And it says, do you want to share this with that person? When you say yes, they get the email, and the only thing they have access to is this. They won't see everything else that's going on in this list. So that's a feature my commanders use all the time. They're like, I'm not going to go through the whole chain of command and find an answer. I'm going to ask the member who it's on behalf of. So they'll mention that member. Hey, I need to know this. They get an email, clicks in there, they reply, and then we're good to go. Does anybody like this so far? All right. And then we use this to sort, run it through. We have rules. Those rules are right up here in Automate. Go to rules. I'll show you manage rules real quick. We have all these things right here that when something happens, it's going to send them a notification. We also use this right here. How many people like purple? That's my favorite color. Just me. Just Brad. You come in here, and I think it's like format current view. You can make, besides the rules that go out to email, you can make it to where it makes this whole row purple or whatever color you want. Okay. For us, how I train my commander, because that's what we need to do with CSS. They think they're in charge. They're really not. All right. Right? Who's really in charge? CSS is. Let's be honest. Right? So how the commander trained that when she goes into Microsoft List, I have in her private channel, I have it pinned to the top of her channel, so she goes into her locked channel that nobody else has access to except for her and I. She looks at her Microsoft List, and she has it filtered just to the commander. So she goes in, she looks and goes, Brad, why do I have 19 things I have to sign? I'm like, because I'm not the commander, I can't sign it. It's on you, right? So this is what we use to track. I'm not going to go do it live. I only have a half hour. There's more stuff to go over. Somebody else also uses it for, see that face? Somebody else uses it for taskers too. This is great for taskers. Okay? I don't have access to TNT because it's like, what, $3,000 a person to get access to TNT? Something like that. So the people who are in charge of TNT, they go into TNT, they pull this data and do the same thing. They click new, right? They add all their stuff in here, okay? They add add their attachments, task number, any notes that need to put in there, when it's due, the whole 9 yards. Default status is open, okay? And all you do is come in here and change the status. Hopefully it never gets that one. Right? If you see that one on there, it's not going to be a pretty day. That's not a good morning. That's just the morning, right? So it's the same concept, and then once it gets posted, it comes in here, and then all the tasks are in here. So right now, you see all this stuff is by complete, right? So let's just show you how this works. I'm going to filter by, let's say what's open and what's late, because that's all I care about. I go, okay, whew, hot. Uh-oh, let's get that one knocked out. Everything else is normal. And how we operate in this environment is when we click in here, we have a whole bunch of people below here who have to sign things off. Right, so they just come in here, I've got no submission, or maybe I'm working on it, and you can change this to whatever you want. This is not defaulted. You actually create whatever you want it to say, okay? And then when everybody says complete, we send it back up into the TNT tasker, mark this complete, and then it's done. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Anybody like that? Yeah. All right. I want to make sure that I'm showing you things that are of value. Okay. I made a little CSS Inspire one. I think I kind of showed you everything you know about that. Who likes Microsoft List versus email? That's what I'm talking about. Who wants to learn how to do it? All right, good. Remember, there's that hub that I showed you? No, I'll help you if you need it. Okay. All right, so I talked about tasks. That's good. We're going to move on to Excel. I'm going to cover 3 things with Excel that you get in the cloud that you don't get anywhere else. Okay? 3 things you get are comments, okay? What's called catch-up, or what Brad likes to say, accountability, you did it, I didn't, okay? And you also get version history, okay? On the shared drive, you don't get version history. You don't get any of this stuff, really, okay? So this is why we migrated all of our stuff into the cloud, okay? So let's go over it right now. So I took the PI off of it. This is a basic report that we use every UTA weekend for the reserve side of the house, okay? So as you can see, some of this stuff is hidden, obviously, because I can't show it. So let's say that we're in period 1 on a Saturday and somebody doesn't show up. This is what we do. So those who are reservists, this real quick, how I do this. UTAPs, right? Everybody scans in, I export it, and it goes into a PDF. I export it to Excel. I drop it in here. Okay? I drop it in here. I mentioned the shirt teams. Hey, shirt. It's in the Excel documents there. The shirt starts getting in contact with supervisors, and they start updating this. Why are people on here? So now we start tracking throughout the day, in all 4 periods, why people aren't here. You get the shirt comments, then you also get the squad and commander comments. On the reserve side, who's the only one authorized to change an unexcused to an excused?
Commander.
The commander. That's why the commander has her own block here, right? She knows more than I do when it comes to the unit. So she'll come in and be like, hey, this person's excused, change it, whatever. She puts her comments in there. Now, anytime anything is done in an office program in the cloud, you have this catch up, and it's also, I think it's under, I always forget what it's that. It's under review, show changes. It does the same thing, okay? It says I'm all caught up, so let's go to show changes. On the right-hand side, anything you do in this document, it timestamps it, and it tells you what you did and what happened. What I like about this is I had a document one time. I had a young field grade officer who said that they didn't delete something. And I was like, I know it was there 10 minutes ago. They're like, I didn't do it. So I pulled up my shoulder and said, you deleted this tab. And they're like, my bad. All right? So there's accountability in all of this. Okay, everything in the cloud is accountability. Real quick, it's because it's hard to find and people ask where it's at. If you right click here and say show version history, maybe, remember we're VPN in right now, so sometimes things don't work. Okay, it only shows one thing because there's only one thing that happens. But everything you click on, everything you change in Microsoft List, this is where it's at. So if somebody says, well, you must have sent that to me today. I just right-click it, and I said, this is the day and time I sent it to you. It's right there. So you can't hide anymore. You can't run and hide, because it's all here. So that's the version history. The other thing I told you about was comments, right? So a lot of times we'll have questions on somebody and like, okay, supervisors were notified. I'm like, okay, what does that mean? All right? So I'll right click it and I'll say new comment and then I'll do the same thing. Right? It finds me. I type my message, right? And I can actually assign them a task. So if you use tasks like Outlook and To Do, it adds it there too, so that's pretty cool. And then I'll hit send. What I like about this feature is a lot of times if you're a cloud, it takes them straight to this. And now your conversation is right here. Right? Let me just hit send. So your conversation stays in that little icon. So I've had a thread of conversations on some things where there's like 15, 20 comments that I have to look at an email. Oh, I didn't. I just kept it in this document right here. That's the beauty of Microsoft Teams right now, is your conversation stay in your document. You can do this in PowerPoint, because a lot of people use PowerPoint. It's the same thing, okay? If you've got a question on somebody's slide, you go to that slide, you go to comment and say, hey, can you fix this slide? Your format's wrong. I'm not fixing it, it's your slide. You fix it, right? So they get an email with my comment, they click on it, it takes them straight to that slide. Okay? And if they need further clarification or we need to have a conversation, it stays in that slide. How many people like that versus scrolling through all of their emails or using the search box and you get 50,000 things that has the same comment in there? This eliminates all that. Has anybody seen why I hate email and I love Teams right now? Okay, so there's your comment. So we did version history, we did comments, we did catch up. This is the accountability factor in it because the time sets everything moving right along. Microsoft Forms is another thing that we have access to. Okay? I'm just going to share this one right here. Of course, right? Is this one open? Sorry, this kicks you out. How many people love that every 5 minutes we have to verify who we are? You ever get that phone call? I sent you these documents in Teams. You go in Teams, you're like, oh, hold on, I got to tell the Air Force who I am again. All right, so Microsoft Forms, this is how I collect information. DTS, it was like a year or two ago, somebody in the big Air Force or maybe higher said, hey, you guys in CSS need to have all the certificates for DTS. Anybody remember that? I don't know how you all did it, but this is how we did it. We used a Microsoft form, we created it, we sent the link out, and we said, fill this form out. There's an attachment, send it there. Everybody filled it out, and then in a folder puts all the attachments. No more getting emails, trying to put them on the shared drive, figure it out. So, this is just Microsoft Forms. Anybody ever use Google Docs? Same concept, just not as high speed. Right? Google Docs is way ahead of Microsoft when it comes to this right now. Okay? But they're getting there. So, you just create your questions, you can click preview, we're going to go through it. This is what I like to show people, right? So we have this thing where we're doing a virtual next month for July, and they have to submit some documents, and they have to be signed, right? So this is how I do accountability. I'm like, are you the supervisor? No. Sorry. Try again. And I'll say, okay, yeah, this time I am the supervisor. Did you see what just happened? No? Okay, move it back. See what just happened? This is called branching. Okay, you've seen it on forms that you fill out online all the time. Microsoft calls it branching. Okay, you can create this too. So if you want to point people different places, this is how you do it. Did the supervisor sign this? Yeah. Did they verify? You know what? No, I didn't do that. I don't care about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's required. Try again. Yeah, did that work? Yeah, okay, we're good to go. And then what they do is they click upload, they upload their file, they hit submit. When it hits submit, a couple things happen. One, it goes into a folder in Teams. I'm not going to show you that because it has PII, okay? But the other thing it does is when you go back, you get responses. Can't show you that with PAI, but you can open up an Excel document, okay? And using you can either open up the Excel document from Forms and it gives you a timestamp picture right now, or you can use Power Automate to push it into an Excel document, which is what I've done here. It pushes the information from Forms and it automatically puts it in there. So if somebody's like, oh, I submitted that, they didn't get paid in August. They're like, oh, we submitted that back in June. I'm like, I got it right here when things are submitted. Timestamps, everything. Your stuff's not even in here. So what are you talking about, right? So, everything you do in Microsoft, it timestamps it somewhere. Sometimes it's difficult to find. You have to find it. But this is where it does it. Timestamps it. Oh, it is hot at Keesler. All right, so, and then you can take this data. The beauty, what I like about this is it took me a little bit to learn this. When it puts it in Excel, there are a lot of programs out there that when it puts your data somewhere, if you manipulate the columns and everything else, it screws up the form. That's not the case with this. So when it takes that data from the Microsoft form and puts it in here, you can manipulate this Excel however you want. You can add more columns, highlight it, filter it, wherever you want. It's still going to put the data in those columns as long as you don't delete a column. Right? It's still going to put the data there. So it's timestamps, it puts everything there, move along. Anybody like that? We use it for all kinds of stuff. Microsoft Forms, we do surveys on, when the boss is like, hey, we're going to do a luncheon on Friday. What does everybody want to eat? I'm not going to text that out and get 50 text messages back. I'm going to create this form. I'm going to send it out via link or email or a QR code or whatever. I'm going to say, let's find out. And then they all put it in there, and then the boss has access to it. She doesn't have to come bug me. Okay? That's for you. Are you having a great time? Yeah. Yes. All right. I should have did it this way. Yes. Having a great time, Brad. Woo! Now, here's the response, right? This is what it does, okay? You can view your results. Who likes pie charts and all that kind of fancy, all these campaigners? They're like, yeah, I see that. Right? We like graphs and charts. So it gives you all that kind of stuff. You can do that with. I told you you can open an Excel. That's a time now Excel document. In order for the results to go through the Excel I showed you, you have to use Power Automate to push it there. You can view the results individually if you want. So if there was more stuff in there, you would scroll left and right. It says who submitted it. There's some gee-whiz stuff that you can do with it. Some of it's pretty nerdy stuff, because I'm kind of nerdy like that. I'm also a plain kind of guy. My wife yells at me because I like my food bland, right? So you can go in here and you can make it all kinds of pretty if you want. You can do different things, right? Like, ooh, look at that, right? So you can do all kinds of stuff with this. The other thing that I like to do is, these are your options right now. On the DoD version, you can email it out. It has a QR code, but unless you have a government device, the QR code is really not going to work for you, right? You get embedded, different things. The other things I like about forms is this right here. Who has time to create all this stuff themselves, right? Delegate to Senior Airman Washington. Hey, Senior Airman Washington, I need you to fix this form because I don't have time, right? He's like, shut up, Brad. Right? You can collaborate and say, hey, I just gave you access to this. Go in there and fix the form. Okay, let's work on it together. Because remember, 300 people could work on a document at the same time in the cloud. And this is really, really cool and you like it, like, man, I just have to tweak that. You can duplicate it, rename it, that kind of stuff. Same thing you can do it in a lot of different things. In settings, I also like this right here. You can record their name. Sometimes you only want people to submit a result once. Okay. You can build this ahead of time, right? For start and stop dates. You can show how long it takes to do it, the progress. You can hide submissions. There's all kinds of things you can do. It's kind of fun. Just play around with it, have a good time. Try to break it is what I say, right? So the last thing I'm going to show you real quick is Power Automate. Power Automate is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I am like an infant in knowledge when it comes to this. I use Google and ChatGPT on my phone, all right, to figure this stuff out. So this document that I showed you that pushes into Excel, you just go to Power Automate and you create a flow. When you create a flow, you can select new, and there's all kinds of templates out there to help you. But this is the one for this form. So it's going to give you all kinds of data, how many times it's run, whether it's successful, when things come in. Remember I said there's accountability and everything, right? But I'll show you this. This is the important part. So this is pretty basic. The first time I used it, I had to Google it, all right? What I want to do, I want it, when somebody submits that form, I want you to grab the details of that form, and I want you to put it in an Excel document. You can automate so many things in CSS with this. This is not even a drop in the bucket. Okay? If you want to save time, learn this. If there's anything you take from this conference, you want to make your life faster, learn Power Automate, because it'll make your life so much easier. Okay? It's going to ask you, where is this format, what's it called, all right? And then you get these, this is called dynamic content. So you saw those questions there, right? So when you come in here, it brings up this dynamic content of everything you had on the form, and you just click on it and say, okay, I want you, when this is asked, this is the answer I want to give you. Most of the time, whatever the question was, that's the answer you want, 99% of the time, but sometimes it isn't. And then you just test it, you run with it, and then it starts to push that data. So that's what's working right now for that first form I showed you. When you hit submit, Power Automate knows that, okay, something just got submitted, let me pull that data, let me push it in an Excel document, and then this is all real time. One of the things that I hope we get, has anybody heard of Microsoft Loop? Microsoft Loop, Microsoft just released it about 2 months ago. When you're in an Excel document, okay, if you're in a leadership position, please hear me out. If you want to save people time, this is how you do it. Microsoft Loop is amazing. Let's say I want you to work on just these cells in this row. I can highlight it. If we had Microsoft Loop, I say create a loop, and I send it in an email. You'll get those cells in an email, and you edit it in the email, and it live updates your document. Another wow like that. Please, whatever you do, tell DoD we need Microsoft Loop. It's going to save you time, right? And let's say it's something that you're in every now and then, and it's in your email. You don't know where it's at in Teams, or maybe you don't have access to that team because you're not part of that unit. Like you can share this across places, right? So if I have somebody in another unit that I need them to update something, that's what's great about Microsoft Loop. I highlight what I want them to update, I send it to them in an email, they open the email, they edit it, and it comes right back to me live. They don't need access to my stuff. They just need access to what I want them to edit. That's what Microsoft Loop does. So hopefully we'll get that feature in the future. Yes, I'm back. Okay, what do I have? 9 minutes? I have another half hour because there's more things I want to show. Anybody have any questions yet? There's a few. Okay, that's good. We're going to get the questions. But what I want to point out is in the hub right here, they have done an amazing job. Okay? I have an IT background and I like to bash IT all the time because they're super nerdy people. They don't know how to communicate. Just being honest, right? But they have created an amazing portal, what I call it right here, within the Teams environment. If you want to learn how to do something, it's probably here, okay? How many people like, we're not supposed to bash, right? Everybody loves the videos for all the my stuff, right? Yes, this is better. It really is. This is better. They've got so much training here, frequently asked questions, and when you click on a lot of this stuff, right, they have training going on all the time that you can be a part of. So if there's something you want to see, something you want to learn, they're doing training every day, every week, multiple times a day on something to learn this M365 cloud environment, okay? So please go here, please check it out, all right? Bring your own device information is on here. We're on version 2.0 right now, which uses BlackBerry stuff. The pilot program is 3.0. They got rid of BlackBerry and they're using Microsoft. Go figure, it's a Microsoft product. Just use Microsoft, probably works better. I'm sure you'll be able to get it on your phone. I think it's going to be like $6 or $8 a person initially per month if you want it on your personal device. But that's still cheaper, even from a commander perspective. You know how much money we spend giving commanders phones that they don't have access to anything with? How many people have heard your commander say, yeah, I have this phone? It's pretty much a paperweight. A lot, right? With the newer version, it's going to get a lot better. The discussion is there's a lot of people excited for 3.0 because we won't necessarily need government phones if people want to use their own phone. I'd rather use my own phone. Are you scared that the government will come and take your phone now? Okay, so they can't initially, right? Unless you're doing no, if you want it on your own phone in the future, there are parameters you have to agree to, obviously. You got to sign your life away. But if there's like a security breach or a leak or something like that, they'll identify and try to lock it down. And then they'll communicate with you. They don't just come and take your phone, knock on the door, 2 o'clock in the morning, right? I need your phone, because our phones are our lives, right? Everything's on there. So please come in here, please look, because there's too many things for me to talk about. Now, anybody want some bonus tips? Yes. Okay. Am I throwing too much at you? No? Okay. Remember the KISS principle? Keep it simple.
Silly.
No, my last name is Shimkus. Keep it simple, Shimkus. So my wife says, you got to keep it simple. Nobody thinks like you do, Brad. Tone it down a little bit. Everybody's not super nerdy like you are, right? All right. So I'm going to show you something that's, I mean, you can kind of, it's not Teams related, but it could be, I suppose. Here's some things that some people don't know. How many people type repetitive things over and over and over again in emails? Isn't there a better way? All right, there is a better way, and there's more than one way to do it, okay? How many people use the signature blocks to type the same thing over and over again? Yeah, a handful of people. I used to do the same thing. It's actually really good to do, but it's limiting because you can't add like pictures and links. Well, you can do some links, that type of thing. So I don't do it that way. Anybody ever heard of a quick part? Okay, this will save your life, okay? Maybe not really, all right? Well, let's say I have some information that I want to put in here that I use every single time. So I go to insert, I got this quick part library that I got going on right here. I go, bam. Shut the front door. I love those comments. Shut the front door, all right? So that's pretty cool, right? But how do you do that? Okay, let's make a quick part. So you have to be in your email. You have to open it by itself. You can't, the email has to be open in its own window. Okay, so you got to usually double click it, open it into its own window. Type whatever you want to type, highlight it, go to insert, come to your quick part, and say save. Now what's really cool about this is you can name it whatever you want. And you can create basically these galleries if you want, or these categories. So as right now you see I only have 2 categories, general and computer access. Why do I have a computer access one? Because we're in CSS. What's the first thing people want to do when they come to their unit? How do I get access? Right? So I just have that right there. It pushes it all up. You saw it on the screen right here. Right? So you can save it in your little categories and it's good to go. And then anytime you want to use it, you just open up that email by itself, go to your insert, go to your quick parts, find whatever quick part it is, push the button, all your information goes in there. Anybody like that? Yeah. Notice how there's hyperlinks in there to send email, all that kind of stuff. Oh, want to know a really super nerdy thing that I like to do? Is this right here. Don't send me an email
much.
That's too much. Let's chat on Teams, right? That's why I force people to do what I want them to do. Oh, you don't know how to chat on Teams? Don't worry about it. I'll send it to you. Just click it. It says Teams me right there, and just click on that. We'll start talking. All right? So, that's pretty cool. You want to see another one?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see how I can show this. Let's see. I think I can make it with it. Okay. Who uses quick steps? Okay, this is a lifesaver. Okay? I'm going to go to something that doesn't matter. All something from create. Sorry. Not sorry. All right? You get this right here, right? Just so you know, I don't know if you're noticing this or not, super nerdy people will. See how I clicked on this email and it hasn't marked it as red? Yeah, I do that intentionally. I change that setting. We have so much stuff that comes in the email, something I just want to look, see what it is. Yeah, I'll get that later. And I don't want to right-click it and mark it as unread because that just takes too much time, right? So I have my default settings in Outlook that it doesn't change it until I mark it as read. I think the shortcut key is like Shift-Enter, or you can right-click it and mark it as read. It's your choice. So that's how I do it. So this being like that, let's just put it in catch-all. Oh, it's gone. Did you catch that? No, want to do it again? All right, here's another one. Like, yeah, that's great. I'll get to that later. Put it over there. These are all folders on the left-hand side. You dictate where it goes. Okay? So, I know a lot of people use the rules, which is very good to do, but sometimes you may not want to use the rule. You want to use something else. So I'll use quick steps. Like if it's something important to me, like, oh look, my DTS doc is good. Here, let me put that in my stuff. I'll get to that later. So that's something you can do. Anybody like that?
You sharpened my axe today.
I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? How did I learn all this stuff? YouTube. Google and YouTube. Not kidding, okay? I am a Microsoft certified professional. 20 years ago, I got my Microsoft Certified Systems Engineer, which helps me when I go to units and I go to comm and they talk to me like I'm an idiot, right? And then I start throwing all this super nerdy technical stuff at them and you get that look like, how do you know this stuff? I'm like State Farm. I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. Time that if I wanted to. Should we click on it? See what it says? Oh man, I missed it. I chat with a lot of people. Hey, did you guys know that you can do this? I just popped that chat out. You can have multiple chats out all over the place, all right? The only downside to this that I found is, especially if it's your commander, all right? I did this with my commander once. She's like, I sent you a message. I know you saw it. Because Teams told me that you saw it. I'm like, yeah, you're popped out, ma'am, so every time you message me, it's going to tell you I saw it, but I didn't. Not yet. That's why I like doing it. Like I said, ma'am, if you send me something that's important, I'm going to give you a thumbs up. What does it say? Look at that, I'm getting customers already. Alright? These are the standard ones, you know, I like to get creative. You know, I'll come in here and I'm like, what do we want to do today? How should we respond? High five?
Or this one. Sunglasses.
Or this one, like, oh no, I like that customer. You can do whatever you want here. I just done a goofy, doing big eyes.
But that could be.
Sorry, I'm picking on you. How many people have typed a message in Teams that hit enter and it posted? You're like, ah. Okay, so this is how I train people in the Teams environment. I say, hey, anytime you're going to type a message, whether it's in a channel or in a chat or anything, don't do anything until you hit this little icon right here. Okay, don't do anything. Right? Now you can start typing away, do what you want, put hyperlinks in here, formatting, all that kind of stuff. Questions? I wonder if there are any questions. No questions. All right, you can make it important. All right, there is a feature in chat only right now. It was like the third one. I like to do this with leadership. I have a leadership chat. Okay, when I want them to know things, but I don't want them to know right now. I want them to know tomorrow. Right? When I'm off. 16:30 every Friday? Yeah. No. When I want them to know something, but I don't want them to call me because I'm a civilian and they won't call me when I'm off, this is how I do it. I'll send it to you on Friday, that's my down day. Then again, they're like, oh man, I gotta wait till Monday. But this is how you do it. You can schedule times to send messages. Pretty valuable. But how do you guys like this so far? I'm not an expert, all right? But I love this kind of stuff. And I know there are people out here who know more than I do. Please teach me, okay? Please teach me so that I can teach you, okay? I found out yesterday that I don't think there's just a CSS team. There are command support staff channels within Teams, but I don't think there's just a CSS team. We're talking about that. Would anybody like that? Yeah. Because if we do that, everybody knows you can screen share on Teams, right? Yeah. You can screen share, take control of their screen. Yeah. Okay? That's how I teach people. If you want to know something, I'd rather you fork up the money and send me TDY because that's way more fun. All right? But if you want to learn something right now, okay, hit me up on Teams. Let's chat. Let's share screens. Let's work through it together. Okay? I've got 6 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh, man. 5 minutes. 5 minutes for questions. Any questions?
Hi, Catherine from the 106 in West End Beach. I have a question. So I have a member who, when they sign on to Teams, I get notified that they signed on to Teams. I don't know how I got this, but it's every time. But I want to be notified when certain other people are. Do you know how to turn that on or off?
Sort of. So we're getting updates. So the civilian version of Teams is way more robust than what we have. We always get the watered down version. If you go into settings, okay, this is something that probably everybody should do. Go into settings and look at what your settings are. As far as like logging in, I don't know how to fix that. You have to put a ticket in. But under notifications, okay, you can change your notifications for different things, for different channels, how you want to get notified in different chats. Oh, people, you saw it? Oh, people.
I do not want to know.
Yeah, you can write. There's usually more than 3 ways to do something in this environment. But I don't even use that because I don't know when people are online. I see it right here in this little bubble. Everybody knows that, right? You know how somebody's like, this is how you can't run away anymore, right? No, I was at lunch. Well, it says you've been offline for like 3 hours. All right. It says if you're available, your contact information is here. You can message people directly from here. You can find out who your chain command is. I won't throw this person on the bus. Video. You can call them. So this call feature, I found this out not too long ago. There is an initiative to change the culture to get away from phones. and actually use Teams to call people because it's cheaper, it's faster, it's more efficient. Instead of dialing, you know, the FSS number or MPF and nobody answers, to do it this way. You can't hide this way. It says you're online, right? The bubble is green. So I know you're there. Answer it. No, Brad, I had you popped out and I walked away. That's why I didn't answer it. All right. So if you go into another thing that you might want to do in settings is files. This right here. I don't like how documents open up in Teams because then all the team stuff is on the left-hand side, you're scrolling left and right and all that kind of stuff. So how my default to open up in a browser? You can click the three dots on any file and open up in a browser in Teams or on your desktop app. It all syncs together, it all goes to the same place, so you can change that. Next question.
Good morning, Brad. So I have two questions. The first is, do you have a how-to for preparing the 2096 with that amazingness that you did up there?
Okay.
And the second question is, do you have experience with knowing how well this application works in a joint environment?
Okay. So as far as the 2096, I Googled it and watched some YouTube videos. And just went into edit and just played with it, had to figure it out. It honestly took me like 3 days to do it because I didn't know how to do it at the time. Now I know how to do it, so it's a little bit faster. As far as the joint environment goes, it's going to depend on who those tenants are in the joint environment. DoD has said you're only allowed one license. Okay, where you used to have to be able to have more than one before. So because you can only have one license, you can only operate in one tenant. And you could come across as a guest. The guest access gives you limited things that you can do. But as far as doing this in the joint environment, it's really good depending on what you're trying to do. There's some things you can do, some things you can't, and you have to honestly just play with it and figure it out. I know that's not the answer you want. And right now, if you don't know it, right now we can't all talk to each other. In CVR you could. You can chat with everybody now, sort of, and do some things. That's supposed to be fixed by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 24. To where it was like CVR, where you can chat with anybody and do anything. It's on the roadmap for the last quarter, or the first quarter of the fiscal year. Oh, I got 1 minute?
Yes.
Last question, anybody?
Hi, sir. So in my unit, we use Microsoft Planner, similarly to how you use Microsoft Lists. I was just wondering, like, if you know any of like the differences or like what each could be better for.
I used to use Planner for tracking task lists. I used to use it for that. I used to use it, we still use it for OPRs and EPRs because we create cards for everybody.
Right.
And then we create a folder, click it, go to manage access, and opens it up in SharePoint. And you can literally restrict a file and a folder to whoever you want.
Right.
So we hide for just the rater, the senior rater, the commander, and CSS. Unlike on a shared drive, where you go to shared drive, you see all the folders, you click on it, it goes, you don't have access. In Teams, when you manage the access, they can't even see it. So you don't have access, you can't see the folder. So I left Planner to go to Lists because the mentioning feature works in Lists and it's not turned on for Planner yet.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Good question. That's it? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Simcoe. That was very informative. Also, just a quick, somebody left their notebook in the reserve room yesterday, and there's writing in it, so we don't want to just throw it away. So if you lost your notebook, come see me up front. And then we're also going to take a break at this time, so please return at 9:40.
How about them?
time, let's welcome Captain Anna Davis and Mrs. Erica Santos, who will be speaking on task prioritization.
All right, aloha guys. Captain Anna Davis from Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hightown. I'm joined by my UPC, Miss Erica Santos. I have a little bit of a unique background I want to share with you guys first. I spent 4 years as a NAF employee working for a Navy MWR and then the Air Force FSS. I then spent 4 years as a GS Civil Service employee in FSS, and now I've spent 4 years active duty. So I have a unique passion for civilian development, which we'll touch on a little bit later. Erica?
All right, so I started my federal career at Travis Air Force Base. I was the secretary of the emergency department at Dave Grant Medical Center. And that was a great job. I spent 3 years there because I loved it so much. And then my husband, who's active duty Air Force, got orders to Hickam. So I had a brief 6-week stint with the Army at Tripler Army Medical Center before I was luckily pulled over to the 735th to be their secretary. And then from there, I moved over to the first UPC position and then moved up to our second UPC position.
What I'm really excited about is that we're here on Friday. These geniuses who put together the itinerary put us at the end, and it's perfect. We've already heard from Sergeant Williams about SAVs. We've heard about the difference between MPF and CSS responsibilities. We already know about the PSDG. We're going to take all of these things, tie them together in a really practical way. We're hoping it's really practical and applicable for you guys. So without further ado, we're going to talk about CSS task prioritization.
All right, so I just ask that you guys bear with me. I've been sick all week, so I'm going to try to get through this. Here's our agenda for today. So we're going to go over the 5-step overview, identifying CSS tasks, task prioritization, talent management, tools to keep your team on track, accountability and feedback, and then we'll go over any questions you guys might have. So here's our 5-step flow chart. With this flow chart, we want to answer these 5 questions. So what needs to be done, right? When does it need to be done? Who needs to do it? How can I organize my tasks? And are we doing this well?
All right, guys, so step 1. What do we need to be doing? We need to first identify our tasks. What is in our job jar? There are 2 main tasking sources for the CSS. Number 1, the PSDG, which we've already beat to death during this. It's our Bible, right? There are 2 tables in there. We've got their table F1 and F2. There are 61 functional responsibilities and 104 inspectable checklist items. So that's the first part. The second part is your command team. And this is where it's going to be more unique for each and every one of us. Some of us are in a squadron, some are in a group, some are in a directorate on A staff. You guys service different command teams, and so your additional responsibilities may be different. You might be a CSS of 1, you might be a CSS of 12. I want to hear, can we get our microphone runners ready? I'm looking for 3 examples of some unique additional duties, or maybe some unique tasks that are different and special to your squadron, your unit. You guys give me some examples? Things your commander has you do? For us, it's we have to change out our quarterly award winner photos in the hallway. Anyone else? Any other examples, guys, of maybe some unique things that you guys do?
Staff Sergeant Sanchez over at the half A3 over at the Pentagon, we had to do parking.
Whoa, okay. That's a new one.
So Lieutenant Lamb from 68 Access at Travis Air Force Base. So our squadron, or our CSS, we actually etch all of our awards and promotion awards as well. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So you don't pay for someone else to do it, you guys do it.
Yes, it's a cool job, but it's a lot.
Time consuming. Wow, those are unique. Got one of them. Go ahead.
Oh, is this on? Okay. Sergeant Fuller with the 123rd Special Tactics Squadron. We don't have a first sergeant, so we do all of that. So everything is kind of on us right now. It's been that way for several years.
Oh my goodness. All right, one more. We've got some in the back there.
Sergeant King from the Connell Air Force Base. We have a bulletin board that's on a TV that has to be updated like every week.
These are amazing examples, guys. So the next part I want you to do is, if you haven't already, literally write down every single task that you have. Later in the presentation, we'll show you what ours looks like, and we'll actually a template that you can use as well. Because there's power in writing it down. Similar to how we talked about writing down your goals yesterday, there's power in writing down all of your tasks. When you visualize everything you have to get done, it might seem overwhelming at first, but that's the first step in getting organized.
All right, so now that we've identified our core duties and our commander's requests, we also have tasks that are going to interrupt those core duties that we take care of, right? So we have our walk-in customers, we have our hot taskers that drop down, we have additional duties, long-term projects, we have training time for new programs. So how are we going to identify which tasks to do first? With task prioritization, it's imperative that we identify importance and urgency. So let's talk about the difference between the two. For CSS, our important activities are going to directly aid in achieving the commander's goals. So if you want to know if something's important, you need to ask yourself, is this task essential to meet a requirement or maybe a preference of the commander? And if the answer is yes, that's an important task. Your urgent activities are going to demand immediate attention, and they're usually going to come from your external sources or from lack of prioritization, so procrastination, right? So if you are wondering if something is urgent, you need to ask yourself, what are the negative outcomes of me not accomplishing this task today? And if you have multiple tasks, then you need to ask yourself, do the negative outcomes of not accomplishing task A outweigh the negative outcomes of not accomplishing task B?
All right, we're going to talk about the Eisenhower matrix. This was developed by our very own President Eisenhower. We have an X and Y axis. Over on the left side, we've got important, and then I'm not going to say not important, but how about less important? And then across the top, we have highly urgent, and then less urgent. The first quadrant I'm going to talk about is the top left, do. These are tasks with deadlines or consequences. All right, let's do a couple examples. If we've got someone who runs into your CSS, hey CSS, my DROs is this month and I don't have an assignment. Is that urgent? Yes. Is that important? Yes. For all my CONUS folks, a DROs is the date that you're mandated to leave the country, basically. How's another one? File freezes next week and my EPR is not in my product yet. Is that urgent? Yes. Is that important? Yes. So these are the type of customers that when they walk into our office and they tell us that, we're going to drop everything and help them. But we want to avoid being in this quadrant. We do not want to be in the upper left-hand quadrant. We want to spend most of our time in what Eric is about to talk about. So once your crisis is over, please stop and examine the root cause. We're not going to be able to get away from all of our urgent requirements because there's always going to be emergencies, right? But if there are things that you can help avoid happening again in the future, that's going to be your end goal.
Okay, so our top right quadrant is going to be our important and less urgent tasks. These are tasks with unclear deadlines that contribute to long-term success, but we're also defining this as your commander's programs, maybe without set deadlines, or maybe deadlines that are just a little bit more in the future, but also our recurring tasks that do have a deadline, but maybe they're your weekly, your monthly, your quarterly requirements, right? So let's talk about our tasks with no deadline. I'm really big on continuity in the office. So when's the best time to start building a continuity binder? Yeah, right? It's not going to be right before you PCS, right? It's not going to be right before you're about to leave when you're trying to handle TMO and you're trying to handle medical for your family. It could be when you're at the top of your game, when you're the subject matter expert. That's a great time to do it, but the best time to do it is when you first get into a position, right? That's when you're going to have the most questions over how do I get access? What training do I need? How do I action the program? So building your continuity binder with those questions in mind is going to be the way that you can provide success not only for yourself but for your office. Let's say you're going to go on parental leave for 3 months, right? You want to make sure your programs are taken care of while you're gone. So it's good to have that continuity binder ready to go and to be constantly working on it and updating it. For a longer out deadline, let's say your squadron commander comes to you and says, I want to set a newcomers program and I want the first brief to be in the next 90 days, right? A common human bias that we have is that we underestimate how long it's going to take to complete a task. So if I say, oh, I have 3 months to do that, I'm not going to start working on that now. Now all of a sudden I have 15 days left and I haven't done anything with it, right? So with that kind of task prioritization, we need to set milestones within that 90 days to make sure we're reaching our goals. The final one is our recurring tasks, right? These are the ones that you might have to do weekly, monthly, quarterly. So I know I have 5 mandatory GTC reports that have to be run monthly, and they have to be run by the 5th of every month. I can run them on the 1st, but they have to be run by the 5th. So I don't run them on the 1st, I have plenty of time, right? I don't get to it on the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. Now I have to get to it on the 5th. And now that has just slid from our important not urgent over into our important urgent. I have to do it on the 5th, but maybe I have other important urgent things that I need to take care of that day. So this is where we want to sit. We want to sit with our tasks in important not urgent. We're always going to have, as Captain Davis said, those important urgent things. We want those to come from external sources. We want to be proactive. And in doing this task prioritization, it allows us to be proactive, where we can schedule those things instead of being reactive and trying to get them on the back end.
All right, guys, we're moving into our next quadrant. This is our less important and still urgent, but maybe just urgent to the customer. So this may be a customer running in saying, hey, can you build my supporting documents for me? Actually, I've got some other really important things I need to work on, but here's a how-to guide. And it shows you how to convert your EPRs into a PDF. And so a lot of the solutions to this is going to be empowering our folks, doing information share, and sometimes redirecting to the SME. A lot of times we do get a lot of questions about finance or TMO, things like that. We now have quite a bit of baseline knowledge about those types of programs. But if it's a very specific question, it would take us 30 minutes digging through the JTR to find, whereas it might take a TMO troop 30 seconds because that's their program. We will also redirect to the SME if needed. So that's a way to help, again, prevent. We don't want to be hanging out in the lower left-hand quadrant all the time. We want to be in the upper right-hand quadrant. So for these, you try and delegate to the member, or delegate to the SME.
All right, and finally, our lower right quadrant is our less important, less urgent, right? So those are going to be our delete, our distractions and unnecessary tasks. And we all know in CSS, we can't really delete tasks. We can't really delete customer requests, right? So how many times have you guys had someone call CSS that has nothing to do with anything you handle, right? We see it all the time. So for us, one time we had our maintenance, we had a staff sergeant in our maintenance flight call and asked how to respond to an email from his senior master sergeant. It was nothing personnel related, not admin related, he just needed help writing an email. So we could help him, but that's gonna take away from our own task prioritization, right? So most of the stuff that we're gonna do, as Captain Davis said, is we're gonna delegate it, so we would push that back to the supervisor. We can't necessarily just delete and not help him, but we're gonna push that back to the supervisor. We're gonna delete it from our task list. Additionally, distractions, right? When Captain Davis first came in, she told us the importance of eating your frog. I don't know if you guys have heard that phrase, but basically, when you have your list of tasks, eating your frog is doing the thing that you do not want to do the most on that list, right? So for me, that's calling people. I don't like calling people. I'd rather shoot an email, shoot a Teams chat, but sometimes you have to pick up the phone, right? So I don't want to sit there and spend 5 hours making my slides animated for you guys so that I don't have to pick up the phone and make a phone call. I want to make that phone call first, so we want to delete those unnecessary distractions.
All right, so step 1 was identify tasks. We have our task list. Step 2 was help to prioritize those. Which quadrant do they fall into? Step 3 is actually going to be assigning the task. Who needs to take care of which task? All right, for all of my section commanders, NCOICs, senior NCOs, I hope that you guys have something similar to this. It's a personnel board. You should be tracking all the members on your team. Where do they come from? What is their experience? What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? What do they still need to learn so we can round out their knowledge? And I'm going to use this data to help me task out my team. Next slide. The professional development realm is encompassing of so many different pieces, right? You should be engaging with your 3F5 and 3FO BFMs, like we heard yesterday from our CFMs, right? You should be constantly engaged with them. You should know what the rotation plan is for your folks. We're developing local continuity, like Erica said. We've got our weekly training time. A1 program updates. I know that dark circle's hard to read. But isn't A1 shooting us program updates constantly? We need to have some time so we can digest it and be educated when we're talking to our customers. And something else I really want to foot stomp is our civilian development. Just like Colonel Griffin mentioned yesterday, there are civilian professional development opportunities out there. I don't think we do as good of a job messaging them as we do with some of our others for our uniform wearers, but our civilian development opportunities are wonderful. Show of hands, how many of you have civilians in your CSS? I'm guessing it's most. It's almost all. We're at like 95% for those who can't see the audience. Guys, as someone, I used to be a GS employee, you guys have tuition assistance available to you if you're full-time. I finished my master's degree on tuition assistance before I commissioned when I was a GS employee. If you're a GS9, you can attend squadron officer school or do it online. That's the same school we send our captains to. We care about you. We want to develop you. You are in control of your career. Take advantage of these opportunities. If your supervisor, whether it's your NCOIC or section commander, isn't aware of these, that's okay. Reach out to your civilian personnel office. These things are available to you, and I would challenge you. When I was at Ramstein, we were dealing with the Afghan refugee crisis. Our entire MPF uniform wearer team was out on the flight line doing CURSCO operations for 35,000 refugees, 24/7 for about 6 weeks. It was wild. Guess who was still putting on the fort at our MPF? Our amazing civilians. They were making ID cards. They were pushing out PCS orders. They were making sure that the show did not stop. We need you. We've got civilians who have security clearances. Why is that? You guys are part of the fight. You guys are part of the war effort. We're on a PACAF, so we're really focused on war effort, fight tonight, that kind of thing. And civilians, you are part of that. So please look into your civilian developmental opportunities. If you have any questions, go to talk to your personnel office, go to opm.gov, or come find me during the break.
All right, so by now, this is our step 4. By now, we've identified what we need to do, when we need to do it, how we're going to act, who needs to action it, and now we're going to talk about how do we stay organized to make sure that the work gets done, right? So these are what we have built in our office, and we're about to go over these as ways to keep our team on track. Okay, so similar to what Brad was talking about, right? We use Microsoft lists embedded in Microsoft Teams. This is our squadron level task tracking, right? What we used to do for TMT was we would send out the TMT via email, and then we would wait for, maybe we had 10 TMTs out at one time, we'd wait for 50 emails to come back in on people's responses, right? To one POC. That just wasn't working for us, it wasn't working for our squadron. So we created this squadron level task tracking, right? We are a geographically separated unit on our base and across countries and time zones, right? So this allows for external requirements like TMTs that come down for our group to be shared in one space. It also allows for internal requirements from our squadron like commander requests or volunteer opportunities. We can put this all into this page, and all of our squadron flight leads have access to this. So this allows for real-time updates, tracked communication. It's replaced 50% of our email, and it has mitigated that single point of failure with one POC, right? So I'm just gonna, I know it's a little blurry, but I'm just gonna go over it really quickly. Over here we have our task ID, which is usually our TMTs, right? And we have the TMT number. We have a category of what it is, TMT award submission, TMT recurring task, the subject of what the TMT is. We sort everything by squadron due date. So all this red that you see up here is stuff that's due that day or is overdue. Then you can see over here the different sections that we have. And these are little toggle options. So everybody starts at new, not ready. Once maintenance starts to action it, they can change it to in progress. If it doesn't apply, we select not applicable. And then once you have inputs submitted or no inputs to submit, you can change that. So all we have to do as a CSS, anyone in our office can just go to this page and see if everything is submitted for a TMT. We can go in, we can pull those documents out and upload it to the TMT website.
Real quick, I want to mention our staff sergeant, our amazing 3F5, who's a wizard in this stuff. That tracker mechanism, she built on Teams initially. We shared it with our group and wing command, and our wing commander said, I want this across all my squadrons. Because we're geographically separated and our comm teams are different, we weren't able to share it via Teams. So she actually rebuilt it in SharePoint, so it's going to be a shareable template. Once that's complete, we can share this with all of you guys, so you don't have to build it from scratch. So we're probably just a couple of weeks out from it being 100%, but that'll be part of the things that we share later. And it's totally customizable. So at least you'll have like a basis and you can change it based off of which flights you guys have in your squadron. You can change the permissions if you need to, but we'd be happy to share that with you guys.
All right, so similarly, this is our squadron help desk, and we also use Microsoft Lists embedded in Microsoft Teams for this. This is just for our CSS, for our members to submit requests to our CSS, right? So let's say a member wants to extend. They go to our SharePoint, they download the extension document, they fill it out, they can upload it to a page, they can assign it to our personnelist, who then can get the email notification, go in, pull the document, put it into CMS, the status of his request. This is our view as CSS, but the member can only see his request. So this also removes that single point of failure with email, right? If someone goes on leave, we can't see what emails they have. It allows the member again to track the progress, like Brad was talking about with paper. We don't know what happens to it. The member can see every step and we can comment every step in there. Then let's say our personnelist goes on leave, he goes on emergency leave. We can go in and see everything that was assigned to him, and we can go in and make sure that that customer was taken care of because we have the same visibility he does. It also provides the email notifications that sometimes we need to make sure that we're staying on track.
All right, guys, do you remember step 1, identifying your CSS tasks? This is a product locally that I developed on an Excel spreadsheet because I just needed to wrap my mind around all of the tasks when I first walked into the CSS. It is condensed. You'll see it jumps from like E to R to S because the actual document is super long because guess what? We have a lot of tasks. There's so much that we have to do. So over on the left-hand side, we've got the size, program size. This is totally subjective based off of what your opinion is in your CSS. And ours changes too. Whenever we've got my eval, we can pull automated reports out of it. That's like a large program. When Erica had to do evaluations and run all of her reports, keep it up manually and do it in the share drive whenever my eval wasn't available for staff sergeant and senior airmen, that was an extra large program because it required more time. So you can change, sorry guys, you can change the size of the program. We've got a program name, it's in alphabetical order. Then we've got a description, brief description. Then across the top, these are all of the folks in our CSS. All right, I know some of you guys are 1 deep, 2 deep, 3 deep. I cannot imagine, that must be a really difficult challenge. I would still argue that this is still value added for you guys, especially just to see that list. You can have that posted in your office. If someone walks in, what are your responsibilities, CSS? And be like, all these 80 things, the things that I take care of. You have a new commander, provide that to him or her, right? Like they need to know what you're doing. And your list, just like I mentioned earlier, is gonna be different than mine. I've got some of our additional duties up here, like we do official passports, but you guys would have to add engraving. You guys would have to add parking, just like you mentioned. So then I assign primary and alternate program managers for each of these. Remember earlier we were talking about talent management and assigning based off of experience and needed education. So I sit down at the table with my entire team because I want buy-in from my team. We go line by line, and I assign a primary and an alternate. Typically, I assign someone with a lot of experience and someone with not a lot of experience in that program so they can knowledge share. Every 6 months, we reevaluate our programs and we change them up, right? I want to keep my people fresh. I want to keep them learning new things. I want to keep them challenged. Not to frustrate them, but to keep everybody on their toes. So again, we've got our primary and alternate. This helps with program ownership. If something goes wrong with the program, if we have an issue, I know exactly who to go to, or the commander knows exactly who to go to if they need expertise in the program. It also helps us track if someone's on leave, what programs we need to cover down while this person is on leave. We just look at this, and it tells us exactly what we need to cover down on. This is available as a template. It's embedded within the PowerPoint. So whenever it is emailed out to you guys later, I would encourage you to take this, delete tasks that don't apply to you, add tasks that are specific to your unit, and delete columns, whatever you need to do to edit it, just to make it value added for you.
Okay, so this is our CSS self-portal page. This is our SharePoint, and it's embedded in our teams, right? So we recognized recurring questions that we were getting from our members over and over again, and we were trying to solve the problem of not getting interrupted in our tasks every day by trying to answer these questions for the members. How can we better provide this information to them where they don't need access to us to find out, right? So we have night shifters and swing shifters in our unit. Let's say a night shifter calls and wants to, or a night shifter needs to update their projected departure date, right? So over here, they can go to our SharePoint page and they can click on that link right there, and it's going to give them a step-by-step guide on how to change their projected departure date. For all of these, any forms that you need are embedded in that SharePoint page. Any phone numbers, email addresses, links that you need will be embedded in that page. We have how-to guides that shows you how to build your supporting documents. So also when members call and ask, hey, how do I change my DEROS? We can say, hey, we have an awesome SharePoint page. I'm going to direct you to that SharePoint page. If you still have questions after you read all the information, give us a call back and we'll be happy to help you through that. That saves us time and that allows the member to go find the information on their own.
All right, guys, we're getting kind of low on time, so I'm going to buzz through this. Maybe you've already seen it before. We shared on the Facebook page a couple months ago. This looks overwhelming, but it's actually been a godsend to me. It's just been so helpful to help me organize my team. It is our battle rhythm. So if you ever sit down, there's not a fire, not an emergency, no customers running up to you saying, my DEROS is this month and I don't have an assignment. What do you do? What do you need to be working on? If we want to stay proactive on our tasks, this really helps me and it helps my team. All right, up at the top, we've got daily requirements. We've got things like MyDeck processing, out processing, TMT taskers. Then we've got our weekly requirements broken down by Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Things like CMS case review is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Then we've got monthly requirements. These are like our STAP rosters, our good conduct medal rosters, running our GTC reports, things like that. In each of these cells, you can put the initials of who completes it and what day they completed it. You can use it like a checklist. We also have quarterly requirements, and I included the SCODs, the WAPS testing cycles, so you can stay, again, proactive instead of reactive. Ooh, what do we have coming up next month? Oh, we should be on the lookout for those WAPS testing dates. And then the bottom, we have annual requirements, things like doing an appointment letter scrub, doing your McT checklist, or doing your UIF review, right? And so this is a snapshot that reminds me what me and my team need to be working on at all times.
Okay, someone was asking earlier about Microsoft Planner. This is how we have used Microsoft Planner in our office. It is a digitized version of both that battle rhythm we saw and the task assignments that we just saw, right? This tells us who does what and when. So if we look right over here, we pull our monthly Blisdom rosters. I'm gonna get an email notification, probably towards the end of the month, because we pull our Blisdom rosters on the first of the month. So toward the end of the month, I'm gonna get an email notification that says, hey, you have a task coming due, right? So on the first, I pull my Blisdom rosters, and then we click that little button right there once we're done with it, and I'm automatically gonna get an email notification that it assigned me next month's task already, right? If I don't complete that by the first, I'm gonna get an email that says, hey, your task's overdue. It's gonna tell me how many tasks I have overdue. This keeps our office accountable. It also allows me to go in and see where other people in our office need assistance. Maybe they're not able to get to certain things where I can jump in and help them.
All right, guys, we have identified our tasks. We've identified the priority of the task. We've looked at our talent management. We've assigned the tasks. We're using the battle rhythm. We're using the task assignment Excel spreadsheets. Now we've got some tracking mechanisms. What is the last step? Are we doing our job well? Are we meeting the requirements? Is our commander happy? So it is your job to solicit for feedback, guys. We already talked about SAS, internal and external, right? External to NPS. Also, I mentioned, right, host fitness cell, because usually we run fitness as well. But also internal. You guys should be doing your internal SAS. I'm not going to keep beating that one to death because you already heard about it. However, this is the part I wanted to foot stomp. Soliciting feedback from your squadron, right? If you have a 24/7 operation, you've got maintainers on the flight line, does your 8 to 5 Monday to Friday CSS hours work for them? The answer might be no. And so you may have to extend your operations. We ended up having to open a little bit early to catch our night shifters, and that has really helped to build a bridge between us and our flight leads. They love having that feedback. We love hearing from them because if our airmen are informed, if our airmen are being proactive about their DORS option risk and their re-enlistments and extensions, then we're also going to benefit from that. So just remember, it is always about communication. We're going to hear from a commander a little bit later today about the importance of the commander-command and CSS relationship communication. After your commander's call, go up to your commander and say, sir, ma'am, did you like how that went? How can we improve it, make it better for next month? Just keep asking questions, keep asking for feedback.
All right, so these are our final thoughts. I'm going to brush through it so we have time for questions. You guys know what our 5-step process was. We went over it a couple times now. I just want to say we're always going to be busy in CSS. We all know that. But there's a reason why CSSs were brought back into the squadron, right? Like Chief Bowie said, the command teams and the airmen benefit by having us embedded in the squadron. These tools that we've shown you work for our office, they work really well to allow us to be proactive. Hopefully they'll work for you guys. If not, make tools that work for you, your command teams, and your members.
All right, last page is our contact information. Interestingly enough, Erica and I are both moving on to new opportunities starting next month in July. Now they're busting in the CSS starting next month. But we're still available via Teams. We still have a lot of our documents, and there is our order box up there, 75ams.css. Reach out. We've got an amazing team back there. We've got folks who are not leaving, who are also really, really involved, and they've got access to our templates as well. So please reach out to us. I also want to highlight down here, but Staff Sergeant Amanda's back contact information. Hit her up in Teams. She'll be with us for at least one more year. If you have any questions, if you're interested in that shareable SharePoint template that she's building, she would be the one to ask. And then, like I mentioned before, I've got the CSS assigned roles and responsibilities Excel spreadsheet embedded here at the bottom, as well as the battle rhythm. Completely customizable. They're just Excel spreadsheets, super easy to add, delete, whatever you need to do to make it, again, value added for your team. All right, that's all we have. I think we may have time for like one question. No?
We'll do one question.
Okay, we have to. Do you have any questions for us? I know that was a lot of information. Okay, you're coming.
She's coming.
Hi, Lieutenant Burt, EMS Commander from Luke. So can y'all talk about the decision to switch your programs up every 6 months or so? And have y'all found that it decreases the efficacy of your people to be able to conduct good continuity when they're switching over and become the SME? Or does having everybody with a little bit of knowledge in every section work out? Because we also have primaries and alternates, but we keep our people in their one program there for the entirety of the time.
So we revisit every 6 months. It doesn't mean that we change everything every 6 months. We just sit down at the table, we come together and we say, hey, what's working? What's not working? I also kind of keep an eye out to see if one of our programs is getting stale, or if I can tell that someone's getting burnt out in evaluations, then we can help share the load. I think personally, I really think there is benefit in having our folks change, not maybe every 6 months, every single program, but maybe at the 1 year mark. If you know you've got a 3 of 5 who's going to be there for 2 years, and then they're projected to rotate, maybe having them take on new programs at the 1 year mark, or switching programs at the 1 year mark. We also have experienced a lot of turnover, so much turnover. And I built these tools out of a necessity when we were down to like 40% manning. And I had to visualize what needed to be done, what programs was this person leaving behind that we needed to back down on, double down on. So I think that there is benefit in having you folks each have a baseline knowledge from programs, so when someone's out, it doesn't come to a screeching halt. However, to your point, I would agree that like every 6 months, you may not be changing every single program. I would just say revisit your entire table every 6 months and ask what's working for you guys, what's not working for you guys. Is anyone getting burnt out?
Thank you, Captain Reyes and Mrs. Santos. Our next briefer, Mrs. Michelle Velasquez, will brief tips and tricks for DTS management, ODTA, and DTS.
stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, can you guys hear me better now? Alright. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Velasquez, kind of just like Brad, just Michelle. I'm coming to you from Air Force Base, California, and I came into the civil service about 3 years ago, and DTS was the main program that was thrown at me to start learning from the ground up. So these are a few things that I learned, not only from experience, but also I learned from taking the ODTA course with Kathy in San Antonio, Texas last year. So I'm going to go over the agenda, which we're going to do OneNote, something that we have created in our organization, along with going over the organization and a few things within there as well, the routing list, the authorization, and the voucher. It's going to be more of hands-on than more of a PowerPoint. That's what it looks the way it does right now. But I'm going to start clicking into the official travel OneNote. Let me make it bigger for you guys. It looks different now. There we go. Okay. So this is what we call the official travel OneNote. We use SharePoint a lot, and we have our own CSS page, and in there you'll find documents. You'll also find our official photos, along with the the official travel OneNote. I mean, in here, it's kind of like a one-stop shop of everything. Excuse me. Of everything that we have. So this is mainly used for continuity as well. Sorry about that. So in here we have the training, and I found this to be beneficial to have everything in one area. And this is a training for, we have the DTC and the DTS, and this is a step-by-step process for all of our members. So whether they're coming from tech school and they don't have a DTC or a DTS, they can start with Passport, and it tells them exactly what they need to do. I find this to be easier for them, especially like I mentioned, they're coming straight from tech school. For those who are more experienced with the systems, they are able to just skip these steps and just, provide the training certificates that are required. And it does say in here where it's coming from and why. So we do need, the training. If you don't have the account, you're going to start creating the accounts and the SOU. So again, this is just more for continuity, along with the training for the reviewing officials and the approving officials as well. I apologize if it's tiny on the screen. But again, it tells you in here, go to the DTS business rules, so go ahead and find more information. And for our role, the ODTA training, we have a new member who we're training to become the next ODTA and APC. So in here, is that too tiny for you guys? Yeah, okay, apologize about that. Okay. Trying to make it bigger. Okay, so again, the basics of logging into Passport, again, complete the training for the AOs and the ROs and all the certificates that we need, and what the next steps are. Along with, I'm an APC along with the ODTA, so we're able to have that information in there. Okay. And then one thing that I have gotten feedback from is the DTS reports. Which reports need to be done and how to add that signature block. A lot of people are not able to do that within Excel, and the training that we received, it's pretty simple. There are 3 reports that we need to conduct every month, and that's the unsubmitted voucher, the approved status, and the complete traveler information list report. So, hopefully you guys can hear me. I can hear my voice move a little bit. or go up and down. So, and here's an example of the actual report. And let me see if I can move it quicker. Okay, so up here it's very blurry, but you'll see that it has an insert button, and then we'll add the signature line over here. And what that does is it pops up a screen, and you can input the information. So right here, you'll have a line for the name and then their title. So to have my name, the supervisor's name, and we're able to sign it in Excel. But you do also need to have the 3 columns where it has action taken, the date, and the initials, and only for the DTS reports. So this is something that's needed to be done every month for all of these reports. So hopefully you guys are able to find that feature in Excel, insert, and then signature line, and then you'll click the Microsoft signature line as well. So for now, I wanted to go over the PTS. Let me find the link. I have all the links in here. So a lot of the OneNote that was created has a lot of links embedded, and it'll take you to different websites, along with resources, which is very tiny right here, training and policy as well. So again, this is created for a one-stop shop for not only our travelers, but for the ODTAs, the ROs, and the AOs as well. So I'm going to log in to DTS. So please bear with me as this pops up. I did have it up earlier, but kind of like what Brad said, we always have to verify our identity each and every time, even if you're in DTS. Eventually, it will kick you out. So something that I did learn when taking the ODTA course with Kathy is to go into the administration and update the emergency contact. So that's something I'm going to go over. I'm not sure if this is something that you guys have done in your organizations, but again, I'm sharing the information that I learned as well. So I'm logging into everything. Can you guys see that okay? Okay. So of course it's important to update the email address so if anybody does so. What they wanted us to make sure we emphasize to our travelers is the emergency contact information. It's not the traveler's spouse, it's not the traveler's mom and dad, it's none of that. It's more for the person running the program, the ODTA. So if something were to happen during travel, they know who to contact, aside from their supervisor. So of course everybody should have their supervisor's information. But I have in here this is actually my personal cell phone number. So I started during COVID. So a lot of people who, were able to travel during that time, they can contact me directly because I was teleworking and I didn't have my work phone connected to my cell phone. So I put that in there. To be honest, I haven't changed it. A lot of people still contact me by cell phone. And to me, that's absolutely fine. But for you guys, you can put your work phone number, but make sure that's updated as well and they're aware. It's not a standard phone where nobody can get a hold of anybody. And then, so one of the next things they went over with Kathy that I wanted to share was the routing list. Again, there's no PII here, so I don't mind sharing this information. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. So I know with everybody, there's different ways of routing, different steps. We have the basic reviewing official and the approving official. You can add the certifier and other roles in there as well. But it is important to update the routing list to ensure whoever has these positions has the roles. So we have 5 reviewers and 3 approvers, and each role is associated to a level. So all the reviewers will be a level 10, and they're added to the authorization, the local voucher, as well as the regular voucher as well. And they need to be updated whenever somebody comes in or comes out within that role, along with their permission levels, they need to be updated as well. And something really quickly I wanted to go over, which I think is also important to emphasize. And I just created a makeshift authorization for today, was the expense tab and the per diem. So how many of you do you know that the per diem affects the expenses? Well, the lodging per diem affects the expenses within the lodging. You guys know that that's related? Okay, so that's something that I wanted to go over. Again, per trial and error and many mistakes and experiences, right? So the per diem, and this is only for lodging. So the lodging per diem, okay, you guys can see that there? Cost of lodging, let's say the lodging actually costs, we're gonna click the right three buttons, the three right dots over here to the right, click edit, and then let's say the lodging actually costs $98 per day. So we're gonna change the amount along with the approval, of course, of the AO. If it goes over the per diem, we're gonna take the actual lodging cost over the per diem. And then what that does is it changes the lodging cost, not only in this section right here, but it also changes in the expense tab. And then if you click the details, you'll see the change in there. Hopefully that's big enough. Are you guys able to see those numbers? Okay. So on, what is it, July 10th, the lodging is $98. And then the rest are $91. So again, to fix that, and let's say they're all going to be the same cost across the board, we're going to go to the per diem again, and we only change it on the first day. Now we have to change it on the next day as well. So we'll go back, click the three dots, click edit, and then we'll do the same thing we did earlier. And we'll change that to $98 and then go down and change and click the little box. And again, it is the actual lodging over per diem. But with approval, of course, you don't want to just go in there and start changing the amount without approval from your supervisor or the member supervisor and the approving official. So now it reflects the $98 for lodging only for the dates seen here. And then when you go down to the expenses, I use more of this than the arrows. I find it to be easier to navigate. You'll see that the per diem now changes all across the board, and so the total is now $490 instead of the, I want to say $455 that it was. Instead of having dual lodging. Dual lodging was an expense that became an issue at one point, so to avoid all that and to pay out of pocket costs, you want to go ahead and make sure that you have only one lodging for this duration during the TDY. So something that we definitely emphasize to our travelers is to add all of your expenses. Every expense. At this point, the authorization is just an estimated amount. And so, of course, you're going to have your reservations as far as the lodging, the airfare, and the rental car. But you want to add in there the lodging taxes. So that's also keeping in mind which states are tax exempt. And if they are, you don't need to add the lodging taxes. But in this case, honestly, I didn't check if Arizona was one, but I added in here the lodging taxes. So I put in there, this is an estimated amount, I don't believe it's going to be 150, but again, you want to give yourself that buffer. And kind of, I did that for this trip. I added the lodging taxes for this authorization. And that gives me that buffer, and I didn't realize the hotel that I stayed at is $20 per night for parking. So at least I can use some of that buffer that I had for the lodging taxes, and then I can use the other part for the parking fees as well. And the rental car fuel. And it's important to add all these miscellaneous expenses because when it comes down to creating the voucher, you're not going to have all these pre-audits and justifications popping up and saying, you know, your voucher, you're claiming more in your voucher basically than you said in your authorization. So this is, again, this is an estimate, but you also want to make sure you add as many expenses as you think you're gonna incur during your TUI. So I put in here the rental car fuel. So not only do I provide this information to my travelers, but as well as the reviewing officials, because when the reviewing officials go in there and start reviewing these documents, it's important for them to also know, like, hey, how are you getting to the airline, right? If you're taking a rental car, then you need to put that as an expense, or if you're taking a POV, claim the mileage. So one or the other, or, you know, I've had some travelers where they have the GOV. You can't claim the GOV, but again, that's something that's important for the reviewing officials and approving officials to know the details of your trip. So as an ODTA, this is something that I have briefed to our squadron. These are the type of things that have been brought to my attention by our approving officials, so we can correct that beforehand. So again, how are you getting from your home to the airport if you're taking a flight? And if you're doing, if you're driving, then now we start getting into the construction travel worksheet and figuring out the details there. Oh, and of course, the famous TMC piece, which can vary depending on what it is that they're actually helping you with. So again, the authorization is an estimate, so you want to add all of these details. I put a conference registration in there in case there is one. So these are just examples of what should be going into the authorization. So when it comes down to actually claiming the voucher, you don't have to have a long list of all of these pre-audits and justifications that you need to have. And normally with those, they tend to be repetitive, and depending on what it is, it's a copy and paste with the justification. You guys have came across that error. And of course, you want to have the correct line of accounting with that. When it comes down to cross orgs, I don't think I put any, I put the commander's LOA in here. But when it comes down to cross orgs, that's something that, of course, the FDTA will have to do. As an ODTA, I assist the member that's getting cross-org into ours by providing their social security and the line of accounting to the FDTA, usually is our resource advisor. So we'll go ahead and assist with that. Kind of like we have a reservist who went TDY, and he's a civilian on our end, but he's a reservist as well. So in order for him to go TDY, we just cross-org him to our line of accounting instead of, requesting his reserve unit to detach him and we gave him. It's just much easier to, for time's sake, we're going to cross-org him. Okay, so really quickly, I wanted to go over the voucher. And again, I'm just using my previous trip to give you that example. So with the voucher, because I'm an ODTA and the APC is with the agency program coordinator for the UTC, this is something that I heavily brief with our members, especially those that are new to traveling. I tell them all the time, look at how much you're getting paid on your GTC, your net distribution. Log into your GTC account. If you don't have one, that's a great one. But sometimes for the time's sake, I log in myself, I print their statement, and I hand it to them. These are your expenses that you've incurred on your DTC. When you are claiming all of your expenses, and you have everything squared away, or at least you think you do, go in here and see what the net distribution is going to be overall that's going towards your GTC. You know, if you have something on your statement that you haven't claimed on your DTS, go in there and claim that. Of course, you can't claim meals, but you know, the TMC fee, you may not know how many TMC fees you were charged with. So that's something that to also keep in mind, because you don't want to pay out of pocket for all these expenses. So that's a practice that I tend to give my members. Go to your the city, log in, print your statement, look at all your transactions. If your statement's not ready, then it'll show you right there all the transactions. Claim that on your voucher. Realize what your distribution to your GTC is going to be, and look at your balance. If it's not covering your balance, I tell them you have two options. You can definitely adjust your payment of what's going towards your GTC, or the other part is keep a mental note of, okay, I'm getting paid $15.37, but my outstanding GTC balance is $1,700. So when you actually get paid, remember that you don't have enough to cover your balance and to make sure you go back in there and make a payment. So those are the two options I tend to tell them. You know, it's easier to just get it all done in DTS than having to go back and pay. And if you don't pay, I will contact the members, hey, now you have a balance due. So that's something that I tend to just tell our folks, let's get this taken care of as soon as we can. And again, this is something that I have briefed to our members, to our travelers, to our reviewing officials, to our approving officials. A lot of it's more of feedback that I have received from them, because you know, we're trying to catch these things. We don't want you to get overpaid or underpaid and having to have all these out-of-pocket expenses. So, with that being said, I think I'm running out of time here. So, I will leave it at that. Again, the OneNote is definitely a great one-stop shop for us. We have a lot of resources in here. We have, if a lot of people don't have an invoice that they're able to print when they make their reservations through DTS or through the travel management company, I have in here, okay, hey, you know, click this link to print my invoice, put in your information, and you're able to get all of that. This is where you can find all those TMC fees as well. And the regular VTMO, passport, and all of that. We're at Edwards, California. So information, parking at LAX and things like this. So this is catered to our base and what works for us. So this is something that I'm hoping I can share. I'm not too sure. I'm not connected to the network, but the VPN, I wasn't able to figure that out. But if I'm able to, I definitely will. Let me see if I can do that. So then I will end it with here, because my time is running out. So this is my contact information. A lot of the information that I got is found in the DTS business rules and the CSS PSD guide as well as what a role is. So until then, I open it up for questions. Do you have
We have no time for one question.
One question, okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Ma'am, Erin Moons at headquarters ROTC here at Maxwell. I just had a question for you because you went to CACI recently. Do you know if EWTS is still available for people to use?
EWTS, was that the kind of like the makeshift DTS version of it?
Yes, ma'am. I know initially you were able to email DTMO and be able to get the certificates and everything to mess with that system, but I didn't know if that was still current or not.
Yes, that's something that I did try doing right after I learned that from CACI, and they're not giving those roles out anymore. I'm not sure why, but when I try to do it, that's not something that was available, because I thought that was a great opportunity too, because it's a makeshift DTS, and whatever authorizations or voucher you create, it's not actually going to send it to the reviewing officials or the approving officials. It's not going to mess with the funding or anything. So again, it's just a duplicate of DTS and everything looks the same. But they didn't allow us to create that account when we did it. And this was April of last year. So we tried to do it right then and there. It didn't work for us at all. For them it did, but for us, no. Unfortunately, it's not an option anymore. Do you have time for any more questions, or are we good?
Kind of cutting it short.
Okay, well, well, thank you guys very much for your time.
Okay. This is the last case. So at this time, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Please be back at 10:50. her will be bringing how to read a UMD and upload. Let's welcome Tech Sergeant Tiffany Morris.
All right. Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling right now? You feeling good? My chief texted this morning. He's like, "Good morning. Are you inspired?" I'm like, "Good morning. Are you strategically aligned? What do you really want?" My leadership there, there's strategic alignment right now, and I'm here being inspired. And we have BTA this weekend, so I'm interested to see how our reunion is. I'm like, it's going to be immaculate. It's going to be rainbows and butterflies. We're going to be all Air Force blue. Fly, fight, win. All right, so today I'm going to talk to you about how to read a UMD and an UMPR. I'm Tech Sergeant Barnes from Seymour Johnson. I have been there for 10 years. I know I need to move on. I need to try something different. I was a TR there for 8 years, and I've currently been in my position for 2 years. I'm the section chief of CSS there. All right, so for our overview, I'm going to talk a little bit about manpower. I won't get too deep into it. Again, I'm going to talk about the UMD and the UMPR. All right, so manpower is important to all of us, right? It's why we're here. It's why we're able to embark on this journey of being the best CSS that we're trained to be. The reason why you join the Air Force, the reason why you chose this career field, it may be very unique and specific to you. However, the military said, yes, I want you to join the Air Force. Yes, I want to put you into this unit. It's very strategic. I'm not going to go into depth about the strategy behind manpower today, but if you're like me and you like to know what you don't know, and you want to know more about manpower and the behind the scenes, definitely get with your senior leadership, shadow them, you can get with your base functionals. There's also a couple of commanding training suits you can attend. All right, so the UMD overview. I'm standing in between you and lunch, so I did write a couple of notes just to keep me on track. So the UMD is going to be a computerized document. It's computer generated, and it's going to basically show your commanders their total force. So it'll show your active duty positions, it's going to show your reserve positions, if you have AGRs, if you have IMAs, and if you have TRs. It's going to show funded positions, and it's going to also show unfunded. I'm going to be honest, as a CSS, it's going to be a while before I ever even got involved with UMDs. And we'll talk about responsibilities next. Also, the UMD is organized by your FAT codes and your OSCs, similar to the UMPR. And essentially, your organization should always mirror your UMD. All right, so some of our responsibilities. I would like to say that your responsibility to the UMD is going to vary depending on your skill level, your position, and your commander's vision for how your commander is going to manage men. A big part of what we do is we process the change request. That does not mean that you pull up the UMD and you go to your commander or your senior leadership and say, hey, I think we should de-art this position. Or I think that we should switch this career field AFSC with this one right here. That's not your role. Sometimes I know as CSS, our commanders lean on us as a voice of reason, but make sure you're letting commanders be commanders and senior leadership be senior leadership. Because as we just saw, we have a lot of tasks that we have to manage. So I did put a couple of key notes up here as far as like your MCR requests that you might receive. Again, it's not always our job to interpret those requests. A lot of times we're just kind of passing it along, checking it, for QC, making sure who needs to sign it has signed it, make sure the required statements are up there. If it needs to go through the UDM office because it's going to affect a military position, making sure that you route it through the UNDs. If it's going to affect a civilian position, just making sure you route it through civilian personnel. I did want to note up here, typically, you don't make changes to your UDM based on people. Your UDM should drive personnel. So, and you'll see it, this is a very black and white of it, but just know commanders, they have a bigger vision, and sometimes they operate in a gray area. I work with a lot of CSSs on my unit, at my wing, and I see a lot of CSSs get frustrated with manpower, especially because we always feel like our section could use more manpower. So just try not to get caught up in the black and white of manning, and just understand that sometimes the commanders have to operate in that gray area because they see a bigger picture that we may or may not understand. Also, you should not attempt to move positions from a fact, and we'll see where a fact is on the UB later. So don't attempt to move positions from a fact to a fact where it's not earned. True story, so when I first got into this position, we work at the group level based on the manpower study that happened, and it was literally just my position as a section chief, a GS6 UPC, and a GS7. So my leadership, they pull funding from a crew chief position to fund a UPC. So the Air Force wanted to pay a bill, and so how do they pay bills? They take money from positions. And so they defunded 32 of our positions, and because one of my UPCs fell up under a crew chief fact, they saw it as an excess. They saw it as where those crew chiefs didn't need that position, and so they took it and that position got defunded. So if you're in that supervisor role in CSS and you're required for advocating for your positions, think about other avenues, how you can get help in your unit, whether that's putting your CSS on orders, and then once you, because I think most of us probably have unfunded CSS positions based on the manpower study. I know at my wing, we have a lot of unfunded CSS positions. So what we do is we put people on orders, and it shows MASCOM that we're putting money towards these unfunded positions. And then so we're able to calm them. So don't let leadership go the easy way out. But we'll just take one of the positions that's not, that's if you're at that supervisor level with the CSS and you're advocating for your positions. But again, remember, sometimes commanders operate in the gray area. Don't give yourself a headache trying to argue. All right. This is just an overview of the MCR. A couple of reasons of why you would do one and why you shouldn't. Anytime you do a manpower change request to your UMD, it always needs to be a zero balance. So just keep that in mind. You'll have some lower level supervisors. It's already maintenance, so especially in maintenance. They come up with the onlyest reasons for why they want to change your UMD. And you're kind of like that first line of defense before they go talk to senior leadership and commander. So if you kind of have that background knowledge, kind of give them another thing, you might want to think about that. So a couple of reasons why you would do an MCR request. So I know a lot that I get is DRN requests. They want to take an R position and make it straight civilian so that they have that military requirement. And sometimes it matters. We did it in CSS just because on our personnel side, we had no opportunities for growth for our TRs. And there was an art position that was linked to a master slot. And it benefited us to be arted, and it helped the mission on the military side. Finding swap between light grit positions, that's another common one. It's not switching facts, but it's two light grit positions, you're switching funding around. So maybe the way that we'll see later where the UMB is organized, so maybe you want to switch positions between AMXS and MXS. Both have E&E, but maybe you have an art position up here that can be utilized in AMXS. So you'll switch that funding around. Again, this is more so background knowledge. Reason why you wouldn't do an MCR, my favorite one, personality conflicts, because your UMD is also going to help you determine who supervises who. So personality conflicts, that's not a reason to do a change to your manpower. Shortage of assigned personnel, that's not a reason to do a manpower change request. Again, there's other ways, like finding your positions, putting people on orders, showing that you're trying to do it. Again, relationship difficulties, inadequate tools or equipment, those are not reasons to do changes to your UMD. All right, so now we're going to get into how to read a UMD. And basically what I did, it's cut off a little bit, but it's okay. So basically what I did is I highlighted certain columns that may be relevant to us as CSS that we may want to pay attention to. So the first one is the office symbol code. It's kind of cut off over here, but you'll see it. I'd also like to say that everyone's UMD is not going to look the same. What mine looks like may be different from what yours look like. Every wing should have a manpower analyst, and the way that they send those out, if you get it, if you want to be on the distro, most of the time they don't mind adding CSS. They like that CSS is on the distro because they know that we kind of keep our commanders out of trouble. But for me, this is what mine looks like. So your OC is going to be your office symbol. It's going to be similar to the office symbol that you see in your email. It's not always going to be the same, but it is the military's goal to make those match. And then you're going to have your facts that we mentioned. Like on mine, you can see right here, this back, this is all QA office. You can see that this one is different from the other ones. So that tells you they may have pull-up position for somewhere else. So if you're a CSS and you're a supervisor, you don't want to know, like, what happened to my position? You pay attention to the fact first. True story. The next one is going to be a position number, and that's going to be the same position number that's going to pop up on your number. The next one is going to be your PNC, and the PNC is similar to the position number, except for you'll have a PNC if it's married to like an art position. And if you do have art position, just know that that position will show twice. And the way you know which is military and which is civilian is just by looking at the rank. All right, so next you have your FSE. And then you have your required grade. And this is going to be your required grade as earned by like a manpower study or directed by Congress. It's the ideal of what that rate would be for that position. And then you have your actual grade, and that's going to be what grade that position is funded at. So anytime you see a difference between your required grade and your actual grade, it typically means there's a funding issue or there's a grade cap. Okay. The next one's going to be your SAR, and that's the Security Access Requirement Code. It's not the clearance of the person that may be in that position on the UMPR, but it is what is required to fulfill that position. All right, so the next one, you're going to have your RIC code right here. Anytime I'm setting up a meeting for my commander, I use the RIC code a lot to help me filter through the UMD. So if she's like, I only want to look at TR and listed positions, I'll filter my RIC code to 163, and it's just going to only show her those positions. If she wants to see ARC positions that are married to a TR position, I'll filter those codes as well. And that comes in handy when we have taskers. The next one's going to be your PET code. That's basically the money behind all of these positions. It's basically who's paying the bill. And then you're going to have your comment section. So you're going to have command comments like, this civilian authorization was lost. You're going to have Air Force remarks. And that's going to be remarks that may not be able to be communicated through any of these other columns. And then you're going to have your local remarks. Like my own wing manpower analyst, he does a great job of painting a picture of us of what's going on with our positions, such as this is a fiscal year 20 ARC that converted to an AGR. And that's really important because they have the zero rates. All right, and the last one is this is your 5-year funding plan. If you see a 1, that means it's funded. If you see a 0, that means that position is unfunded. Again, hopefully you have the help of your wing manpower analyst. A lot of times if you see something going unfunded, hopefully you'll see where it is refunding. I might shake this on my lasers. All right, so now we're going to move over to the UMPR. I think we're a little bit more familiar with this one. So it's a management tool that shows the commander's spaces and also the faces. We had always have spaces and faces in UMPR. It's going to identify vacant positions, but if you're in the TR lane like me, it is not going to show vacant overages. I don't know how many phone calls I get from my commander sometimes. I don't see the vacant overage for this position. I'm like, man, it's on the main plan. This can be pulled from LPS. I know for active duty, you have other means of getting UMPR. And it provides a lot of the same information as the UMD. And it's also good to know that manpower manages spaces, and then the NPS and civilian personnel is going to manage those spaces. All right, so here are some of our responsibilities. Again, it's going to vary depending on where you are, your commander's vision, your skill level, your position. But at the very least, we know that we do position number management. I am a TR of 2 years, so I apologize if I speak with words. So one thing we're going to do is we're going to process our signed and approved 2096s, but we're not just going to receive it from supervisors. We're going to also verify that the move is actually legal. True story. Can you swap these 2 people so that so-and-so can promote? That's illegal. You can't move people for the sole purpose of promotion. When we receive 12As for people who want to transfer, a lot of times our NPS is asking, hey, can you provide a position number? This member is interested in moving to your unit. As CSS, it's not our job. I take that back. I work in maintenance. So for MXS, it's not my job to pull up the UMPR and to see what vacant positions they have within that section that this member wants to move to. I'm going to send it directly to the chief. He's going to get with the fight chief, and they're going to figure it out. Now, MXS, I'm probably going to pull the UMPR, do a little screenshot, and say, hey, these are your vacant positions. You got to do what you got to do with maintenance sometimes to get your answer, because FSS is going to keep bugging you on that. We're going to also square up the UMPR for discrepancies as far as overgrade and overages. If there's two people in a position, do they have an overage code? If they're overgrade, do they have an overgrade code? And do they have an expiration date? Do you have a person who's an overage and an overgrade? No, that's not allowed. You can't get overage and overgrade. And then also, this is a big one, participate in manning meetings with your senior leaders. I really hope that your senior leaders are inviting CSS to your manning meetings. Over here I have facilitator. If your unit is not having manning meetings, kind of give your commander a nudge. Sometimes, I work in maintenance. I love working in maintenance, but a lot of times they are maintenance focused. So sometimes I go to my commander, we have a weekly staff meeting, I'm like, hey man, can we turn the third week weekly staff meeting into a manning meeting? I think we need to sit down and just go over our meeting. And she appreciates that too. Again, know the process for overgrade and overages. That's really important, especially when expiration dates come up. Because if a member's overgrade and overage expires, essentially, they're illegally in that position. And they should be looking for somewhere else to go. Or if someone was made black and white, they could be pushed to the RR. So back to facilitating, you're the primary POC for your commander and your members. So that's as far as gains and losses. Losses, when you get discharge packages, I don't like doing discharge packages, it takes a lot of time away from us. However, it's really important that you're pushing those as fast as you can so that members who are not eligible or not available or any adverse action that allows them not to be able to perform their duty, they're pushed off the books so that the commander can fill or the superintendent can fill those positions with people who are trained, who can actually do the mission. So you play a big role in making sure that ghost members, we call them ghost members, aren't just sitting on the books, holding up positions that shouldn't be there. And that helps with that gain-loss balance. Sometimes you may have to create a tracker. We have a tracker for our overages and overgrades. I will say that your NPS should be sending you TRs when those expiration dates are coming up. But I will say, create your own tracker so you can catch it just in case. And then each fiscal year, commanders have to create a manning plan. And that's where they are telling the command, hey, this is the overages that I need on my books in order to fulfill the mission. So your manning plan was created to authorize overages for that upcoming fiscal year. That's really important, especially in CSS. If you know you need more manpower and you know there's a sharp master sergeant that may be coming from another base because they're PCSing with their spouse, if you can, throw an overage spot on your manning plan. Overages, they're the exception. We don't always like to have them, but sometimes they're needed. All right, so now we're going to go into reading the UMPR. So your first line, that's going to show that someone doesn't have a position. So if you see someone float at the top of your at the top of your UMPR, again, that's going to mean that they don't have a position. It could mean that they're a new game and FSS just hasn't put them in their position. If you're proactive and you know where they're going, just put them in their position. Reach out to your NPS. On the UMPR. So you're going to have your AFSC. You're going to have your grade. This is the grade that's allowed. That's the ceiling for that position. And then 1 through 5 is going to be your funding. So if you see 1s, that means it's funded. If you see 0s, it's not funded. You're going to have your position number, your SAR code, same as the UMD. That's going to be your security level that's required for that position. And then you're gonna have your fact, and then your pec. So your fact is just a light grouping, so CSS, we have our own fact. And then again, your pec is just who's paying the bill. All right, then you're gonna have your SEI identifier, if it's needed. If you work with aircrew, you might have an API. And then if you have arts within your unit, you're gonna have a civilian art ID. If they are art, you're gonna see, if they are art, that's like a teacher. You're gonna see the R. If they're not, it'll be blank. Okay, so then on line 3, you're gonna have your duty AFSC. You're gonna have your grade. You're gonna have the member's name, social security number, and their duty status. All right, continue on line 3. You're gonna have your control AFSC. Okay. And I just put, there's grade restrictions for your control AFSC, and I kind of just put like a little secret in here. And then you're gonna have your primary AFSC and your second AFSC. All right, you're also gonna have your third and your fourth AFSCs. I did put a note in here, just remember, because we have people that call as well. Your AFSCs are downgraded or withdrawn for lack of recent performance. And then you're gonna have your Civ Art ID again and your AFRC section ID. I use my AFRC section ID a lot. Again, no shade of my NPS, I do love them. But sometimes we don't get a games roster on time, or we don't always get a games roster when the commander wants to know who's inbound to the unit. So what I do is I usually pull an unperf and I'll look at my AFRC section codes. And anytime I see a CH and a CD, that tells me that somebody is inbound to my unit, whether they're, or a non-prior is inbound to my unit, whether they are in basic training right now, or they're in DTNF flight. And I provide an inbound roster for my commander every month. And again, I build that off of my unperf, just looking at this code here. All right, so on line 4, you're gonna have your duty title. You're gonna have any remarks. So if you have someone who's retiring, you're gonna have remarks that says like retired 30 June 2023. Another example is if someone is facing adverse actions and they're projected to be discharged, you'll have a lost date there too. And then again, if they're overage, you're gonna have an overage code and you're gonna have an expiration date. And like, as you can see here, here's the space, and here are the faces. I have 2 people in this position, which means somebody is an overage. I have my overage code here and the expiration date. Yeah, here's an example of someone who's retiring. And I just put some of the overage code. Again, you're gonna have your expiration date. All right, and this is on the CSS page. I just thought it was a cool document. I have it on my SharePoint just to give like lower level supervisors just an overview of how to read it over. And any questions? Or is it time for lunch?
Is there any questions from the audience?
Ma'am, Sergeant Tatro from Barksdale. It's not really a question, but do you mind if I throw in a tidbit as well? Who here is in units with pilots? Okay. In case you did not know, it is incredibly important that you do not double billet pilots. It will mess up their flight pay, and you do not want to deal with a pilot who has their flight pay messed up. They are probably the worst people to deal with from experience. So don't over them for sure, but really double billeting, triple billeting. I have been in units where they were quadruple plus billeting. A lot of them were trainees in the tower though. So that was a weird situation, but just wanted to throw that out.
Any other questions from the audience? All right, thank you, Sergeant Barnes. All right, so we are going to break for lunch, but I'm going to call Master Art News up here to talk about the rules of engagement. basketball conference? Y'all are sad to leave Alabama? All right, so let's get started. We're going to talk about the Commander's CSS importance. Brief by Lieutenant Colonel Brian Steinke, Commander, 42nd Operations Support Squadron. Sorry, the floor is yours.
Can you guys hear me okay? Opted for the microphones. I guess it works better for the TV viewing audience. Good afternoon, everybody. Lieutenant Colonel Brian Steinke. As mentioned, I'm the commander of the 42nd Operations Support Squadron here at Maxwell Air Force Base, here to talk to you about the commander's perspective, the importance of the CSS. Something to share with you, my background. So when I came in the service back in 2003, I was actually a 36 Papa. Which doesn't exist anymore, I don't think. As a personnel officer, spent the first 3.5 years of my career as a section commander, first in a 350-person CE squadron, then in a 450-person LRS squadron. Right. Later in my career, I did end up being an executive officer in operations group, and later a director of staff, and now I'm in the squadron's commander seat. So I've seen CSS from both sides. Right, here to talk to you about some of those things and the importance of it. So, one. Who here has been in more than 15 years? I can see you raise your hands. Okay, all right, thank you. So, there are always questions from within a CSS. It's easy to feel a little disconnected from the mission. I'm here to tell you the CSS is absolutely essential to the mission. The evidence of that is that CSSs went away about 15 years ago. Maybe a little longer than that. My internal mental time piston is constantly getting compressed. Guess what? We're back, right? Okay, guess why that is? We need them, right? They're essential. We need them. It was a disaster. Things were not getting done. It was a mess. I've been through several squadrons without any CSS, and I'm here to tell you, it is not working, right? We need CSSs. We need them. You guys need to be the rock of the squadron, right? The CSS cannot fail. There's so many important programs that happen within that office that affect people's lives, their careers, their pay. We can't drop those balls. Absolutely cannot. So if you ever find yourself wondering, how do I connect back to this mission, right? Nobody in that squadron can do their job and do it well if they're having to worry about pay issues, about their PCS that might get canceled for some exceptional family member thing that they don't know what's going on. If they're having to worry about, if some supervisor's having to worry about this new my whatever system that they can't get to work and now they're getting yelled at for not getting things turned in on time. We need you guys, 100%. And again, be the rock. Be that rock. Now, you've seen several briefs today. I've lost mental track of what happened in what order, so I apologize if I'm preempting somebody else's talk. But you've probably seen talks today, or over the last couple of days, about building schedules, having internal plans, like what you're doing on daily battle rhythm, monthly battle rhythm. That's so essential. Because I'm here to tell you, when I'm sitting in that chair every day, having to go through thousands of emails and signing all kinds of stuff, that half of it I don't even know what it is sometimes, I need to know that you guys are out there making sure that all the things that need to get done are getting done. And I'm here to tell you something. If you see somebody dressed like this, sitting in that chair, yeah, we don't know anything about that, right? So I do because I happen to spend so much time as a section commander, but Joe Blow, whoever bag wearer, they don't touch any of that stuff, right? So there might be this perception that they don't care or it's not important to them. They probably just don't know. So it's on you guys to come back and be that rock. Emphasize to the boss, this needs to get done. And so that's point number one. I gotta come back over to my notes here because this comes up later. One piece of advice, make sure that you are working laterally with your other partners and other CSSs, other squadrons. Make sure that you are working vertically, both up and down. If you happen to be in some sort of a group command staff, that you're working with the CSSs below you and the wing above you. If you're in a squadron, making sure that you're working with the group above you and that you're working with the other squadrons around you. All right? And I say that because there's always confusion and ambiguity out there, right? Something will always come down. So vertically, right? If some tasker comes down, some TNT or email, whatever it is, that there's a question on what this is or what's going on, it's fantastic for the commander if my staff has already picked up the phone and called that the exec at the next higher level or whoever, or somebody laterally, like, do you know what this is? What are we supposed to do here? Did anybody figure this out? And come up with an answer before I have to spend brain bites on it. That's huge. That's absolutely huge, because if I have to pick up the phone and start calling other commanders, like, do you guys know what this is? Do you know what we're doing here? What's the expectation? Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Now we've got a bunch of commanders trying to figure something out that maybe could have been taken care of with a 5-minute phone call to somebody who already knows better, right? Because we don't know any better, but it's possible that your counterpart at the next higher level does, or your friend in the next squadron over might. Make sure that you're making those connections. Keep those connections going, and they will absolutely see you through, and they will really, really help out the unit. Okay. My last major talking point. So, something that this is huge. This is a big one. Speak up. Okay? Make sure that you understand that you're a part of the command team. Okay? Now you might have a larger squadron where you've got a first sergeant, a chief, a section commander, a DO, right? And you see those people moving around and doing things. Like you're a part of that command team. You're making things happen. You might find yourself in a smaller squadron like mine, right? Where it's me, a captain, one CSS troop, and one secretary, right? We're all still having to make the same stuff happen, okay? It's a little weird. If you're in a larger unit, there's more, you would think that being in a larger unit might be a little harder than dealing with a smaller unit, not necessarily true, okay? Because in a bigger unit, there's a bunch of people to spread stuff around. If you're in a smaller unit, sorry to say this, you still got the same jobs, just fewer people to do them. Granted, you're keeping track of fewer EPRs, OPRs, and that type of thing. Fewer demand reduction letters that have to get signed every day. But it's still the same stuff, fewer people to do it, right? So you have to make sure that you internalize that you're a part of that command team, okay? When you are tracking something down, keeping track of some SDAP letter that needs to get signed, some training rip that needs to get signed, realize there are certain things that only the commander can do. Only the commander has the authority to do. Okay? That's not to say that I'm the most important person in my squadron. I'm here to tell you that in my squadron, from a day-to-day operations standpoint, I am the least important person in my squadron. I can't do the job of any of the other people in my squadron. But I'm the only one that can sign certain things. That's the authority that I have. I need to make sure those things are getting taken care of. I need you to help me make sure that those things are getting taken care of. Speak up. Okay? Don't ever say to yourself, well, I'm just an airman in the squadron, where you got the major DO and the lieutenant colonel, squadron commander, and the chief, whatever. Like, no. Get in there. Speak up. Sir, we need you to do thing X. Right? Okay, maybe in front of everybody at staff meeting, maybe not the best time. Right? Maybe not want to call out your boss that he said he's going to do something 3 times and hasn't done it. But I'm here to tell you, Brian Sankey is not the most organized person. I'm just not. Right? When you are in these roles, you have to realize that there are personalities that you have to deal with from the squadron commander side, right? So some people are real process-driven, some people are real personality-driven, some people like things on paper, they want to see their schedule printed out every day. Some people want to have a folder that they just go in and sign everything, and people want to use Teams. It's about how that commander processes information, what ways they take in information, can get stuff done efficiently, and get it back out. Okay? So you got to make sure you're adjusting for that, but at the same time, you got to make sure that you're holding that commander accountable for things that they need to be doing. Okay? Now, I'll be the first one to tell you that when the senior airman outside my door, senior airman Dizon, she's been in this, we just got her. She's been in the seat almost, Monday will be 2 weeks, right? She's already had to pin me down 3 times to sign one thing, right? And I get frustrated, right? Okay, all right, yeah, I'll get to it. Yes, thank you. And the phone rings, and then then something happens, and I got to go into some other office, and you come back before lunch. Sir, did you sign the thing? No, okay. Realize that commanders have personalities. Some people are scatterbrained, like myself. We need you guys to be our rock, once again, right? I might be frustrated. We might have some unsafe condition out in the airfield that I just had to deal with, and I might come back with a scowl on my face, and you'll be sitting there like, maybe I shouldn't ask them about the leave validation right now. No, you need to do that, right? You need to do that. And understand, like, don't take any of that personal, right? The bosses might get frustrated. It's a situation, okay? And I'm here to tell you, and I told Airman Dizon yesterday, like, thank you. I know I get frustrated. Yes, I know I can be scatterbrained, but thank you for holding me accountable to make sure that these important things happen. Only I can sign to make sure we're taking care of our people so that they can do whatever the unit's mission is. All right? We need you guys. Absolutely, 100%. All right, so they gave me 15 minutes. That's all I had to talk about specifically. I figured I'd use the rest of the time to answer any questions or if anybody has any comments or concerns that they might want to ask me that they might not want to ask their boss. Or whatever.
Hi, sir. I'm Anita Fuller from Eglin. Your last comment, what I have found for the people in the room is go to the Buy LCI store and get a hot pink lined Post-it note, put their hit list on it, put it on their monitor. It's really hard to ignore.
That's a fantastic idea. I'm here to tell you, though, I can ignore most anything. That's a fantastic idea. Don't just do that and assume that everything's going to go according to plan.
Hi, sir. Chief Contreras. I'm the 3 to 5 MFM for AFRC. I've worked with pilots for 10 years before this position.
Sorry to hear that.
I love the culture, but, and I agree with what you're saying, like holding commanders accountable. I can speak from experience that can be difficult at times. I've had several conversations just this week. So my question is, have you found yourself having to maybe inspire other commanders to maybe think and work like you do, or not?
I would say that my model of working is probably not to be emulated. But I hear what you're saying. Think of a nice way to put this. I have been made aware of some units within our formation that maybe were having some problems. I've been in a little over 20 years. Some of the commanders in our formation aren't even like lieutenant colonel selects yet. So there have been times where even within the officer community, officer corps, I mean, there's mentorship that happens all over the place, right? So yeah, there have honestly been a couple of times where it's like, hey man, have you thought about doing this, or maybe that's not working right? Now, having said that, I mean, it's not my squadron, right? It's even if I'm talking to a major who's over another squadron, I'm a lieutenant colonel, like, that's their squadron, that's not my squadron. All I can do is offer suggestions, advice, mentorship, if you will, just based on my personal experiences. But it's on those individuals to internalize that and decide to make a change. So, do I hear that maybe there's some things that aren't changing that would be good?
No, I agree with what you're saying. It's on that individual to kind of meet how they want to be. It's just sometimes hard to influence, otherwise and do our best to put the stick notes or other things.
I will tell you something. It's very personality driven. I'm not saying that sometimes there's no winning. That's not the case. But I can tell you right now, my second commander that I ever had when I was in CE, Everything I brought into that man's office, I had to log every single thing. I'll tell you right now, on one of the walls of my office, I have the going away plaque signed by that guy, wishing me the best of luck. And I have it up there so I look at it and remind myself to not be that guy. I'm here to tell you, it's true. It happened so he got a new desk, right? Year-end furniture buyout, right? Year-end buyout, got some new furniture for everybody. So he had his staff come in, set up his desk. As we're pulling apart all of his drawers, here's that decoration he said he never got. Here's the folder of OPRs he said he didn't know where they were. Here's the stuff that he said I never gave to him. And here's me getting beat up that I'm disorganized and not getting him things, and he's shoving them in drawers and just forgetting about them, and then blaming me for never getting to them. Now, what did I do? I printed out the OPRs again. I printed out the decorations again. I just kept doing whatever it took to make that happen, to get it done, right? Didn't change his behavior, but I got stuff done for the people in our squadron. I made things happen. I made the important things happen. Sometimes some personalities are just difficult to work with, but you gotta focus on taking care of your people and making the mission happen, despite some of those challenges. One of the hardest years of my life. Anyone else? All right, well, I didn't hack a watch, so I don't know if that means early bathroom break or not. But you guys just do want to say, I really hope you appreciate this. This didn't exist when I was doing CSS stuff, right? This wasn't a thing. Right? This is awesome. I am super excited that the Air Force is bringing CSSs back. I'm super excited that we're taking this serious, right? This was a mistake to get rid of them. It was a mistake. I'm so excited you guys are here. I appreciate everybody staying awake after a barbecue lunch, being the first speaker after a barbecue lunch, so thank you very much.
We are just getting the next briefer set up, so just quick 5 minutes. Stay close.
Once again.
Colonel, thank you. You sure you don't just want me in your squad?
And the homework, huh? So the homework was, I need you to take your thought about who you are. So let's get our guard and reserve teammates up to speed. 3 F0s, let's get my hug. Yeah. 3 F0s, you too. 3 F2s, 3 F5s. Am I missing anybody? 4 alphas? Raise your hand, 4 alphas. Let me see where you at. Let me pick on some of y'all. Yeah. Hey, they was riding deep too. They was like 4 alphas. Sorry. 3 F2s. You said 3 F2s. 38 Fs. Let's go. Officer Cole, who am I missing? UPC? Look. Y'all ain't got the FNC though, right? What's the FNC? 3 F5. 3 F5. So 3 F5, I'm gonna get a precursor. My teammate over here already told me this is medium shirt, so don't nobody critiquing this shirt, okay? She said I need extra large next time, so we just tried it on, it came in the mail, so we're gonna leave it alone, okay? It's a safe space today, okay? Thank you. I did some push-ups on the way in. Hey, take it till you make it. Hey, listen to me, man. I'm really excited about today, and I'm gonna tell you why. This lesson stems from not just a 10-year journey for me. Listen to me when I tell you this. Not just a 10-year journey for me, but relationships that I made on the outside before I came back to the United States Air Force. Not just with the author of the book, but with the Happiness Studies Academy, which, if you guys are familiar with the term anti-fragility, and I'll help explain that during the class, but I want you to hear these terms, and I really want you to take the concepts that we're talking about today, and I really want you to take these home with you. Because we speak a lot about resiliency. We speak a lot about self-care. We speak a lot about what we're doing, work-life harmony. But when you're saying it and you're not putting these things into action, it's kind of like what we said about goals yesterday for our active duty folks. If we don't write it down, we're not actually taking the steps, and we're just talking about it. And like the young man say, it sounds good, right? So what I want you guys to do is I want you to take these terms, this lesson. This is a summative lesson that I'm going to show you. But before I jump into it, I have some giveaways. Is that fair? Let's go. There was a young lady that came up on this stage on day one. Y'all remember that? Alexa, where are you? Is she still here or did she fly back? Come on down here, girl. Give it up for Alexa, please. One of many, one of our training partners is Trainers Warehouse, Dunball.com. And this one is for you. This one is the getting to know you ball. Since you gave me a few minutes to get to know you in front of 417 people, I want to say thank you. I want you to take this home. When you got an icebreaker going on, just throw this around and make people answer a lot of questions. Is that fair?
Yes, thank
you.
you.
Nice to see you, lady. Good. Give it up for you. There was a young lady that was telling me she wanted to go to all these Disney World places. There she is, right there. But she hadn't wrote it down yet. Y'all remember that? So what I got is one of my favorite journals. It's called the Self-Care Journal. Now, these went out of print, but the company is amazing. They're free period press. And they sent me a couple of these to give away. So this one is for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You guys help me test this one out, so I'm keeping this one out. This one is going to go to someone who helps me out today. On this side of the room. This one is going to go to someone who helps me out on this side of the room. Does that make sense? All right, so I'm just letting y'all know this is coming. Look, ladies in front. Hey, let me get up there, all right? I got you. So if you guys, if I didn't get a chance to show you, if you like those little balls, the company is Trainers Warehouse, and we have a whole box of these up here. And if you flip to the back, you'll see every one that they offer. Is that fair? Break those icebreakers down. Get people to answer questions they're uncomfortable with. That's the only way you get to know each other, right? All right. So Happiness Studies Academy, Trainers Warehouse. There's a lot of folks who really put a lot of energy into these, so I'm giving that energy back to you. This first video, did I ever get that clicker? My fault. Where'd I put it? I always steal clickers and lose them. All right. This first video, I told you it's a 10-year journey. And I want y'all to see this movie instead of me talking about it. Sir, can you push play? This bad boy ain't working. It's got sound to it, so show that video a lot of the classes, and I'm in Okinawa, right? So everybody's like, must be nice. I'm gonna tell you what though, sometimes you gotta go through your hell to get to your heaven. Listen to me when I tell you that. The tours before this, Thule Greenland, raise your hand if you've been there. Oh yeah. So for 4 months in Thule, what stays down? The sun. For 4 whole months, the sun does not come up to brighten up your day. And then for another 4 months, the sun stays up and it doesn't come down. And then they call it a dark season where the winds are so strong that if you leave your door open the wrong way, it can blow your door clear smooth off. And then there's polar bear season, where the doors on the metal doors are different than what you're normally used to turning. Instead, you got like a bar you got to turn to make sure the polar bears, who have now advanced enough to open regular doors, can't get in. Can you imagine hearing a new type of alarm that you've never heard before because somebody just saw a polar bear about 10 feet away from your door? When I tell you sometimes you have to go through your hell to get to your heaven, I also went there where our new airmen, brand new airmen, were pairing up with senior NCOs who were spending their life getting drunk at the one place on that base to do any activity. So when I arrived, I realized that everybody was just kind of funneling into this season of darkness. Now the doctor warned me, she said, hey, when that sun goes down, you need to take vitamin C. Vitamin D, excuse me. A lot of vitamin D, the doc in the back, vitamin D, bro. Look, so I'm eating like gummies, right? Like, let's go. And I'm watching the people's personalities shift as that sun never came back up. I'm watching how aggressive people are acting towards each other. And they're trying to figure out how to realign the CSSs because the new folks that came in to be the functional managers of the base weren't communicating with each other. I arrived to have to take on this mess, but I knew I could. The tour before that, remember I told you the first day that I was sitting in Kosovo as the NSC superintendent, acting shirt. I had to take care of NATO forces and American forces. It prepared me for that tour. So I got here amidst all that, and I said, you know what? Remember what I told our active duty folks yesterday about Johnny Kim? I am, I can, and I will. I am good enough to survive this, smart enough, wise enough. I can bring the best version of me, and I will survive this one-year tour of this crazy base. And I'll tell you that going away was probably the most powerful and emotional going away I've ever had in my career. I could have retired right then and just been like, wow. Because the love they showed me based on the love I showed them was amazing. And I have all the stuff still hanging on my wall. It still makes me tear up sometimes reading what people say about their experience on that tour. Because I knew that I can't change the culture unless I start with me. I knew that I can't change the attitude and mindset unless I start with me. Does that make sense? All right, we're going to move forward, see if this bad boy works. My clicker's not being nice to me. All right, so I told folks yesterday about mentors, goals, and if you remember who's doing your homework, there's 3 types of mentors everyone should have. What are they? What's the first one? Professional. What's the second? Personal. And what's the third one? Woo, I love this group. Let me tell you something. That young man, Anthony Jimenez, I had called him to make sure I had permission to tell you the story. Anthony came to my office. He was my F-Tag team lead for 3 months. I only had 3 months with him. And Anthony came in one day, came down the hallway, and he's such a pro. He was a security forces kid. Came in there and he said, Senior, can I talk to you for a second? Now I'm going to tell you, I'm not this guy who's on my standing computer. And like, go ahead. What? No, when someone walks in my office, what I tell you what I do? I stop time for them. If he found his way to my office, then it's time for me to stop time, no matter what I had in front of me, for him. And you know what he told me? He said, sir, I heard you used to be an OSI agent. And I said, yeah, man, I had a hairline. It's like 20 years ago, bro. What are you talking about? I was trying to be Mike Lowry back then. You know what I mean? So I crashed and burned back in personnel. Let's go. But let me tell you something. All jokes aside, he came to me because he heard. It wasn't because of what he read on the bio. It wasn't because of what somebody was bragging on. He trusted me with his next steps. And he said, sir, I'm thinking about doing it, but I have some conflict. And I said, "Hey, what's your conflict, man?" He said, "Well, I don't think my family will support me." His wife at the time is 6 months pregnant. His training would be right before the baby came. He didn't think his family or her family would support his decision. And secondly, he heard that as an OSI agent, you don't have time for family. And family was his number one value. So I said, "Hey man, let me ask you a question. Have you talked to an OSI agent yet?" "Nah, I can do that." "Yes! You're not going to jail? Call him. Tell him you're just going to call and ask about the job." So he did. They had lunch, and I told him, I gave him a heads up. I said, "You know that lunch is going to be your first interview, right? The investigation starts right there. So bring your best self. Be open. Be loving. Be the version of you that we see." Anthony started there. Last week, I can't make this stuff up. I wish the clicker worked, forgive me. Can't make this stuff up. I got this from Anthony. Go ahead and check out the dates. My man said, I said, "Let's go." There's an acronym behind that. I said, "Let's go, baby." Class has been great. And I'm going to tell you, I teared up on that last part because I remember distinctly the day that he walked in my office and said, "This is what I want to do." So I want to go back. Can you go back to the previous slide, brother, please? Does Anthony look like me? I want you to catch on to what I just said. People who you look up to, mentor, person you want to ask advice from, they don't have to look like you. They don't have to be in the same seat as you. They don't have to be from the same background as you. We as human beings tend to flock to that because we're more comfortable. But Anthony came to me, he said, "Hey man, you've done something I want to do." You hear what I'm telling you? Sometimes we got to get past those, what do they call those, biases or preconceived notions? A lot of words we can use for that. And realize there's always somebody that can help us if we're asking the right questions. Next slide, please, brother. Next one. Thank you. The book is called Happier No Matter What. It's by Tal Ben-Shahar. I told you guys, I promised you I was going to break down the inspired model for you. About my wingman. Man, if you don't mind standing up, Tech Sergeant Belinda Rico, where you at? Give it up for Tech Sergeant Belinda Rico. I'm going to tell you a story in a second. Yeah. Man, there you go. She's good at following rules, I promise. F-Tech. Tech Sergeant Rico was my F-Tech NCYC who just happened to be in another class here while I'm here teaching. And she asked her instructor, we teach this together back in Kadena. And she asked her instructor, he was like, "Go get it, let's go." So I'm so grateful that she's here to do her part. This means a lot to me. Next slide, please. This is what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about chasing happiness. I'm going to tell you about what the SPIRE model actually is. And as we broke down on day one, this is what those letters mean. Spiritual, physical, intellectual, relational, and emotional. And then we're going to close out with a conclusion. Next slide, please. These are the books. Remember I told the folks who were in active duty, I told myself I wanted to read a book a week. Remember that? These are the books that I chose to read back to back to back. Before I had a conversation with the Happiness Studies Academy and the author of the book. I wanted to understand it. I wanted to take the terms and the concepts and make them fit our audience, our airmen, our heroes. I'm going to tell you why this was so important to me when I read it. It's because our airmen were going through the peak of COVID. Do y'all remember that? Do you remember how hopeless everybody was sounding during COVID? That meant something to me. And for folks who have a big heart in here, that means it's time to keep up. So that's what I try to do. Arm myself so I can keep up and bring some sunshine to these kids. I just experienced 4 months without it. Let me show you what it's like to fight for it. Next slide. This is when the author actually spoke to us at Kadena. You can start. I'm just going to play the whole thing. Thank you.
Hello, Team Kadena. It's so great to hear that.
So he was amazing. Thank you so much. He was amazing. He spoke to us the very first time we came out. We went over these terms back to back to each other to make sure I understand what he was trying to portray. His team has been amazing. But the key that I wanted you to take away is we've been trained for years about the 4 pillars. Give them to me again. What's the first one? Spiritual, physical, mental, and social. My goal today is to show you there's so much more. There's so much more. Let me tell you something. Resiliency is defined as when you take a ball and you bounce it, it comes back to where it was, right? Man, let me ask you a question. How many of y'all want to bounce off the wall and just come back to where you started? How many of y'all want to fall and just get back up and not figure out how to walk after that? Let me tell you a story what anti-fragility is. Anti-fragility is when you fall and you climb much higher. It's when you fall and you get back up and you're stronger. It's when you learn the lessons, apply the lessons, and come back stronger than you were before. Anti-fragility played a huge role into our sexual assault victims being able to tell their story. Last month, it was beautiful to see him on the panel. And you know what I told him? I was one of the MCs. I said, you know what's beautiful about what you guys did? We have so much focus in the military on PTSD. Raise your hand if you've heard that term before. Right? Raise your hand if you've heard the term post-traumatic growth before. 2 people. We spend so much energy on the post-traumatic SD, we're not taking care of the growth aspect of it. Stress disorder versus growth. Which one would you rather have? You see what I'm saying? Our problem with happiness is what I told the airmen, especially going through COVID. When you're chasing it, gate 2 ain't open no more. What am I going to do? Those clubs I used to go to, the gym shut down. I can't get off the island. I got to take leave to go to mainland. Woo! The list of complaints was long. Let me tell you, I can't drink. I got a curfew now. Blah, 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 blah. Let me tell you. And then people get in trouble because now they're just kind of testing the limits, right? Putting their toes out there to see what they can get away with. Because they were stressed out. All right, guys, stop chasing happiness. Stop chasing what you used to know as happiness. And stop worrying about what you don't have anymore and start focusing on what you do have. Telling your story to the airmen, hey, check this out. I was in Tooling, Greenland, right? They get tired of that story. Tooling, Greenland, 4 months the sun didn't come up. Boy, let me tell you. But what I tell them is it wasn't about what I had or didn't have anymore. We couldn't go to a mall down the street. We couldn't go and jump on a plane and go back home. We couldn't do those things that we have right here in Okinawa. What we had to do is we had to suffer through it together. And we had to find the joy in what we had. Watch this. Remember I told you when people say it sounds good? Listen to what I tell them. It's not what you are or what you have. It's what you do with what you have. It's not where you are, Tooling, Greenland. It's what you do where you are, who you are while you're there. Are you that beacon of light to help other people smile, or are you that person people are like, oh God, I hate being around that person because they're just extra miserable. Can't wait till they're de-roast. There's people like that, waiting them out. Let me tell you a story. When you focus on success, when you focus on your well-being, what did I tell you? There's so much more. Social, physical, mental, spiritual. Let me tell you about the whole person well-being. What about when you're trying to focus on all the aspects of you that makes you you? See if this works. This is not like me today, man. Try it again. Yeah, I think it's about it. Whole person well-being. If you look at the book, or if you go in, you're not going to find these definitions everywhere. I'm teaching you a new one. Whole person well-being. The sad part is people always saying things like, take care of your well-being. Make sure you're taking care of your mental health. Make sure you're taking care of your fitness. Make sure you're keeping in touch with your friends and family. But when you piece it all together, it actually means something. When you're doing those things and you're strengthening those bonds and you're taking care of yourself, you're actually taking care of your whole being. Everything about you that makes you you. You're taking care of those things. You're making sure they are a priority. I'm going to tell you something. If you're no good to you, you're not going to be any good to anybody else. Next slide, please. Studies suggest that placing too much value in happiness. Airman, I don't got the club no more. That used to make me happy. Now I got to get on Tinder instead of being able to see. That was crazy. I'll tell you about Tinder. I'll tell you about Tinder. And the Marines couldn't lead a base. Got real interesting out there. Why y'all still whispering when I say Tinder out loud? Constantly reminding yourself how important happiness is can backfire, because when you're focusing on the things that they didn't have, Instead of paying attention to what they did have still, they were losing themselves. There's a list that came out. You guys remember these lists? It had green, things you can do, and red, things you can't do, right? You can't be within 5 feet of anyone. You can't go blah, blah, blah. Focusing on those red ones instead of checking out the green ones and highlighting and elevating from there. Next slide, please, brother. Told you guys what we're going to cover. I'm going to stay over here for this just so I can get through them real fast. Your spiritual well-being, I'm going to be asking you, and I want you guys to all listen to me. Hopefully you all bought something to write with because I made a promise to you on day one. I wanted you to walk away with new concepts. This is what I'm asking you because I'm going to be testing you at the backside of each chapter. And I'm going to be calling on somebody. I'm not going to tell you who. Right? Watch this. Are you living mindfully and purposely? Moving on to the next one. For your physical, are you taking care of your body? Do you understand what real recovery is? Did you know there's more than one way to recover? Man, I'm going to give y'all some homework on that one. I'm also going to ask you, are you challenged and curious? Man, when we get older, we get to these jobs, put that uniform on for the first time, we stop having fun for some reason. Unless we got a TDY where we get a lot of places to go and hang out and it's really nice. Why we can't do that wherever we're at? Watch this. Are you challenged and curious? There's so much more. It deals a lot more with mental. You're relational. Woo, can't wait to get to this part for you. Trust me, me asking these questions. Do you nurture your connections that nurture you? Emotional well-being. I'm about to ask you about this. This is it. Are your feelings honored and balanced? What do you do with painful emotions? How do you cultivate more pleasurable ones? I'm going to tell you about peaks. Watch this. Man, I've been a senior forever. I can't make staff. You need to make staff. Woo! Man, I've been a staff forever. I can't make tech. You make tech. Woo! Man, I kind of want to get commissioned, but I keep getting passed over. They pick me up. Woo! Now I'm an officer. I'm a sector commander. My boss doesn't listen to me. Now I'm Lieutenant Colonel. Woo! They're called peaks. But if you're chasing those types of peaks, you're failing yourself. Senior NCOs chasing strats, you're failing yourself. Senior NCOs trying to figure out what's going on behind closed doors with that board, you're failing yourself. The peaks you're chasing should be the ones to make you happy in life, not on paper. Because goals are temporary. So we're going to talk about that. Next slide, please. Power of purpose. Woo! You got signed and sending helping the Air Force out with your why. What about your purpose? How do you see your job right now? How do you see what you do every single day? Is it a job? I'm going to do this for 4 years and I'm going to get out. Is it a career? I'm going to do 20 so I can get that check. Or is it a calling? Man, you know I had to fight for this. I had to work hard to get here. I still remember in basic training when I didn't even have my name on my uniform. I had to fight for it. I remember not even being able to run a mile and a half. And then somebody's yelling at me with a black hat on. I never figured that out, how they was running around there just with their little suit on, like they could run 2 miles and a half and I could only do like half of one. Let me tell you the story. We got through it. For our civilian teammates, getting through that application process, USA Jobs, wherever you had to apply at. Trying to get a job in one of those spots, the only time they open up and somebody dies, right? But you made it. Listen to what I'm telling you guys. We have to fight for what we have and where we are. And if we're chasing peaks instead of our purpose, we're failing ourselves. I'm going to tell you the difference between a job, a calling, or a career, and a calling. Watch this in a nutshell. Raise your hand if you're a mom in the room. Thank you so much. Put your hands down. I guarantee you guys always go home, right? You're always like, I can't wait to see what kind of trouble my kids got into today. What kind of mess awaits me in the house? Oh, I can't wait to see. Right? Oh, I can't wait to give all the energy I got left to these babies. Right? Right? Now, that person, that's a calling. That's what they, oh my God, I can't wait to get home. Right? That's a calling for them. This is a job. Oh man, I know the phone rang when I was, I hope that wasn't my boy's teacher, boy, let me tell you. Here I go, I gotta take this trash out because apparently none of y'all want to do it. Oh, this is what you call washing dishes? A calling. Baby, come let me show you how to wash these dishes, because you know what? This is what I'm here for. I want you to do this on your own when you get out of here. Come here. Right? A calling. Can't take the trash out? Tell you how this won't affect you later. Okay? Because yeah, I ain't gonna raise you to have no other person that take care of you. That's right? That's my mom. Listen to me. I'm gonna give you an example of what happened in the corporate world. Straight from the book, I'm not making this up. Corporate world, there's a company, and you guys ever heard of tele people who answer the phone and get hung up on all the time, and those people? Imagine one of those organizations for an alumni. Calling, hey sir, you went to this campus and we're just trying to, okay. Hey man, just stop calling. Okay. How do you think that person feels at the end of their shifts every single day? Horrible. They done got cussed out, hung up on, told not to call, yelled at, screamed at. Crazy. And the boss is like, maintain that little right? But what about that boss that does this? He sees that his folks can beat up on the phone. And he says, hey guys, I want y'all to turn the phones off for a second. We're going to take 30 minutes. I want y'all to come to this conference room. Everybody goes in that conference room from this alumni club, defeated, beat up, feeling like they got beat up all day. It's only lunchtime. And they're sitting there. And this young lady, real feeble, just comes in, happy with a smile. And she says, she couldn't be more than 18, 19. She says, hey guys, I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you because without you, I wouldn't be able to fund my first year of college. Without you, I wouldn't be able to take the classes I'm taking. My parents wouldn't have somebody first generation going to school without you. Thank you. She leaves, next guy comes in. You got the little swag? He's like, hey, let me just tell y'all, man. I didn't think I was gonna make it out to the streets, boy. But because of the time y'all spent on the phone, probably getting beat up, I'm able to get school. I was able to escape a neighborhood that wasn't kind to me. Let me tell you the feeling that those folks left with. How do you think they felt? Anybody? Empowered, determined, encouraged, motivated. Sometimes it's hard to find that in you, that word motivated. It's kind of hard to find it, but when you see how it affects others, kind of like when that guy gets promoted and he comes to say thank you for what you did with his records. You know what I'm saying? That extra step you might have took to send an email up to AFPC because of what, you know what I'm talking about? That feeling you get. I want you to ask yourself a question. How do you see what you do right now? And anytime you're trying to level up on how you see yourself and what you do, I want you to ask yourself or consider the statements. Next slide, actually. There it is. These 3 questions. This is important to me because. That's 1. Number 2, I am passionate about what aspect of what you're doing are you passionate about? You got to find these things. Lastly, what you do every single day, I help others by. When you can connect yourself to this, you're leveling up. Whatever you walked in that day feeling, and you can remind yourself of how it's important to you, how and why you're passionate about it, and how you're helping others. And I'm going to tell you in a second how pouring into others is actually pouring into you at the same time. It's amazing. Mindfulness. And let me tell you something. Every one of you in uniform, raise your hand if you have a healthy work-life balance. 5 people. And then one of them was like, let me think about this for a second, right? I want to say something. In uniform, I know you can move, but can you be still? Sergeant Rico, got a mic?
So at this time, we're going to practice some meditation together. Please join me as you close your eyes. Sit straight up as you lengthen your spine all the way to your tailbone.
Say that part again.
Please sit straight up as you lengthen your spine all the way to your tailbone. Start to breathe in and out freely from your mouth or nose. Take a deep, full breath in and a long, slow exhale. Focus on your breath and take a few deep breaths to calm yourself. Gradually move your attention across your ankles, calves, your knees, thighs, pelvis, stomach, chest, upper back, shoulders, your arms, hands, neck, and head. Pay attention to each body part and acknowledge any sensations, whether it is comfort, discomfort, or tension. Breathe in and out. As you feel each inhalation and each exhalation, you can begin to feel the body release. Starting from your toes, bring your attention to the sensations on the bottom of your feet and feel the toes on each section of your foot. Give another deep, long inhale. And on the exhale, allow yourself to fully arrive into this body, into this moment, into this breath. Now let go of any control and simply allow yourself to be here. You have nothing to do right now, nowhere to go. Just be at peace within yourself. If your mind wanders, gently bring your attention back to your breath and the part of your body that you were focusing on. Visualize sending your breath to each area of your body and imagine that you are inhaling each oxygen to that part and exhaling any tension or discomfort. Let go of all the effort it has taken to bring you here. Allow your thoughts, pressures of what is yet to come, and give yourself the gift of this moment. Breathing in and breathing out. Now I'm going to do a countdown in 10 seconds to end this exercise. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gently open your eyes. This is just a form of meditation. There are many forms out there. The one that I would like to share with all of you is that I have the pleasure to live in Okinawa, Japan, and I live on the ocean. So I take that time to see the waves hit across the wall, and I just take at least 5 minutes before I get onto base and to the chaotic madness that is awaiting for me. But it's so important to give yourself time because the best person that's going to take care of you is you. Thank you for this time.
So that is formal. Like people are like, wait. How relaxing was that? Woo! Right? Watch this. How many of you actually do that? Just a few of you. Listen to me. I told you guys yesterday, you have 1,440 minutes in a day. And most of you can't even give yourself 4 minutes to breathe. Come on. It's not your fault. We don't teach you that. We teach you to go. That's why they asked me to come in here, and I'm so glad that I'm here to remind you to take care of you. My little sister, we teach this on base. It was one of those things when we start talking about mindfulness, you hear it all the time. You got to practice that mindfulness. You got to practice that get strong mindset. And half the people saying they don't know what it means. I promise. Mindfulness is more than just meditation. Mindfulness, in the informal sense, is just doing the little things. Let me tell you something. How often do you just listen? Take in what somebody's actually saying to you. Because a lot of us listen to respond. But I guarantee if we actually listen, the way we see things, our perspectives will shift. The way we hear things, the way we take in information and also deliver it will change. One of my favorites is being able to disconnect to reconnect. Let me tell you something. I have a whole room in my house that there are absolutely no electronics. None. It's not my bedroom, I ain't gonna lie to you, because Netflix does ask me, are you still watching? And I am. All the time. And I get mad. Yes, I'm still watching. Just finished Wednesday. Let's go, I'm watching. I'm gonna tell you something. But when you have that place in your life, when you have that space in your life to disconnect from the social media, there's a young lady in here, I won't call her out, that was just sharing with me. She's in the middle of here, I can tell you which one. She was just sharing with me at the airport, because I talked to everybody. She said, I'm doing the social media cleanse. Woo, let's go. Can't be no older than 23, 25. I would have been all over social media at 23, 25. But she said, I'm doing a cleanse because it's peaceful. There's no drama involved. All I got left right now is Twitter, just for the kicks. And I was like, okay. Nobody can reach her unless they call her, and it's something that they need to talk to her about. You know what she's doing? She's protecting her peace. Disconnect to connect. Reframing from multitasking. Guess what the Air Force teaches us how to do real well? Man, I'm over here riding the EPR, preparing for a PT test, and doing a disciplinary action at the same time. Right? But how do you disconnect and have that time and space for yourself? Lastly, man, I'm gonna tell you, y'all can tell from this medium shirts, I like to eat. Right? I love to eat. I'm gonna tell you something about savory. Next slide, please. I read the book, and I had this meal in Japan. I was starving that morning, I was heading to a meeting, but I said, you know what, I got about 30 minutes, and I didn't even know this cafe was right around the corner from my house. Now, I had just read a chapter that talks about savory. Let me tell you about this meal. This is probably 4 months ago, and I still remember it. I started with the salad. Watch this, I don't even have to look. I started with the salad. It had like a perfect drizzle of dressing on that bad boy. The carrots right there, real crunchy and crisp. It was like a perfect, woo, wait a minute. I was chewing up all 30 chews out of this one. Then I went on to the bacon. I went from healthy to unhealthy real quick. But I'm gonna tell you about that bacon. Boy, it was a perfect salty, a perfect texture. It wasn't too much fat in it. It was great. And I said, you know what? I don't want to drown this French toast in this syrup. I'm just gonna put just enough. Just so I can taste the texture and both. Oh my God. 30 tubes every time, I'm trying to tell y'all. But let me tell you what I did with that. Some of y'all want to go to this cafe now. Why? Listen to me. I still remember that meal. I took just a little bit of egg and just a little bit into the ketchup. I didn't want to lose the taste. I still remember how it tasted because I savored that time. Let me tell you something. That's a meal. That was a meal I still remember. So my question to you is, are you savoring the time that you have with your friends? Your co-workers that you care about, that matter to you? Your spouse? That date night? You're just trying to get through it because I gotta get to work tomorrow. That time with the kids, watching them play sports and you're just looking at the clock waiting until practice is over? Or are you savoring that time and taking it in? Because let me tell you something. You only get one of these lives, one of these stories. And if you're not savoring these moments, they're gone forever. There's people right now suffering from memory loss. Y'all tracking what I'm telling you? Severe. Especially when they get into their older ages. But I guarantee those things, and some of those things that they were savoring throughout their life, those moments that they savored, those trips, those views. And let me tell you where we mess up as human beings. Can I see your phone real fast, ma'am? This isn't savoring. No. It's putting this down. Thank you so much. And enjoying it. moments, the time, the people, the experience. When you can do that, you started mastering that what do you call that? Informal mindfulness. Next slide, please. Being present. I'm gonna tell you something. Presence is a gift. Being present in the moment, being present for those things you care about, those people you care about, that's a gift. In the quote from Albert Einstein, you can see your life in one of two ways. As though nothing is a miracle, or as if everything is a miracle. If you wake up and you're just blessed to wake up for another day, you're doing number two. If you're happy that you got a sunshine outside, food on the table, everybody's healthy, you're doing number two. But if you find yourself constantly complaining, you find yourself always worried about what you don't have, you're always thinking about what you want next, instead of appreciating and being present with what you have. That's the difference. Next slide, please. This is your check-in. We're going to ask you these 3 questions, or these 4 questions in this case. Do you experience a sense of well-being at work? Do you experience a sense of meaning and purpose in your home? Because I can tell you there's people that smile at work and get beat up at home. Let me let y'all know it's true. Are you present? Are you mindful? And feel free to take these questions back with you, share them with whoever you want to. Then I want you to ascribe a score of 1 to 10 and where you fall. Describe in writing why you gave yourself this score from all 4 of those, why you said you're a 5 or a 7 or a 10 if you are 10. And if you need to work on it, you realize that you're kind of low on that little scale, I want you to tell yourself, how can you increase your score based on some of the things we just talked about? So be honest with yourself. And that's one thing that a lot of us don't do anymore. We kind of just flow through it. When we start being honest with yourself and looking at these things, you're taking those key steps to take your life back. Next slide, please. Physical well-being. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of people in here that have passed that PT test. I'm 44, so I took the shuttle run. Y'all know I barely survived it, right? But I'm still here. I have one of my lungs left. Let me tell you something. You can't split an elephant in 2 and it becomes 2 elephants. And when we use that analogy, what we're trying to tell you is your body and your mind are one. So when you're not taking care of one, it affects the other. The way we talk about this in FTAC and through MRT school and RTA school is completely different than the way it's spelled out here. And I'm going to show you why. Let me get 2 volunteers. Let's go. Sir, you were quick. Over here. Ma'am, please come on over here. Yeah, give it up for volunteers. Give it up for Now, I want everybody to stand up for me. Please, man, come on over here. Come on over here. You got a quick roll. This is going to wake you up. First and foremost, y'all remember me, right? So when I say go, what do y'all do? Woo! So somebody talking about it on social media. Let's go. All right, let's go. My young lady on the right with the black shirt. She just found out she won $5 million in the lottery. Everybody give her a go! Right. Everybody want to be a friend all of a sudden. Relatives calling, she ain't heard from her in 10 years. Hey, this young man right here though, he's got some bad news for us. And his best friends just got hit by a car. He's in the hospital. Go ahead and give him an arm. Go ahead and have a seat for me. Thank you. Ma'am. I got something for you. I'm going to tell you after. One more time. Give it for young lady who won $5 million. Woo! Watch this. You won $5 million and you got to walk through your unit all day because you're going to apply to quit tomorrow, but it's your last day. I want you, for me, 3 times to walk up and down this lane, progressively getting happier every time you walk. Up and down. So the first time, be happy. Second time, be even happier. And that last time, give us all you got because you're about to quit with that cheese. You ready? Let's go, please. Yeah! Let me see it. Woo! Look, you getting high fives? Let's go! New friends. New friends, come on back. With $5 million? Yeah! Yeah! Shut up. You. Yeah. People didn't like you know how I feel. I hated you, never liked you. Yeah! Last time, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That's when I'm the lowest ranking guy in the office and I call a staff meeting. Staff meeting, please. I'm gonna tell you all how I feel. Been waiting for this for a year. I'm kidding. Come on back and get my last one. Let's give it up for it. Yeah! Thank you for that. Sir, I'm sorry, I hear about your friend. As you go up and down this lane, I want you thinking about it. I want you to progressively get set up. Can you handle that? Let's get it. Come on back. I don't even want to make you do a task because you did a great job. Give it up for me. Give it up for me. I want y'all to see something. What did you notice about his body when he was walking? It was a shift, right? You did a great job of showing it. Look, man, you really crying. Thank you. For the 2 volunteers, I made a promise, and I'm going to keep it. You get to pick which one you want. One of them is, let me see, shaped by your past. And the other one is, what makes you you? Which one you want? What makes you you? Let's go. Give it up for it. Shaped by your past. Trainer's Warehouse. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. Let me tell you something. Your body and your mind are one. He was mentally channeling what he was feeling, and he shifted. But not only did he shift, I watched 400 people right then get uncomfortable with him. I'm very patient and I want to record y'all out because it was so awesome to see it. When I went, $5 million, y'all were like, ah! They want to hit my car. I went, But think about your everyday life. Every one of you has a story, but are you paying attention? Body and mind are one. There's people walking around your units right now and they walking the way they were yesterday. This man patted him on the back. He couldn't take it. He got to this man right here and he was like, hey bro, I'm sorry. That's me. You're the version of me in the unit. Like, hey, wait a minute. Hold up. Come here. Let me talk to you for a second. What's up? But a lot of people don't realize how the way they feel and the way they think triggers the way other people see them. A lot of people aren't paying attention to when there's a shift in other people. Your body and mind are connected. And I also want to see when she was happy, all y'all felt it. When she was coming up here, high-fiving, getting the love, bam, y'all like, woo! So let me tell you what, you want one, go ahead, you get one. Yeah! Let me tell you what happens when the unit morale is low. But you walk in still being that beacon of sunshine. Let me tell you what happens when the unit is upset, frustrated, changes, shifts, new leadership, but you just won $5 million in the way you walk in the room. Just the way everybody shifted just now, if that's the character, the energy that you bring, somebody's going to see it, and I guarantee you it's probably somebody that needed it. Do you hear me? We call it the 3-minute walk. You can be the difference. I had 557 people watching my every move at Tuli, small frozen island. And I knew there wasn't one day I was going to let them see me sweat. I'm bringing it, even when I didn't feel like it. Do you hear me? Next slide, please. Woo! Physical well-being continued. I want you to take this home. There's 3 ways to recover. I want you to do the homework. Write this down. Micro, mid-level, and macro. Going home and going to sleep is not the only way to recover. Let me tell you something. There's 3 different ways. Break them down, research it, look at it. 3 ways to recover. Figure out which one you need in your life where you're at right now. Let me tell you something about move it, move it. My friend Tech Sergeant Rico, my little sister, one of my trusted people. She can tell you where I go every Saturday. Sergeant Rico, where do I go every Saturday? The Lighthouse. There's a lighthouse in Okinawa in Zampa that I walk 99 steps after my radio show every Saturday. And I go up there and I just breathe. I'll be up there for 2 hours if I want to. But I just breathe. I let it all go. The week, the arguments, the discussions, anything. I just stay where I'm at. I watch the water. I breathe. I let all those crazy thoughts go. Like she said in her, when she was reading, gently bringing my thoughts back to peace. However long it takes. And then I walk back down. But let me tell you about moving it. I walk back down the 99 steps. Now, I'm going to tell you, 99 steps is a lot of steps for an old man. I ain't let y'all know. So, get down the steps, and I'm winded, right? Oh, goodness, let me go ahead and get to that car. I'm going to that car, I said. And there's this little old man from Okinawa. And I seen him when I was coming up. He was walking around the lighthouse like this. Had to be like 100 years old just walking. I'm coming down the lighthouse like this. Well, let me tell you. He goes, Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. You okay? I said, man, come on, man. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't do that. But let me tell you why he can do that and probably walk laps around me. Because in Okinawa, they're in the blue zone. In Okinawa, they take care of themselves differently than we do in the United States. They eat different. They appreciate life different. They explore their food different. Their sleep different. Family different. Conversations different. Blue zone countries stay around to be in their hundreds. Well, our average is what, 70s, 80s right now? You see what I'm talking about? So while I'm there, those conversations that I'm having, what are you doing? Because I want to be here for my kids, my grandkids. I want to hold them and tell them these old stories. Boy, I survived a year or 2 in Greenland. Well, let me tell you. Polar bears chasing me, because you know you got to level up, right? Polar bears chasing me around the camp. How do you do it? Keep uphill, both ways. Chasing polar bears, chasing me. Barefoot. So you got to be able to put your life together physically. We don't teach you this. We teach you to be fit to, what about being fit to live? What about being fit to be there when you retire or when you separate to do something else? What about taking care of yourself for longevity purposes too? Sorry, I'm glad y'all got me here. I really, really love this mission. Next slide, please. Check yourself in. How physically active are you? Do you take care of your body? Do you take time for rest and recovery? And how do you deal with stress? It's going to come up again. I want you to score yourself. Ascribe 1 to 10. Where you at right now? Be honest with yourself. Then I want you to describe. You don't have to do it now for time's sake. I want you to go home and I want you to tell yourself why you gave yourself that score. And then I want you to prescribe like doctors do for you what you can do to get your score higher. It's about you, but also it's about the future you. Next slide, please. Intellectual. Bam. Told y'all about that book of weaknesses, right? Taking that knowledge, taking that information and doing something with it. Understanding it's not about, I'm going to tell you another secret that they don't tell you. There's a lot of things hidden between cover to cover that the rest of the world ain't going to tell you. So many secrets that people have spilled through their life, cover to cover, that are going to be secrets to you until you start peeling through those pages And for the folks who weren't here yesterday, for the Guard and Reserve, give you what it is, cheat code. Some people don't like picking up books, paper books, hard books. But I'm going to tell you what the world did. They created Audible. So if you're trying to get through a book and you realize that you only got an hour a day to read, find that book that's 4 hours long and get done in 4 days. You got a week. Do the math, right? How much time you got to put? Because guess what it's doing? It's making you wiser. This information you can pass back, not just for you, your unit, but for your kids. Something you and your wife can talk about, husband can talk about. Ask yourself, why are you anxious if you're dealing with anxiety? Why? Why am I dealing with anxiety? What is it that's making me anxious? Am I focused on things that I can't control? My advice. Am I stressing on things that trigger somebody like that you can't control? What's your part in it? Because if you focus on what you do have control over, your anxiety will go down. What is not working with the relationship if you're in one? It doesn't have to be with an intimate relationship. Say you have a friendship or a coworker. Are you working these things out in your mind first? Because a lot of us like to point the finger at everybody else, but we refuse to do this. Are you looking at yourself? One of the things that's going through the corporate world right now, and I love it, the CEO from the coaching, actually we had to talk about this, it's great, Dr. Flatter. Why am I talking? Use this acronym at work. You ever been at that staff meeting? Or is that one guy? I like to piggyback off of what Jim said. They just feel like they gotta say something that's burning them up. I'm the opposite. Do I need to say something right now? Are we gonna be good if I don't say something right now? Do I need to speak up? Can this be an offline conversation, right? Why am I talking? When you start being able to do that with yourself, taking your control of your life back in your mind as well. Next slide, please. Learn to fail and fail to learn. It's okay. I'm going to tell you a story about the baby. Moms, dads, raise your hand again. Parents, yes. Watch this. Remember the baby was first learning how to walk, and they would always walk in the most dangerous places? Right? You're freaking out from across the room. I'm going to tell you something. Y'all might not be superheroes, but you have a sense. It's a no. And y'all do some real magical stuff to save the baby, right? The baby probably would have been fine. But in your mind, the worst case scenario happened. I'm going to tell you how that hurts the baby. If the baby never falls, how are they going to let him get back up? If the baby never trips, how are they going to learn how to walk? If the baby never hurts themselves, how are they going to know not to do that again? Got to know how it feels. So I say all this to say, we have to go through the same thing as well. We have to accept failure and see it differently. We have to understand and learn from the pain, learn from the lessons. Learn the lessons, apply the lessons, and come back better. If we're doing that for ourselves, we're realizing it may not be perfect, because guess what? We all want to have a 100% rating. It's not always going to happen. But whatever I don't get, whatever I have to cover, what can I do different? How can I change? How can it change me? The fear of making a mistake is crazy, y'all, because it actually builds into your anxiety. So when you let that go, you learn to let that go. Change your mind, you change your life. Develop a growth mindset. People talk about this all the time. Half people never read the book. Growth mindset is not just about, I can do more, I can do this. It's about believing that you are more than who you are. You are more than this uniform. You are more than what your role currently is. You are greater. You are limitless. That's having a growth mindset. That's waking up, instead of fearing failure, you have more of a fear of not giving everything you got or not being able to. The value of all of this that we're talking about in this lesson is exploring, discovering, and learning. My phrase, if you ever listen to the radio show, learn the lesson, apply the lesson, come back stronger. Next slide, please. Check in. This one's gonna look a little different. Oh, next, back one? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, back one. All right, 401. 411 more. All right, I got an extra slide on that. Your intellectual well-being. You gotta check in. This looks a little different. Did you guys notice that? There's like 6 things I'm asking you on here. Watch this. New things. What have you learned in the past week? At the Inspire conference, right? What new things did you learn? What are your top current interests? What intrigues you? What are some challenges that you're facing? How can you approach those challenges in a more creative way? Who are 3 individuals you can learn from and be inspired by? With those 3, how do you connect with them? Because I tell you, the 3 people that I want to learn from right now are not in the military. 3 people that I want to work with right now probably seem untouchable to you. But I'm doing everything in my power to connect with them. Because I want to. What is one book, article, or podcast that'll expose you to a new idea, philosophy, or perspective? Remember what I told you? You change your mind, you change your life. Let's go to the next slide, please. Love and conflict. I know what I did. The next one is relational well-being. Let's talk about these relationships. Raise your hand again if you have that healthy work-life harmony. All right, same 5 people. Now we got 3. Lost 2. You thought about it. First couple slides, like, damn. Watch this. Some of you are going to retire. Some of you are going to separate. The difference between the 2, who's sitting in your front row. If you're not watering these relationships, you separate, you just roll out, hey family, I'm coming home. But when you retire, you want those people that you love in those first steps, right? The first seats. Your mom, your boyfriend, husband, wife, kids, whoever, right here. What if you haven't been watering those relationships? Putting that energy in. What you think those faces gonna look like? How funny those photos look when your husband's like, wife's like, kids are like, I don't even know this dude, right? Listen to me. We giggle and laugh, but there's a lot of people failing their families right now. And there's no excuse. Sorry. We can blame and think, what I tell y'all? We like to do this. But no, that's on you. That is on you. Change your mind, you change your life. When you get to that finish line, if you haven't been watering those relationships that are important, it's going to be a lonely day. And I see it so much more. People use excuses. I don't want to have a retirement ceremony. I'm just going to ride out. Because you know ain't nobody going to show up unless it's that. What's that list? Well, you got to fill the seats. What is it called?
Rent a crowd?
Yeah, rent a crowd. The commander's like, hey, we need 3 people from each section. Woo! I've seen that. What does that say about the person in you that was about to retire? How do people see him? Are you trying to be that person on the way out the door? People are like, man, I hate to see him or her go. Or are you that person like, thank God, how can we get his paperwork? Can I do it? Let me run the retirement ceremony. Relationships are everything. So, who do you have deep relationships with that matter to you? And are you nurturing them? Second question is, are you cultivating empathy? And let me tell you something. Empathy is not putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. I don't want to be in your stinky shoes. I don't want your athlete's foot. But I will tell you what it is being able to meet you emotionally wherever you're at. I can't feel your pain because I've never been there, but I can come down here with you and be there for you. I don't know that story. I've never read that book, but let me read it with you. Empathy is being able to meet somebody where they're at. There is a barber on YouTube. I just watched this video. He was shaving his lady's hair. Y'all see that? She had cancer. He was shaving his lady's hair. She was real emotional. She was torn up. And then at the back end of the video, he puts his head down next to her shoulder. And he has some nice hair, too. and he shaves his head. Did you see that? That's sympathy. I'm not feeling your pain, but I'm here with you. That's extreme. Let me show you another case of it. There's a heavy dude. I usually play the video, but for time's sake, I didn't. He's running around the track, people. Heavy dude, running around the track. There's a PTL. He's in uniform with a little checklist. Right? He's doing time. All right, that's lap 1. I know in his head, he's like, this kid's in trouble, right? I'm coming out of my car. It's the same day I had my PT test. And I'll tell you that story in a second. I'm coming to the track, and I'm watching this kid score, and I'm like, this kid ain't gonna pass. I'm old, so I'm not gonna run with him. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I didn't think about that. I was just getting out the car. And you know what the PTL did in full OCPs? He ran the last 2 laps with me. This kid took the stopwatch, said, let's go. And he was screaming with him the whole last 2 laps. Not because he was going to pass or fail, but because he cared enough about this individual in the moment of need to meet him where he was at. I got you. We need to pass. The kid passed. I walk up to the PTL and my teammates show. I got a video and everything. I walk up to him and say, hey man, this has nothing to do with Air Force. This is just basic human care. And I really appreciate you. Being able to meet somebody at a basic human level is so important. Thank you for sharing that with me. Because I was motivated after that. I walked in and did that show run. I'll tell y'all something. The last 2 was painful. But what did my airman do? My airman took his OCP top off. He was in his boots, and he got on that basketball court with me, and he did the last 2 to make sure I got that 90, so I wouldn't have to worry about it no more. His feet was on fire after that, too. Tell y'all something. But I'm going to tell you, when you care, and when you put that into the universe, that's going to come back to you. Those guys knew I shared that vision with them, how much I really wanted us to not worry about that no more. And they loved me enough to all show up with a little sign. I felt so loved and energized that day. There was no way I was going to fail unless both my kneecaps fell off. I'm going to tell you something, the power of giving, just like I just mentioned, that was powerful to me. But you also got to give to yourself too. Let me tell you something, military and civilians in this room. Do you wake up in your story the hero or the villain? That's in your story. I'm not even asking how other people see you. Are you the hero or the villain in your story? Somebody said, I'm an anti-hero. I want to hear that. Listen to part 2 of that. When you look in the mirror, are you in love with what you see? Sadly, there's a lot of people that aren't. Look in the mirror and they're always picking themselves apart. What they want to change, what they want to look different, what surgery they want to get to correct something. Let me tell you, if you haven't heard me say it since day 1, you are unique, you are one of one, you are beautiful the way you are. Build on what you already have. You already have the foundation. Build on it, but do it the right way, with love. Are you your own best friend? I'm going to tell you, if you're your own best friend, there's no such thing as being alone. When you're in love with the person that you're alone with, you hear what I'm telling you right now? When you can be off to yourself to reset, and you love every minute because you're recharging, and you don't have that sense of loneliness, because you're in love with that person at that moment and in that time, you're answering that task, giving back to yourself. So I challenge you to fall in love with yourself. Because if you can't love you, how in the heck are you going to love anybody else? Next slide, please. One thing with relationships, a lot of times we don't reflect. We get comfortable. That's marriage, boyfriends, girlfriends, friendships. We get real comfortable. Have the expectations that it's always going to be what it is. It helps take a step back sometimes to look at it because you appreciate those situations and people differently. The team I told you about from headquarters AFPC, and they're watching this right now. We survived that journey, that 13 unprecedented programs. The first opportunity I had when I was deployed in Kosovo is I flew to Germany on leave where they were both stationed. And I took both of those ladies to Athens on me. Not because I'm rich, but because I saved up for it and I really want to tell them thank you, but because of them, my kids got to see me during that craziness. Because of them, the relationship that I had at the time was still strong. I was able to get home at a reasonable time. We were able to keep each other balanced in some of the worst adversity when everybody was telling us to find a way to yes. At work, we made it make sense to us. So the first opportunity I had is a bunch of pictures on Facebook, you'll see it. Those are my sisters for life. And I told you day one, we learned each other's strengths and weaknesses, but I had to do that. When I got away from AFPC, I didn't realize what I had until I got into that next team. When you get to that next team, you got to build that relationship all over again and learn each other's strengths and weaknesses. You don't quite have what you had before. You kind of misses the family before because of what you inherited. Gave me a real opportunity to reflect. I talked about listening and empathizing, the importance, so I'm not going to beat that up too much more, but just take those points away. Be kind. Remember the person that was just walking up and down this aisle? What if you didn't know their best friend just got hit by a car? And you're saying something just rude or out of pocket? What do you think you just did to their mental probably for the rest of the day when they're trying to heal from the situation or the conversation you just had? I'm going to tell you a secret about kindness. It's not a mean, it's free. It doesn't cost you a thing, but it can come back abundantly if you put it out there, and that's what you give, and that's your vibe, that's your energy. Last but not least, take care of you. Multiple classes I teach. One of them is the art of self-care. Because there's a big difference, listen to me, between maintenance and self-care. What'd you do for self-care this week? Got my nails done? That's maintenance. What'd you do for self-care? Got my hair cut, man. Got all the edges up? It's maintenance. What'd you do for self-care? You see where I'm going? Do you know the difference? Many people in this room don't. Self-care is about taking all this whole being stuff that I'm teaching you and focusing on each one of them to make sure that you're meeting the mark. Self-care is making sure that it's not just your physical that's taken care of, but it's your mind, that it's your spirit, that you're taking time to reset, to breathe, that you're taking care of you, that you're taking your life back. Because Big Blue is going to keep taking and taking and taking until you push that button. So what are you taking back for you? Next slide, please. Check in. Do you spend quality time with your family and friends? I'm talking about real quality time, not checking your clock. My ex was a lawyer. So she was always, you know the little Apple Watches? Trying to eat something, I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Let me tell you what that does. You're not being present. Take that watch off. Spend quality time. Are your relationships deep? What's your front row going to look like if you're talking about retirement? Are those relationships deep? Are you watering them? And not just once a month. Are you making sure the people that you say you love know that you love them? That you care enough to find time for them? Do you take care of yourself? And are you giving and being kind to others? Rate yourself and do the same thing. Prescribe, describe, and ascribe. Next slide, please. Woo-wee! I'll tell you why this is so important. I get so sad when people come to my office telling me their story and they apologize for crying. Why are you apologizing? Why are you saying sorry? You're human. I'm not going to sit here and throw a box of tissues at you. I'm going to meet you where you're at. What's going on? But do you know that tears make some people very uncomfortable? Kind of like this guy over here. I had a guy that literally come off and be like, hey, she ain't here crying, man. I don't know what to do. Can you come in here with me? No! Go in there and keep up. Listen. But I'm going to tell you the art of being a basic human being. Meeting people at the basic human level of emotion. Some people get uncomfortable with you. So I tell you, when you reject emotions, anger, sadness, frustration, I'm not going to deal with that right now. It manifests itself in other ways. You have to know how to let your emotions flow through you, deal with them. We have all these different agencies on base. Mental health, Beehive, Influx, True North. I can keep going, right? All these agencies on Chaplain, all these agencies, but we still reject our emotions and don't deal with them. That's not on them, that's on you. I heard somebody in another career field say, I don't want it to affect my career, so what you're telling me is you care more about that paycheck right now than your long-term life. You care more about the seat that you want versus what you can be doing to stay around here longer, mentally, physically, and spiritually healthy. What if you go in there and you don't get the news you expect you're going to get? That means you're fighting for yourself in your life and you're taking your life back. You're not allowing everything that's going on around you to take over you and make those decisions for you. So many of us, not maybe in this room, but people you may know, struggle with that. Anybody in this room ever wake up and say, I'm not going to feel emotions today? I'm good. I'm going to tell you why you can't, because emotions are like gravity. They exist even if you don't want them to. Did you know on average, based on your interactions with other people, you experience 456 emotions a day? Let me tell you what that sounds like again. So I saw some faces turn. Based on your everyday interactions, 456 emotions. And many of them you don't even know what they are. There's a wheel. If I'm teaching you emotional intelligence, I show you a wheel of emotions. I start pointing out terms that you've probably heard, but you don't know what they feel like. 3 different ways, 3 specific ways. Talk about it. Seek help when you need it. Next slide, please. Emotional well-being, active acceptance. And one thing I want you to take away from this is you are not your emotion. If you're angry, that don't mean you're an angry person. You're sad, that don't mean you're a sad person. You're frustrated, that don't mean you're a frustrated person. That just means that's the emotion that you're feeling at that time. You gotta allow it to flow through you. Does that make sense? A lot of people think that they're just this way. I'm just an angry person. No, you just haven't dealt with it yet. And it's manifesting itself. And I want you to take your life back, and I'm gonna do an activity with you right now. First, I'm gonna make sure y'all are with me. Y'all ready? Don't stab yourself with them pins if you got it. Like y'all love, I know it's a lot of information, but I love you enough to give it to you. I'm gonna say go. Y'all know what to do, right? Go! Spiritual. Go! Physical. I ain't even say go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? I love this group, boy. Y'all on video, they're gonna talk about y'all later. Go! Physically. Go! Intellectually. Go! Relationally. Go! Emotionally. Last one, I want you to write down 3 things that you're looking forward to. 3 things. I don't care if you got a pen, you need to put it in your phone. 3 things that you're looking forward to. I'm going to tell you, this is hard for some people. And I'm going to go with something extra out there. It has nothing to do with the Air Force. 3 things that you're looking forward to in your life that have nothing to do with the Air Force. Find that for me, real quick. You know I'm going to call on the people that ain't writing, right? I just want y'all to know. I'm going to get you. I'm just teaching you. Anybody want to share one? Yes, ma'am. What are you looking forward to?
Sir, Sergeant Tatro from Barksdale. I'm looking forward to my son starting his process for a kidney transplant.
We're with you. I'm praying for you. And we hope that everything goes through okay, all right? Thank you for sharing that with us. Hey, I appreciate that. Oh, you don't want to see open up the... She deserves a thumb up? Let's go, man. Come come here. You get the, let me see which one this is. Let me see. Getting to know you. You talked to me the other day too. Thank you so much. There you go. Give her one more hand. It's not so long. Who else wants to sit? Something you look forward to. Yes, ma'am.
I finished all my courses for my associate's degree at 50 years old.
Let's go! Yeah! Let's go! It's not how you start, it's how you finish. I love that. Let's go. Who else? Y'all making me give me all hype in here. We got one hand, I'm gonna come back to you. Yes, sir.
Staff Sergeant Butler out of Shepherd Air Force Base. Looking forward to starting flight school soon.
Is that Air Force?
PPL, commercial, and all that.
Oh, let's go! Yeah! You saw the game? Is that Air Force ball? That's a good one. All right, over here. Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Roach from Luke Air Force Base.
Let's go.
Looking forward to my 10-year anniversary in Hawaii.
Woo! Y'all need security or anything in Hawaii? I got you. I got you. Who else wants to sit? Yes, ma'am. I like it.
Sergeant B.A. Miller, I'm looking forward to becoming a foster parent.
Nice. 15 minutes? Okay. How much time I got left? 6 minutes. 6 minutes? Wonderful. It's perfect time. Yes, ma'am.
Michelle Quadro, Nellis Air Force Base, Afrotech, to get some time to spend with my elder parents.
Oh, let's go. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. First of all, to give up for everybody who shared real quick, please. Thank you. I want to use Sergeant T as an example who shared about her son's kidney transplant. Let me tell you something, you never know. That lady was smiling and hugging and yesterday, you never know. And if my CSS family, if y'all don't take CSS family, doesn't take anything else back to your base, take care of people. Not just on paper, but you see people walking by your desk every single day that not everybody gets to see. Take care of your people. And it takes more than just looking down, writing down what they need, and giving it back to them. Talk to them. It's a whole different level of taking care of people. Thank you for sharing that again, man. Guys, prescribe, describe, and ascribe for yourself. Take this home with you. Next slide, please. Oh, did you guys have enough time? Okay. Next slide, please. Listen to me, man. I'd rather be nowhere else than right here with you. All the way from Japan to here. Such a blessing. Not only the invitation, but the audience. You guys have been amazing. I tell you, from going to different units across Okinawa in the region, just coming back from the Philippines last weekend, talking to their staff, it's been an amazing adventure just speaking life into people and my story, my experience. And I don't get anything from this other than the love you give me. And it's solely appreciated, wholly appreciated. I'm gonna tell you something. Somebody, a couple people asked, how do you come on this? You tell me. You shoot me an email and tell me I'm invited. I'm not charging you nothing. I'll come to a unit, squadron, whatever. I'm here. I got 1 year left in the United States Air Force. So I'm gonna give you everything I got. And I will stop time for you if you call me anywhere. Folks who need coaching, folks who need help or something, I'm here. And if I know it, I'll find out. If I don't, I'll help you get there. Because I do know some people, been around 25 years, been around a long time. Me, Winsome.Cullen. You gotta put an L, Winsome L. Cullen, if you look at me on Facebook. Otherwise, you're gonna be talking to my dad. I told you all this yesterday. He told me last night he made 10 new friends. So I need you to understand that. I say this, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. You are loved, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. I'm a call, text, email, Facebook message away. And I can't wait to see y'all again. Thank you so much.
Is that AC working extra good or just me? It's a little chilly up here.
Welcome back, everyone, from break. At this time, we're going to welcome back our career field managers. So let's give a warm welcome to Lieutenant Colonel Katie Griffin, representing Colonel James Caper, 38F CFM. Robbins, the 35 career field manager. And Chief Master Sergeant Jason Bowie, the 35 career field manager.
So, day 3. Right? I am so blessed and thankful that I got to come here this go around. So how many of you in here now have actually learned something new that you didn't know previously? That's what's up, right? As we sit here and sit there and just kind of take in all of the briefings and all of your concerns and all of your questions and the networking, we are so thrilled and happy that this is now a focus from our leadership, right, at the half level, right? So hopefully you all can take in and understand and know really that this is for real, right? CSS is our back. It's important, especially after you heard from the two officers, right? Colonel Richardson and Colonel Stanky. Stanky. That's why I didn't say it the first go around. I mean, you're hearing from them how important you are, right? So do not take your rank for granted. You are that SME. You are that person in that CSS. So own your craft, learn your job, but make it more of a job, right? Make it something fun, right? You know, he's telling you, get to know your bosses. When I ran the CSS, it was Colonel Pike, and you got to know, you get to know the personalities of your leadership, and I knew I had to hit her first thing in the morning. So my job was to get there before she got there, and I was at her front door to her office with everything I needed for her to take care of. And she knew I was going to be on her behind if she didn't hand it right back to me before she got her day started, right? But that's the relationship that you have to build. You have to understand, so that I'm not nagging her throughout the day, right? No, so you learn those little tricks of the trade. So, man, this is just awesome. I cannot wait to come back next year. I cannot wait to see how this forms and grows and builds, right? Because this is great. So glad that the airman, an NCO, got this started. It was his brainchild that started all of this. And look where we are at today, right? So please give just a huge round of applause for the CSS Inspire team, because it is definitely a team of airmen doing this for all of us. So please, round of applause. And they didn't wait for a leader to tell them yes. They didn't wait. They did it. This was a vision that a tech sergeant had. And look where we're at.
I get to follow that up. I already talked this morning, and then I'm taking my 5 minutes back later today that I gave back this morning. So I don't really want to add too much to that, because this is why when I came back after last year's conference and all of you had attended, I made sure that was impressed upon the leadership up there, like I said this morning. I made sure that they understood. I never stopped talking about it. they can tell you, they can literally tell you that's all I ever talk about, minus the fact 3 or 5 chiefs. This was the second, it was right there, hand in hand with both of those, all I ever talk about all the time. But one thing I wanted to say this before I forget later. One thing I need from all of you that attend this time, since most of you are brand new attending it this time, send me all of your comments on why this was beneficial to you and why you need this, and what else you would like to see in it. Because I can take that and make sure that leadership in half, not just A1, but we're talking about Undersecretary of the Air Force, SecAF, we'll make sure that that gets included in the next iteration of this. So I just need you to send me an email telling me all that stuff, give me that feedback so I can take that and I can say this is exactly how this is helping the workforce that's doing this mission. So just make sure that you do that, please, 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 please.
Yeah, so the team that put this together, they worked super hard, and when it came time, right, for bureaucracy to do its thing, Chief Bowie didn't get a yes, right? So Chief Bowie fought for you guys. He stomped on every desk, up to the Secretary of the Air Force to sound the alarm on how important this was. And so, you know, we hear you, we listen to what you say, we hear what you need, and we're fighting for you up at the highest levels of the service to get you what you need. So please do provide that feedback. But this is your time. So if you have any questions for us, we're all ears, or comments, or concerns.
And this is a graduation for senior and say anything when I get out the door. It's time for questions. Otherwise 3 or 5s know I'm good at asking questions too. So.
Chiefs, Sergeant Pine here. I actually have a question. Any news on when our SKT testing will come back?
Well, glad you asked. So, for the 3 FOs in this auditorium, fiscal year 25. Oh. What? Right. So yes, fiscal year 25, I cannot prolong it anymore. I can't justify why we don't have an SKT. Right? We can now maneuver around all the changes that we have, right, and still test on our core. What was it? Do it? Competencies. Yes, forgot a word. She knows. So I can't anymore. So FY25, I actually just scored it on the email literally this week. And I struggled. I struggled, like, do I do it, not do it? And then I talked to my teammate, and it was, I don't think we can justify it anymore, Chief. We can work around it, and we can get questions around it. Now, what I will say is a task will come out to the badge comps to ask for SMEs, to write the questions. So please, if you're interested, you see the tasker come out, volunteer, but I need you to take it seriously. I need you to do it. Right? We're having a little bit of trouble with our personal apprentice course and the SMEs right now. Just getting back the questions that we need for our schoolhouse curriculum. So, but yes, at fiscal year 25.
The 3 of 5, it's not going to be until fiscal year 26. Actually, I'm working on a SKT for 38 Fs. No, I'm just messing. And the reason why is because we're bringing online the postal training. So I'm not going to mess with you having to take an SKT when you haven't done postal in your life. I'm going to give you time to be able to learn that. There's also some other things that are in the works right now. We're going away from that Blackboard crappy 20-year-old course that we have right now that is like, you just read and post, like we're in grade school now or something like that. We're going back to SKTs, back at AFCETA, which is now part of 2nd Air Force, because the reason why we left AFCETA to begin with was because it took them, by the time they got the CDC out, they already had to be updated. But now they have a whole team dedicated to where they can literally, they'll create the interactive training, You'll be able to fill out that 2096 as an example. They'll show it to you, then you can fill it out yourself so you can actually learn something instead of just reading something. And then they can build the SKT test off of that, but we have to get that built first. And so I'm not going to bring that online along with they're also going to do that interactive postal training from the postal training guide. And so once we bring that online, which they'll be able to do that very rapidly, they already told me how fast they can do it. Once our person moves over, within a month or two, those new courses will be online. And so once that happens, I'm going to give you at least a year to be able to learn it, because obviously you're going to have to learn that stuff, and then that will be utilized to build the SKT test. So that's why I'm giving you 1 more year. Now, it's a caveat, I haven't gotten approval yet back from the FPC. I told them why we need to push it 1 more year, but we'll see if they actually say yes this time. I will tell you though, everybody thinks that we're some anomaly with 3FOs and 3F5s with SKT exemptions. There's not that many career fields who actually have an SKT test. A majority of the AFSCs out there are SKT exempt. So don't think that we're some anomaly. There's a lot that don't SKT test. But we will bring it back because obviously we want you to know to have that knowledge as you're getting promoted throughout your career.
Good afternoon to the Central Travis Air Force Base. Ma'am, for you, what were some career positions you had to do to get to where you are now?
Oh gosh, I am an anomaly. So I graduated from University of Texas at Austin, some Hook Horns, so we've got any Longhorns in here. And I went off to be a school teacher. So I taught school for a while, I taught middle school, and I taught kids who were no longer allowed in the public school system, who were transferring in and out of community through corrections. And after I did that a while, I always regretted. I started my first year of college on an ROTC scholarship and always regretted that. So I applied to OTS and got accepted. And I actually entered the Air Force. Y'all met Colonel Steinke earlier. We were classmates in nav school. I started out my Air Force career as a special operations navigator. And I flew for a few years. So I started out as an operator, and then I got injured. And the Air Force put me through an MEB. And so they're like, you can't fly anymore, so we need to find something else. And so they put me through a full MEB, and they were going to have to drag me kicking and screaming out of the gate, because I wasn't going. So I hired a lawyer, fought my MEB, and finally got, I tried to return to duty as maintenance, and they said, well, you're going to go be a personnel officer, which... hindsight now was the best thing the Air Force, it wasn't what I chose, right? It was what the Air Force needed me to do. And I couldn't be more grateful. I love this, I love our career field, and I love what we do. So my very first assignment was to Langley as a protocol officer. So I worked at the 633rd Air Base Wing, and then I went over to the squadron, and I did both FSN back then, so, manpower, civilian personnel, military personnel, and NAF HR. And then I did sustainment, and then I ended up getting the strangest assignment ever to headquarters AVs in South Dallas. And I went there, I worked at AVs for a little while. I was the exec to the 2-star there, and then off to AFPC. I see many faces that I've seen around the building at AFPC before. And so I did that. I did 3 years at the center, rolled over to the 802nd FSS there in JBSA as the Randolph OPSO. And then here to Maxwell for a year at Air Command and Staff College. And then I was a graduated commander. I did my FSS command at Dover, and I loved it, and now I'm at lovely Pentagon. But it's been a wild and interesting ride, and I meet so many awesome and interesting people, and so many awesome and interesting airmen. And every day I learn more about what we all do, and every day I love it even more. So yeah, it's awesome. And when I said I couldn't have done command without you guys, that is no joke. That is no joke.
Hi, Sergeant Fuller from Louisville, Kentucky, the 123rd. I don't know if I'm alone in this, but as a guardsman, I mean, we saw how important the shred outs were yesterday. Tech school for me was very, I didn't get hardly what I needed as a guardsman from there. So is there any way to, or has there been conversations about incorporating either a section of tech school being specified for different, guard, reserve, whatever, because I feel like I left kind of deflated, like I'd already been doing the job and had to go to school to check a box, and like I don't feel like I got what I needed from tech school really at all as a guardsman. There were a couple things I maybe kind of heard about, you hear about assignments. I think it's important to understand that there are those things on active duty, but I feel like it could have been more for us in the reserves and guard that we just don't get from them.
It's funny you say that, because I've literally been on the schoolhouse's case for a couple of years now, and the fact that all the things they promised they were going to do, they didn't. So the new course for us and for them, I know is going to be the same way. So at least in the CSS stuff, it's going to match. So for the last few years since we did the new courses, for us for 305s, we got PowerPoints. They got to go into like in certain things, they got to go into Sandbox and actually play around with stuff. So that. We just did our 3-level rewrite. So within that, they're going to build much more interactive type stuff. For us, they even had some personnel from the postal school course come there and actually teach some of the students some things. The thing that I was talking about to the reserves just last week during our AET is, for us, we can't encompass everything for Guard and Reserve. But that's where the Guard and Reserve has to come online and supplement our course and have, like, say, a couple extra days or a week. They have to put the money forward for that to the schoolhouse to be able to do that. So I was just talking last week about it, at least on the reserve side, that's also what the Guard side would have to do as well. I don't know, maybe if there's similar things between the both of you, you can work together and pool resources. That's obviously not for you to do. I'm just telling you what has to happen for that to happen. Because I know it makes sense. I mean, I know that our course for active duty doesn't cover everything you actually need to know in the Guard and Reserve. But that's the same thing with our postal training. As much as I would like to offer it to the Guard and Reserve, you don't really have a mission for it stateside. It's just stateside. That's all for overseas. And I still have to train 3,700 active duty. But the Guard and Reserve were in the past trying to work to provide that, to get some seats for the Guard and Reserve in there. But that's another Guard and Reserve thing that has to be worked through the Guard and Reserve. That's the same thing that we're looking at now. Now it's been brought to my attention to make sure that once our course gets built, then maybe we can see about adding on that Guard and Reserve component piece. So you actually learn what you need to do within those different components.
So just for a basic understanding of tech school, right? Unlike maintenance, and I'll use maintenance as an example, because they have to go learn how to turn those wrenches, right? Everything about that, I say generalized aircraft, right? Because then they learn their craft wherever they go, F-16, they go to a special FTU for that. So for us, our tech school, because we have to work in the confines of 6 weeks, we can't extend it because that costs money, right? So basically it's a balance. So everything that we did for the CPTP for 3FOs, right? We removed and added a lot. Then we had to decide what was going to be taught at the schoolhouse. But at the end of the day, once it comes back and if it's more money, we'll have to go back to the drawing board to remove some things, maybe put some more things in, just because we have to stay within the 6 weeks, if that makes sense. But our tech school is only there to give you a basic foundation, if that makes sense. We're not there to make you a SME out the gate, because 92 to 98% of our job, both I'd say admin and personnel, is OJT. So what we are working on to help those limb facts that you are experiencing is creating a more robust training after the fact. Revamping our JQSs, making those courses available out on My Learning, not My Training, maybe out on My Learning, to help you do the things that you need to do. So I'm actually looking into now, specifically for the Guard and Reserve, because you have that unique situation to where you're sitting in that job for a year before you have to go to tech school, we're going, wait a minute, why do we have to send them to go to tech school? Why can't we do this online? Doesn't that make more sense? Because we did a trial run and it was successful. So now they're going through the project to see how much it would cost to keep it going. Because that is an addition on our tech school instructors, because they do, for you to get credit, they have to teach you face-to-face, online, right? So we are working through those logistics to see if that's something that we can put through fruition, so that you don't necessarily have to come to Keiser, you just sit at your home, sit at your work, and take the training that way. So it's bigger than kind of just, hey, Guard and Reserve. We have included more in the CPTP, and we worked through our both Guard and Reserve chiefs to include some of those maybe little nuances that are unique to the Guard and Reserve that you all should know, if you will. So we are trying, but just understand it is vast and it's large. So it's little steps, but I think we're gonna get there.
So for the officers, we actually recently went through a course rewrite, and so our course was validated just a few months ago. And so we actually, our CFETP is a total force CFETP. It was written with the Guard and the Reserve component A1s and CFMs. And so, and our training has also been geared towards with their inputs on what, it's not so different, but it's the same way, it's nuanced to where it gets them more of what they need. Or I know a lot of times in the Guard, right, our officers change jobs a lot. They go from different AFSCs and do different things. And so if you have someone who comes into an FSS maybe as a major, right, we don't want to send them back through tech school. So what training can we provide to them where they get what they need? And so with the Guard and the Reserve's input, we've actually made some of our courses AFSC awarding for those components where they are not for active duty. So it's a work in progress, but we're all working very closely with our Guard and Reserve counterparts.
Good afternoon again, Captain Davis again. It's too good of an opportunity, guys. I just gotta keep asking questions. Could each of you please provide a status, a health of the force for each of the 3 career fields? What are retention levels looking like? What are manning levels looking like? And current and then also future, like will they be changing? I think the answer is no, but is AFIPS going to drive any additional manpower? Thank you.
Okay, so the A word, I guess I'll go first. So we are, and I apologize, I should have it on me, because we get a health, career field health every single month, so it changes. Of course, we're already a month behind. So I've not looked up what it is for last month. But we are always very healthy. We are always typically, I'll say a decimal 1, 2, 3 to 5 above the Air Force. It has taken a slight turn in direction. We are now seeing both retention, I'll say retention is now a couple ticks below the Air Force average. So I have a 1P at half that's going to, they're running me the numbers, and I'm going to get a brief from them so I can just see how do we get after this. The other thing I have also been made aware of, our session rate has dropped. So they're also going to supply me with all of that data so I can try to do a root cause analysis. And I'm going to tell you, I don't think it's very hard to understand what that root cause is. A1 change, right? Every day change fatigue. I think people are getting tired. So I'm trying to get that data so that I can brief my leadership and go, okay, we've got to get after this at this level. But it's nothing alarming at this time, but we're very healthy. So, AFIPS. Like I told y'all before, AFIPS will be started out as a role, right? It's just a hat and no PDS, okay? So just think about this. With MMPA and MLPDS, it's like sticking a square into a circle. Every transaction that we do from the MLPDS side of the spectrum, we have to push it to MMPA for it to consummate, for the member to get paid. Now, if we had one system that did it all, so the moment, re-enlistments, I'm giving someone an SRB, the moment I do that, it's real time. I don't have to push an E63. So all of those secondary updates and corrections and headaches, and maybe some of those maps will go away, we will no longer do. Think about ETS-DOS mismatch. Well, when we enter an extension in MilPDS, it flips the next day. It doesn't do that in MPA, we have to push it. So when we talk about workload, will there be workload? Yes. But everything that we do, every transaction that we perform is already doing these things, right? So it's just secondary. When I saw airman tip-ins come into my CSS, right? I did the BAS meal card. That was our job as personnelists. But just over the time, and it's got automated, we just kind of let it go. We don't do it anymore. But it's always been there. So when I tell you we're getting everybody involved in AFIPS and MilPay in the room, it starts at the half level because guess what? They've always done ETPs, y'all, for TLE. Let me tell you want to know when I learned TLE was not, the ETP did not go through the finance side of the house? No kidding. I was sitting at ACC, A1KM, processing a TLE exception to ETP, I can't think of the word, exception policy. And I'm going, I call my finance and I'm like, hey bro, I got this package for you. He laughed at me. He's like, BB, no way, ma'am. This belongs in your house. What? Blew my mind. So we all don't know this stuff. But I learned it real quick. So when we talk about manning and AFIPS, we can't do a manpower study until the workload is there, okay? And right now, the managerial piece, even though we're getting the Heisman and we don't want to do it, y'all are doing it right now. You should be doing it right now because you need to know that one-to-end process, that A to Z. What are all your internal, external mission partners for your process? How does it affect? You should know that already. That's just being a good counselor. It's being a good manager. It's being a good specialist, because that's what we are. So we'll wait and see, but I also I'll ask for some empathy, because as we're doing a manpower standard for all these programs, I'll say, or processes, not programs, because they're already ours. Processes, finance will be going through the same thing, right? And they're losing one of their 8 major programs in that office. So, but yeah, I'll get it out. I'll do the Crippled Health. I'll send it to the CSS Fire team. We will make a note. I will start putting that on the Facebook page so that you all can see kind of what our menu looks like.
So we actually are very, very, very healthy in our LTs. As you get into the captain range, a little less. Field grade manning is not as much as we'd like it to be. So we are down a little bit, but like compared to our actual funded authorizations, particularly in the CGO, we have enough CGOs for our funded authorizations. But we do get a little less healthy as we get higher up in rank. And so that's a little bit of a challenge. As far as our attrition rates, we are just below the non-rated line. We attrit slightly higher than the non-rated line. But we are on our path, and we've been on a steady path. So when I look at the data for it, there's nothing concerning. We have been attriting our officers at a fairly steady rate. We had one little jump, but that was during a foreshaping year, so that was to be expected. And so that's kind of where we are. We're on our own path. We do monitor it. We have, particularly in a couple of our year groups, we brought on, I don't know if y'all remember the program from a few years ago, but we were sending a lot of folks to OTS, and we were having some more senior folks, some senior NCOs going to OTS a few years back, and a lot of them came into our career field. And so we have a little chunk of CGOs out there that have nearly 20 years of service, right? Now the data tells us that they're not all going to push the retirement button the day that they hit 20 years, but 25% of them might, right? So we're still kind of seeing how that plays out, and then it's going to be a few years too, but we're also trying to watch how the blended retirement system affects our retention rates as we go, but of course the force doesn't have enough data on that yet. But that's for 38Fs.
And on a good note, with 3F5s, because we're always above the Air Force average overall, 99, we're at 99.8% right now. Because of the grade review, just as I had told all 3F5s before in the past, it's going to better balance out all of our ranks. So from staff used to be horrible, it used to be like 70%, but now we're at about 89%, which is actually good compared to what it used to be. Like I said, it used to be 70%. But everything above that, with the exception of the senior master sergeant, is literally in the 94 to 98%. Actually, master sergeant is 101% man. It started getting worse in senior master sergeant right now, but that's why we had 23 promotions, so that's going to, over time, we have some coming back, so that's going to get closer to 100%. The one that's really horrible is chief, because we're about to have 9 chiefs retire this year. So it's going to be a very good promotion year for us for chief. And we have 20 positions, so we'll have about 13 chiefs. So we don't have enough chiefs to fill all of our positions right now. So we're going to have to wait to fill some of them until after the promotion release later this year. But overall, man, we're very, very healthy. Where it gets deceiving is, even though we're at that 99.8%, worldwide average, which looks at all the special manning points and everything combined, 3F5s are like golden. Everybody wants one for some reason. They think that they're going to solve the problems in the world. Well, I know we're awesome, but the problem is because we're so awesome, they want that one, and we don't have enough to fill normal manning points. So that's why certain CSSs, we haven't filled a 3F5 there forever. Because they're going to fill that must-fill position that is really maybe on the joint staff for a grade they don't even need on the joint staff. So we can't fill our actual positions. So that's where it hurts us. So that's where, looking at the UMD and then also looking into asking the MFMs what your manning points are. If you don't need to be a special manning point, if there's nothing special, you're just doing what a normal 3F5 does anywhere, or a 3FO. Have your commander change that, because it affects the entire Air Force of being able to man more critical positions than what just any 3F5 does anywhere in the whole. The MFMs right now are working to try and make that better. However, that still requires the commander to sign off on it. So that's why I say the only person who really knows and can really look out there, because we're not in the MAGCOM. That's where it hurts us, because we're not in the actual MAGCOMs to convince these commanders to do that, to change those special manning points. This is why it doesn't need to be a special manning point. That's why we need to get our chiefs back out there. That's why I keep trying to fight to get that. That's the one I get no all the time on, but I'm getting slowly but surely chipping away at it, so that way we can help you with that manning aspect of it. That's where the manning problem comes into. The retention side of it, although you'll hear all the time, I hear like, oh, we're just 3F5s are leaving. We're above the Air Force average again. We retain well above whatever the Air Force average is. I forget what the actual Air Force average is right off the top of my head. But we're always above it. As a matter of fact, I had another, I mentioned earlier, where we had earlier in the week where we had somebody who was in the 1A career field who wanted to come into our career field, and we were able to do that. I had somebody who left already today. There's someone at another base out there that they're at 2, I forget what they were 2 something. They want to become a 3F5. We got people wanting to come into our career field. So that's why, if you ever hear anybody say anything about, oh, nobody wants to be a 3F5 or a 3FO, just send them my way, and I'll make sure that they understand that that's not the message that needs to be put out there. The executive team earlier today learned that I'm very good at my cyber stalking skills, because I found out something from somebody who posted something earlier today in about 5 seconds of all the information I didn't know, so I can contact them after the conference. Don't spread the negative stuff unless you actually know it's a fact. Because she'll find out, I'll find out, And we're gonna make sure that you understand why what you're spreading is actually detrimental, not just to our career fields, but just to the Air Force in general too. Because other people see that besides in other career fields. We don't want that message spread.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I'm again with another comment from YouTube. With our manning the way it is, how is that going to affect promotion?
So that's also a sticky question because we promote to requirement. With that said, there's a lot of AFSCs out there, right? There's also a budget, right? So again, we're all kind of learning that enlisted grade review that just occurred. So again, as he said, there are more healthy in staff sergeants. So are we. We look a lot healthier in that staff sergeant realm now because we have the authorizations and the assigned. And it's a much closer number together where before it was assigned or authorizations assigned. So we have thousands of positions never being filled by a staff sergeant. So again, with the uptick, and it's just kind of an ever-flowing kind of little wave, if you will, that we all experience throughout the Air Force. We have high years, we have low years, and that's all about end strength. That's all about projection. So it just changes all the time, if that makes sense. So we get a brief from A1P prior to every single promotion release. We see what our numbers are. We try to get to, well, I'll just say we never can promote to 100%, right? We try to get as close as we can. We wheel and deal. We're trying to just give me one more. But I'm taking it from somewhere else, right? So it's definitely, it's just a wave. So it changes every single year. I think we just quoted on the quotas for tech. It's as high as they can give me. I'll just say that much. I tried very hard. And we'll just kind of see how it goes. But it's not, they also take into consideration the master sergeants, right? Because the 7 level is 7 level. So there's much more, things to think about with regards to promotions, right? Techs and masters, although not one and the same, right? So when they come up with their quotas for tech sergeant, they're looking at, okay, of those who made master, how many masters do we have staying? That all levels out. That all goes into play. So it's not like, oh, I have 15 tech sergeant positions I need to fill, we're getting 50. It doesn't work that way. Because there's always those one-offs all the time. So I call it's A1P math, but it's like manpower math on steroids. I don't really know how they get to the numbers that they get to, but they show it to us and I'm like, whoa, what? How did you get to that number? So. But it's a complaint from all CFMs. We want to know more. We want to know more behind the line. But yeah, it's definitely a balance. But it's not, I won't say we're unhealthy, because we're not. We're not unhealthy, if that makes sense.
So most 3 or 5s already know this, but I mentioned when I was talking about the grade review in the past that, hey, for us, because we were always so undermanned in certain ranks, we've been over-promoting for like years now in certain ranks. But I told them, I was like, once this balances out, we're not going to be over-promoting anymore. I said, we might got one more cycle of these over-promotions, but once it's in the 90th percentile on all those ranks, we're not going to over-promote anymore. Now, having said that, I'm not done. It used to be the era of no and 3 or 5 to go and do anything. You're in the era of yes with me, I let you go and do those special DSD, apply for certain things. So at the same time that we're balancing out, I'm still allowing you to go do that as long as we can. Senior master sergeants, like I said earlier, might not let them go do that because we're undermanned right now. We need you to come back to the career field if you're out on a special duty. But I know how many I'm releasing, so I still ask for, even if this is a random number, I don't think this is how many tech sergeants or anything that I said are going to get promoted. Say they said 50. I might ask for 60, so hoping they're going to give me 55 instead. It's all a balance. So I will tell you though that yes, I was able to successfully get some extra promotions for tech sergeant. because I need to balance it out, because I want you to go out and do those DSTs, get those skills, but then come back to the career field, not stay in that DST for the rest of your life. The Air Force doesn't want you to do that either. They want you to go and learn that skills and bring it back to the career field you were originally part of. Then maybe later in your life, at a different rank, you can go back and do the same DST that you did, that you were successful in, at a higher level. Not stay there like, oh, I'm going to be 15. So this is the thing that cracks me up about chief promotions. You could not have been in my career field you might not have been in my career field for the last 20 years, but because that was the last AFSC you held, you're come back to be a chief in my career field. Even though we've changed my career field multiple times in that 20 years and you know nothing about it anymore, you have to come back and be a chief in my career field. I wish they went away from that. But that's why I say it's not you go and it's DSD for the rest of your life. You just need to go there, do a tour, maybe 2, and then come back. Do something within your AFSC, bring those skills back, and then you can go back, like I said. But overall, I think we're doing good on the promotion side now. The Air Force, obviously, like she said, is going to balance things out based off of end strength and what we need. But we always have our interests out for promotions every time it comes out. And we only had 24 hours this last time, so
we did.
It's actually getting the numbers back. We want to make sure that we respond in that 24 hours because there's a lot of agencies that don't.
And I'll tell you, part of that also is because we allow you guys to go out and experience like a DSD. Those are also taken into consideration. So when we talk manning, there's a difference between worldwide manning and the manning that we will show you. We are showing you total force, everybody, whether they're in or out of the career field currently, right? I'm doing a DSD. Worldwide manning is those non-special manning points. So normal manning points is worldwide average. So when we talk about that manning, those special manning points are critical because we do have a lot of units that will be special manning points where we said it doesn't need to be a special manning point because that special manning point is pulling a normal manning point, a unit, an installation, a base level position, they're not going to get filled. So although I say manning looks low, it's just a little bit lower than the Air Force average. But it's piquing my interest now because we've always been above. So is that airmen going out and doing things? Do we allow more to go out in DSD? Are they cross-training? Are they retraining? What does it look like? All of that comes into play. So it's definitely a science project, all the time. And it's usually a manpower person training you that usually is an introvert sitting at their desk and I'm like, I'm non-techy, a nerd. I think some call them nerds, right? And I'm going, oh, sir, that just went over my head. But it is definitely a lot. It's a lot to take in. But I'll tell you, one of the reasons why I approve those airmen to go out and do other things is because they're second, third, fourth order effects, right? If we are high manning in a certain rank, that means in corp. That means you're going to be on the mandatory retraining list, right? So it is definitely a balancing act that we have to balance to make sure that the health of the career field is where it needs to be. So no.
Officer promotions is a whole different animal, so if any 38Fs have questions, we'll do it in another forum.
Lieutenant Burt, I was wondering if y'all could each talk about a time where you had to overcome basically being a 3F in a non-3F squadron. I recently had a senior NCO look at me and tell me that I was just a section commander and not to overtask his flight chiefs, which was really demoralizing, and it was hard to operate for the rest of the day or the rest of the week. If y'all ever faced anything like that and how you overcame it.
Tell your commander.
It wasn't my commander, it was one of the senior NCOs.
No, but I would have that conversation with my commander. You better not come in my front office and disrespect my CSS or anybody that's in it. Every piece of work you're doing is on behalf of your commander, on behalf of the care and feeding of every airman in that squadron. I am so sorry that someone did that. But you guys are an extension of that commander, and nobody should be coming in there and devaluing anything that you do. I have never experienced anything like that. Even when I was non-flying, right, we say this a lot, how important you are, right? The Air Force took you guys away about 15 years ago. We've said that a few times in here. And you know what every squadron did? They made another one. They made a CSS out of just out of high positions in their own squadron because they needed that work done. They needed that stuff done behind the scenes. And so, yeah, your commander definitely should be like a stopgap for stuff like that. I tell you what, if I'd heard that in my front office, we'd have had a little meeting behind closed doors over that because you are valuable.
I can tell you, I've never been outside the squadron. I grew up in an MSS. My CSS stint was in MSS, which nothing worse is being a personnelist for personnelists. I just want you all to know that, okay? And then I was FSS, so I've never had the opportunity to serve outside of mission support for support. But I will tell you, if I heard any person coming into any CSS on an installation as the MPF flight chief, and I did it 3 times, oh, I will be down in that unit talking. And I don't care if it's a 3FO, 305, or UPC. If they are being mismanaged, if they are being talked to, that's where I come into play because I'll gladly take them out of your CSS if they're going to be treated this way because it ain't happening. And I want to tell you, things turn around real quick. But I'm a very just in-your-face kind of person with the commanders, but relationships, they knew what they were going to get from me. So, but I am sorry, ma'am, and I'll call. Let the criminal managers call. We'll get on teams. Oh, yeah. What, was it an officer who did it? Or you said senior NCO?
Senior NCO.
Oh, yeah, I want his name. Or her. Him.
Wait, give me something else on cyber stalk and I'll figure it out. Just give me a unit number and I'm good. So, for me, this is going to be ironic to all of you when I say this, because it's ironic when I say it's 305s when I'm out visiting bases. But in my entire almost 30-year career, I've never worked on the CSS. However, I know the importance of the CSS, which is why I've been battling for the CSS forever, to make sure it has the resources it needs, and especially like we talked about earlier, just this alone, bringing you all together to make sure you have what you need. But I have encountered other people that are like that, and I literally tell them, they'll know, don't worry, they'll know my name. Yep. They won't know who told them, who told me their name, because I'll go in there nonchalantly talking about something, and then I'll make sure that I'm looking at them every single time that I'm talking about why you need to treat the CSS the way they need to be treated. Because they do exactly what you need to do to survive in the Air Force. They take care of you. Like I said earlier when I was talking in the morning, you're like a parent to them because you literally take care of all of their basic needs. They can't survive within the Air Force without you doing the things that you do to ensure they get paid, ensure they get any extra special pay that they're supposed to get, make sure their leave is taken care of, all those different things. That's on you. That's you doing that. But I'll make sure that they understand that after the fact. But they're not really going to know that it was you that told me. I'll make sure of that because I don't want them to go back and say anything, take out any reprisal on me. But they'll understand the importance after that, and so will the commander, because I'm going to make sure that the commander knows too. But that's how I deal with those types of situations. And I've had a lot recently, even in the Pentagon just recently I went and did that. And I worked out quite well after the fact.
Captain Owusu here. The first time I heard of a ribbon chart, I went to virtual MPF and printed out my ribbon chart. And the commander came back and said, "This is not the ribbon chart I need." So, in the supply chain, they have a ribbon chart that maps out everything in regards to how they see themselves in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, And I don't know if anybody here has had the opportunity to create a ribbon chart, but if the leaders can speak a little bit more to, I know 38S, I just recently discovered it on MailSuit, I think it's MailSuit, that there's an actual ribbon chart for how 38Fs can build out and map out the next 10 years of their career. I don't know if there's such a thing in the 305s and 305s, and Colonel, if you could speak a little bit to the ribbon chart as well and the importance of it. Thank you.
Sure. So with any kind of development, right, the ribbon chart kind of gives you a notional roadmap, right? 38Fs have many different ways to get where they're going. But we do map out, like, this is kind of your command window, this is your OPSO window, these are the experiences that we value, right? And so having that one, it's, you know, we talked about goal setting with Senior Master Sergeant Cully a lot. So it's what do I do next? Where do I go next? How do I keep sharpening the spear? How do I keep getting better at what I'm doing, right? And how does my boss know what I want to do? So people call me and they're like, well, what do I do next? My first question is going to be, what do you want to be when you grow up? Where do you see yourself? Do you want to be a commander? Is that the track you're on? Do you want to do this? Do you want to be an 05 and retire? Do you want to make 06, right? And so that ribbon chart is also a great way for, you know, when you sit down and talk with your mentors, that they can help you, get where you want to be and achieve your goals and get you the right developmental opportunities. And so if you are out in a CSS, I certainly encourage you to have those discussions with your commanders, but I would also encourage you to sit down and talk development with your FSS commander, your 38F functional that's on the base there, or call the CFM team, or talk to the OAT, because your commanders are fabulous people and they probably know what that roadmap looks like for a 21R or whatever career field they are, but they may not know what it looks like for 38F. So when I was a commander, anytime my section commander, the squadron commanders where I had section commanders wanted to sit down and talk to a 38F about a ribbon chart, they always sent me the ribbon chart first and I reviewed it and I was like, yeah, this looks good, you know, and I would talk the commander through kind of the discussion from our point of view. So don't be afraid to engage with other 38F leaders about your chart, but it's a great way to kind of map out where you're going, what you want to do, so we can help you get there.
So for us, for 305s, we don't call it ribbon chart, we call it the continuum of learning. We've had it since about 2017. It's in our CFPTP. It literally shows you exactly what you need to do in certain different tracks within the career field, what you want to do, and then other opportunity that you have in there. And then also there's some other things in there that explain, like the SCIs for postal, our badges, obviously, stuff of that nature. But we also have the pyramid that's been in CFPTP since probably the beginning of time of CFPTPs, because it's a pyramid, and I've never really liked it because it's just very generic. That's why we now have that continuum of learning, which the Air Force took ours kind of as an example to start building theirs, and I know the 3FOs are working on their continuum of learning as well, but I'll let her talk about that one until it's done. But you just need to go out there, and if you have any questions within the CFPTP after reading that or looking at it, just reach out to me. I'll make sure you get the information you need. Or you can probably reach out to the BFM, because as long as they've gone through the BFM training, they've been trained on all this as well too. But I know we're pressed for time because we're getting flagged down, so I'll let her talk about her stuff.
Yeah, so real quick, so we have something similar in our CPGP. We don't call it the ribbon of learning or the ribbon charts, but we definitely have things outlined at each rank on what you should be doing, what you can look at for professional development, personnel development, and we cleaned everything up. I think we removed the pyramid because we also hated the pyramid. So we just have a list, and we identify duty titles and everything where you should be as a senior NCO, as an airman, as an NCO. So to make it very clean and very precise and quick to read. Quick to read.
And also for civilians, right, if you, not called a ribbon chart, right, we call it an IDP. So if you have an IDP, you are amazing. If you don't have an IDP, you need to get your supervisor, sit down with your supervisor and make sure that you have one. Every civilian should have an IDP. And I have done some before that is like, I want to be a GS7 the rest of my life. That is okay, right? But you need to be having those conversations because we owe it to our civilians to develop them in exactly the same way that we're developing everyone else. And you got great information on that earlier from Captain Davis. One more question? One more question?
Hi, Tech Sergeant Sam Gregson from the 139th Air Wing in St. Joseph, Missouri. I wanted to I'm going to be that person. I wanted to piggyback off of Sergeant Fuller's question about the Guard and tech school. So I was thinking, after you mentioned the ability to go online, while that's a great option, and I know that a lot of people would scream yay at that, I'm a little hesitant about it being the big overall option. But my real question is, why couldn't we marry active duty and ARC components training at tech school? Because I think it was really neat to have a breakout session here where we could focus on each component and maybe do a week at tech school like that for each and still focus on those basic needs, but maybe not even break out. I think it's really important for each component to have some basic knowledge of what each section does in every area. For example, whenever we go on DFTs, you know, I've been on those DFTs where there wasn't very good communication, but you could just feel the from the active duty counterparts, or they have a lot to do and there's so much going on. And I don't know for a lot of Guard units here, but we don't have like a manpower section. We have an NPF, but we don't have, like a separate area like we do with FDO for manpower strictly. And so we ended up filing instead of actually having like a training program. And it wasn't really a good time management. But my other thought was active duties transfers and transfers from Guard to active duty create a lot of confusion. And orders and how they affect statuses create a lot of confusion, and separation and transfers in general. I think if we could maybe touch on those basic items at tech school even would be very beneficial. I know you said that it's an NGV funding thing where we need to reach out and have those conversations. I wanted to throw that out there and see what you guys thought, and really going back to that question, why couldn't we marry active duty and ARC training at tech school, and get your guys' perspective on that?
That's what I was saying. So like it's in the infancy stages, so we haven't really talked with the Guard. There's the reserve component that we talked to about last week, so that's something that we'll definitely are going to look at to ensure that Guard and Reserve get the training that they need when they leave. Because I know, I've heard it over the years of how it doesn't prepare you, so I know that. It's going to take a little bit of time, because the ATC always wants money, they want the cash up front, they want the Brinks truck. They're like, we'll give you the course, we'll release it once you give us that Brinks truck at our door. And then eventually 3 years later, they'll take it on and pay for it. But at least I know that we're in those discussions now. And I know it's going to be the same thing for them, and I know they're about to get that giant hook that they tried to buy from me last year to get us off the stage because their time is up, which is why I'm telling you we're going to look into it. Reach out to me though, because maybe you can be a component into that to ensure that we can get in there what we need in those courses.
Absolutely. All right, I think that's our time. Thank you, Colonel and Chiefs. We appreciate you guys coming up here and talking to us again. So at this time, we're going to present some LOAs for some of the folks who are part of the planning committee and other briefers and everyone else that was involved. So just bear with us. Okay. All right, if I call your name, please come up here to get your LOA. All right, first person, Master Sergeant Jessica Hamilton.
Everybody taking pictures? It's okay. I don't look my best today anyway, we're fine.
I don't get to say anything like I normally do for these letters of appreciation, but
You're welcome, thank you. Thank you, sir, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, now go back. We'll just do this, all right, okay. Okay, great. Thanks for all putting up with me.
We're going to call the different components up all at once. So, Master Sergeant Ashley Booker.
Another picture, all right.
I tried to go on my picture. It's my spot.
This is, okay.
don't worry, it's not even my name on this letter.
But we appreciate you.
Presenting my letter. Picture, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go on this.
Yeah, I'm going to do
That.
individuals.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
And then group picture. Looks good.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Autographs.
Master Sergeant Bianca Contreras, or Chief Master Sergeant, wait, yes, sorry. Can you please join us on stage so you can present the reserve LOA? Chief Master.
Sorry.
All right, so we're going to call you all up at the same time. All right, Tech Sergeant Hannah Stevenson. Senior Master Sergeant Shannon Crosby. Master Sergeant Ashley Sanchez. Master Sergeant Vanessa Maxfield.
Okay.
Hide it.
Staff Sergeant Andrea Drake. Senior Master Sergeant Kayla Barrickman. Staff Sergeant Jazanet Parham. Tech Sergeant Jeanette Lopez. And Master Sergeant Siobhan Wilson.
Huh? She made it. It's right there. Thank you. Just kneel down. There we go.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Good.
Thank you.
Chief Robbins, will you please join us on stage? All right, so just again, as I call you in, please come up here. All right, Tech Sergeant Samuel Bunting. Staff Sergeant Audrey Tatro.
Sergeant C, ma'am.
Staff Sergeant Aaron Cunha. Senior Airman Elijah Holland. Captain Anna Davis. Mrs. Michelle Velasquez. And Mrs. Erica Santos.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Beautiful, thank you.
Next, we'll present the LOAs for the core team. Let's put all this together. Tech Sergeant Timothy Russell.
I'll try it again. There you go. Take a look.
Senior Master Sergeant Nancy Noble.
Take salute. Oh, thank you.
Master Sergeant Joshua Muse.
Shake to salute. Got it.
Staff Sergeant Haley Hine. Mr. Brad Shimkus. Master Sergeant Alicia Lyons. Master Sergeant Christopher Hobbs. Tech Sergeant Dominic Jones. Tech Sergeant Nicole Hart. And last but not least, Chief Master Sergeant Jason Bowie.
Also, we got the rest of our core team to come up here.
There was another LOA, but it's not here. Does someone take an extra one? Well, it was for Master Sergeant Oscar, no, not Perez Vidalin. Woo! We will find the LOA. It's literally just right here.
There we go.
Hey, smaller people in the front.
Right up front.
Yeah, I gotta work a little harder than that to consolidate. Get familiar. I need one person from each side.
This is like prom all over again.
Get familiar. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Now we're going to do the closing remarks. Sort of closing remarks.
The closing remarks before Chief Bowie comes and gives y'all 3 more minutes of the time he came back this morning. So this was such a wonderful event. I hope that you enjoyed as much of it as I did. There's a few things that I wrote down some notes during the week because there were a couple things that we hit that I just really wanted to kind of reiterate to you guys about the importance. And so the first thing is I wanted to talk just, and I promise I'll be fast, but records hygiene, right? You guys, that is so important. And you guys are like where that starts, right? Especially if you're in a flying unit somewhere. I bet a handful of people in your squadron don't even have their degrees on their certs, right? They don't have their records updated. So just make sure that, you know, as you're going through and you see things and you see crazy stuff, help them help themselves, right? And so, because without that, without your knowledge, they're never even going to notice that something is dorked up on their cert until a week before their promotion board. Let's see. We talked a little bit about inspections, right? SAS, all that good stuff. Remember, mission ready is inspection ready, right? The things that I would worry about as a commander, the number one things is one, undetected non-compliance. Embrace the red. Don't just pencil whip your checklist and be like, oh, I'm green because we don't like green, right? Embrace the red. And then fix your problems, right? Problems don't have to be perfect. We just need to know what's wrong with them. As a commander, I would much rather know we're not doing something right and that we're fixing it than for you to say it's green. Let's see. We did talk a little bit about SGLI and VREDs and AFPAS, right? Those three are three very important things that we need to make sure are updated every year. So, you know, go through that SOS, get your SOS monitor to give you a list of people in your squadron. Make sure they've updated that. Your fellow mortuary officer on base will thank you, right? I have been to families to do briefings, and that stuff is incorrect. And they're already at the lowest, darkest time of their life, right? So that's another thing out there that you're helping take care of families when those things are updated. Ms. Kanufke was up here. She told you a lot. There's what's called a break-fix environment, right? It's out there in all the my things, the my decks, the my eval. And so you guys in the CSSs, if you reach out, you can get access to what's called a break-fix environment. You can go in the system. You can try to break it. You can give them, you go in, you do your transactions in there, and then you can send them all the things that, like, what did this, and I needed it to do this, or whatever. So if you are interested in doing that and testing that and getting involved in that kind of stuff, let us know, or we'll connect you with her, because that's very important, right? Because that's where you're going to go in there and you're going to see what the system is doing and what we need it to do, what it needs to do that it's not doing right now, and that feedback is super important to us. Let's see. Oh, how many of you have heard of Udemy or Digital University? Right? Okay, that's not many hands, right?
It's free.
It is totally free, and there's some great training on it. There's training on data visualization. There's training on being half of you in here probably should have already earned your tab, your little PowerPoint Ranger tab, right? So there's a lot of great training in there. For our 38Fs, we have a data analytics learning path that we've written out, and I've been talking to the chiefs about getting some other learning paths outlined that might be helpful to the CSSs out there. So we're going to be looking more at that, but go in there and check it out. I bet there's classes for all the things that just Brad taught us. I bet there's stuff in there about that. So please go in there and check it out and see what's in there. It's totally free. Oh yeah, stop doing lists, right? How many of you have to-do lists 6 miles long? I did, I still do, I have a notebook. Stuff just rolls over from the next day. So when I was a commander, they would give me a stop doing list. Man, these are the 4 things you have to do today, right? You are not walking out of this office without these things done today. And they really kept me on track. And they knew I hated signing stuff electronically. And they would come in with a stack of paper and they'd be like, here, sign these things. I would wet sign things that were allowed to be wet signed. So of course, know your commanders and know what they want, but make sure they know what they can't leave without doing for you today, right? Because that's important. And then just 2 more things. If you are on a base and you have a sister squadron in the reserve or the guard or active duty, if you are a reserve or guard, get to know each other on your base. My sister squadron in the reserves, we did exercises together. We worked UTA weekends when they didn't have the right people to do like cat cards, or when their cat card machines were down. Even the guys that worked full time, when like our machine went down in our office, right, for some other reason, or a printer, we would call over to the reserve team and they'd be like, sure, send them over here, and they would help us out. So those relationships matter, right? So you need to exercise. We executed a beautiful PDF line with our reserve squadron, right? So you guys have to get out there, have to get involved, have to know your sister squadrons out there in the total force. So if you have those on your base, get to know them. hop in on a UTA weekend and see what's happening. And let's see, and so when you talk to your A1, General Miller's one of her favorite jobs was being in the CSS. General Aguilar and A1P, one of her best jobs and experiences she touched was in the CSS. Your CFM was in a CSS. Your deputy CFM, although not as a 38F, when they took you guys away 15 years ago, my commander was like, hey, you're going to be the OSC of this thing we're going to call the Commander's Administrative Support Staff. So they just called it something different, and I was like, whoa, I got to go training, I don't know what I'm doing. But it was an awesome experience, and so don't ever minimize what you do. You are the tip of the spear. XAB, right, first in. You guys aren't coming in like after we're established. You guys are coming in the beginning, right? You guys are doing some bare base stuff. You guys are doing PERSCO and keeping accountability. You guys are setting up post office, right? So you guys are very important to the fight and the future fight that's coming. And so please know your value and your worth. And then also know that too, this is a great experience, right? You're exposed to a lot of thinking, a lot of what happens in the front office, a lot of the strategic things commanders are dealing with, right? And as we look at our chiefs, as we look at a lot of our colonels, lieutenant colonels, general officers, right? That has shaped the way that they think over the years because they've been exposed to how our senior leaders make decisions at a young age and how they think and how they process information. And so you guys are really getting a wealth of knowledge that you may not know. So please know your worth. Please know you are the tip of the spear. Please know that we are all here to help you with what you need. Your feedback matters. You are heard. We value you. We love you all. You're in the family. And before we let Chief Bowie back up here for his 3 minutes he wants back, we're gonna close it out. We're gonna close it out lumberjack style, Chief T style. All right? Stay. Sharp. Stay. Sharp. Stay. Sharp. You guys are awesome.
So just like Colonel Griffin just said, do not minimize what you do. So I am here to say thank you to all of you, right? You are where the rubber meets the road. You are where it starts with, when it starts with every airman and guardian. Prior to coming to the NPF, prior to coming up the chain of command, it starts with you. So thank you from the bottom up of my heart. When I say don't minimize your worth, who's heard you're just a paper pusher? Do you believe that? Not after this week, right? Hell to the no, right? You are more than just that. That paper is a career. That is a life. That is welfare. That is pay. At the end of every day, starts with you. So thank you. I have taken so many nuggets from this Inspire conference. I'm more inspired than ever. I have talked to a few of my new favorite best friends that are one going to help me, personnelist, right? My whole motto is modernize, standardize, operationalize how we personnel. Because we got to get with the times. It's 2023, y'all. I cannot believe after 26 years we're still doing some archaic processes. But my new best friends are going to help me because it starts at the top. Then it's going to funnel down, right? We are going to take this and it's going to be so big 5 years from now, this conference right here. And it's all because you are taking the time to come here, spend time with us. I am blessed to be here with you in the same room as you. I'm in awe by what you do every day. So thank you. Please go back to your installations. Talk about this. Network. Talk to each other. Do not be afraid to go to the NPF and talk to that base functional manager. And if you're a personnelist, please collaborate with your 3F5s. Don't forget your 4 alphas. Well, I was getting to my civilians. So have anyone ever heard the analogy of the house? Right? House. Guess what that foundation is? Civilians. Y'all, that house will not stand without the civilians. Period. Dot. The walls are your senior NCOs. Well, your NCOs, I should say. The roof, senior NCOs, leadership. But guess what? It breaks. It's only going to break because of what? The foundation. So that is our UPCs, our civilians, working out on the installations, out in every position that you're in. So thank you. Thank you for being those mentors. Just because you may be out of uniform or may never have even worn the uniform, you're still a mentor. Be that mentor. Please do not disevaluate what you are to us, because you mean something to us. Okay? So I will let, there's Chief Bo. He gets it all the time, y'all. It cracks me up. But you know, we are, as a team, man, I love my brothers and sisters in our office in A1XO. I love my CFM team. I love the 35 CFM team. I love the 38F CFM team, and to include civilians. We are truly trying to change how we do business, but it's as a team. We understand that we all need to be speaking the same language. So, and if we're not doing that, I need you to come check me. I need you to check me, like my guard sister, saying, hey, we need more collaboration in tech school. Absolutely, and we'll get there, right? Check us, let us know. We don't know what we don't know, so please give us the feedback. Like Just Brad, I hate email. Hate it. Hate it with everything that makes me. I'm a Teams person. Hit me up on Teams. I'm the only Amber Robbins, the only one, Amber.Robbins, USA.8.film. So please hit me up, send me a note if you have ideas. We talked about parallel events going on at the same time. Everyone wants to do better, right? The captain and Ms. Santos did an amazing demonstration on how they manage their CSS. There are hundreds of other CSS personnel doing the same thing. We want to hear all of it so that we can then make one standardized process that fits all. Because so many of you are working so hard, and we don't want to start from scratch. Let's do this together as a family. So thank you. I hope to see you guys next year, because I sure as heck. I'm the cusser of the family. I'm married to a weapons airman, so most are like, you're cursing out? Like, yes. What? You curse like a sailor. But we are a family. I hope to see you next year, because I will be here next year. So blessings, safe travels. I love y'all. See you next year. I took 2 of the 5.
No, I was watching. I always watch while you're talking, don't worry. I try to keep track of that. So I wanted this 5-minute back for a reason. You already know, I'm not going to say it all again, how much you're valued, because you know, I will tell you how much you're valued every minute of the day if I need to make sure you understand how valued you are. But what I really wanted to take this time to do was to recognize some people that have been doing an outstanding job during this entire conference. I've been watching them. They don't realize that. I'm seeing what they're doing, how they're helping out, all the extra things they're doing. Ironically, they're sitting right next to each other. And ironically, earlier, one went up to go get their letter of appreciation, the other would fill right in to take the picture. And they're sitting right there.
Both of you. Right here.
Yeah, both of you right now. Up here. Stand right in front of that camera so everybody can see you too. So for the people that were here last year, remember I gave Just Brad a patch, an admin patch. So he's an honorary admin now. And everyone else knows my story, that I have no coins because I'm a cheap ASS chief and haven't bought them yet. But see, this makes it more memorable because you'll say that now in your mind with what I just said. But I just want to say thank you for everything that you did for the conference, supporting all of these. Look, we went from 300 people to 500, and how many? Almost 555, I think they told me earlier in the week. That's a lot of extra people. And you guys did an exceptional job. The whole team did an exceptional job. But I just want to say thank you for everything that you did for this entire conference and make it very successful. So thank you very much. Just read that picture if I didn't look. I just want the whole core team and any of the briefers, any of the other volunteers, I just want you all to stand up that are still here. All of you, yes, all of you, let's help out with this thing. You too. And how you do what I want you to do, I want you to say thank you to all of them because this is the success of this and going forward is all because of them. They've laid the foundation the last 3 years. All the new personnel that came on this year, much bigger conference, much more things to do. I mean, you can see all the food they had to bring to you all the time. You guys ate a lot on Monday. I can tell I went out there like 4 minutes in, there's like nothing out there. It's like you guys eat a lot. But thank you for coming to this. When you go back, make sure your units understand that so they can fund more personnel from your unit. Make sure the other units on your installation understand why this is beneficial for those commander support staffs to come here and get the information straight from all the people working in the CSS, from AFPC, and from A1 itself, and from the career field management team. So I just want to say thanks for attending this year. Hopefully, again, if you hold it earlier than June of next year, I'll see all of you again next year. However, just in case I don't, just thank you for all that you do in the Air Force. So. Thank you. Oh, I forgot almost before you start clapping. We have to take a final picture, so everybody has to come up on stage.
Everybody.
Make it work!
Everybody, but it's not over, so go back to your seats when you're done.
So you did not get into the room. But you definitely done a fantastic job in the picture for everything you do. For all of us.
Like they can line up in front.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Let's get some folks to line up in front of the stage. Short people in the front, tall people
I got it
back.
from here. You go ahead and get up there.
I think we're kneeling. She kneeled first, so we're kneeling.
Should I just hold the camera? Yeah, I see that. I see that now. I can't. It's plugged up to everything behind you.
We can have somebody. Whoa! Why?
They got a photographer. Anderson, you got a photographer.
Yeah, I can't move it.
Oh, no, he has a photographer.
No, I'm saying I can't move it.